But Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America.
Faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Last Words Mean Sabotage. The Green Hornet strikes again. Along a shaded suburban street late at night, a car traveled slowly without lights. The suburb, as well as the nearby city, was dimmed out, as it had been dimmed out every night for months.
Mr. Britt, car stop ahead, at the end of the street.
Okay.
I see him in moonlight. He go to corner house.
He's at the door. There he goes inside.
Mr. Britt, you'll not go after him?
He's a small-time crook. Let the police handle it. Hello, police. I understand you're looking for Nicky Leggero. I know where he is if you want him now. Never mind who I am. It's a tip. That's right. Just go to the house on the northeast corner of Merwood and Bragdon Streets in Northville. That's right. Okay, if you still want to know who this is, it's the Green Hornet.
Okay, any time, Sergeant.
Right. Get back to the side entrance.
Yeah.
That means the boys are covering the back and the sides of the house. Nicky Leggeto's small time, but he carries a rod.
On the level. Was it the Green Hornet who tipped you off?
Yeah, that's what he said. Might have been anybody. On the other hand, it might have been the Hornet.
Double-crossing, huh?
So what? I never met a crook yet that didn't double-cross. Those rats are all the same. Well, here I go. See you later, Aubrey.
No, don't brush me off, Sergeant.
Listen, you're a reporter, not a cop.
Forget it. I'm taking along.
Suit yourself. Daily Sentinel must need stories awful bad. You men follow me. We'll take the front door.
Right, sir.
Okay, hit it.
There he is.
Hey, come back here, Leggero.
Last time you were slipping, Sarge.
I'll get him next time.
He went down the cellar stairs. Easy, Sarge.
Easy nothing. I'm not stopping for a rat like that. Where are you, Nicky? You haven't got a chance. Don't be a sap, Nicky. Give yourself up or get yourself shot at. Okay, copper, I come out.
In the coal bin.
Yeah. Throw your gun out first, Nicky. Go Okay, now, come on. Put the cuffs on him, Jeffrey.
Listen, Copper,
I'll ask the questions, Nicky. You make for the answers when I tell you. Get him upstairs, boys.
Hey, Sarge. Did you notice this cellar?
Yeah.
Look for that door back there. Looks like whoever owns this house is a bug on building models.
Nicky don't own it.
And not models, airplanes or ships. Looks like houses and hills. And that looks like a bridge or reservoir or something.
Well, if we go in, we can tell.
Why, Sergeant. For a simple-minded guy, you're a genius. That's right. Why not go in? You first, Mike. Well, that'll be lucky for us we didn't go in. Looks like we missed a date with a bomb. That room's wrecked.
Yeah, maybe it was homebrew.
Don't be a sap, Sarge. There's no homebrew with a kick like that. Otherwise, we'd be using it in shells in place of gunpowder. Come on, let's go see what the damage is.
Yeah, not now, brother.
Why not? It's all over.
Yeah, I suppose there's a whole flock of those things.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, Sarge, why be heroes? We'll leave it for the police bomb squad. Maybe Nicky Leggero knows the answer. Let's ask him.
You took the words out of my mouth. He's upstairs.
Can't ask him no questions, Sarge.
Why not?
Somebody pointed a gun at him out of the dark just when that bomb went off in the basement. Nicky Leggeto's dead.
What's this about the Green Hornet, Laurie?
Oh, hello, boss. That Nicky Leggero business, you read it?
Yeah, nice story, Laurie. No other paper carried it.
Yeah, only it's a nice mystery, not a story.
Did the police find out about the bombing?
According to the bomb squad, it was a delayed action gadget. Homemade, but effective.
Yeah, I saw the picture. It certainly destroyed that basement room.
Apparently it was rigged up so that if the front door was broken in, it would set off the bomb a couple of minutes later. And we really broke that door in.
That doesn't sound like Nicky Leggero. He's no pineapple expert, is he?
Him? Boss, the late unlamented Nicky Leggero couldn't put a tinker toy together. His only mechanical ability was knowing how to swing a blackjack.
He must have known something.
Huh?
People don't get shot for being dumb, Laurie. It's to keep them dumb.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but the police didn't even know he was shot until a couple of minutes later. The sound of the blast covered the shooting. And by that time, the killer was gone.
The killer knew about the bomb, then.
Well, how do you think... Oh, yeah, that's right. He must have. He knew when it was going to go off, and he timed his shot. Sounds pretty clever. Sounds like the Green Hornet.
Maybe, Laurie. Why go to all that trouble? Why not get rid of Nicky Leggero without calling the police?
Search me. I'm only a reporter, not a quizmaster. But I wish the cops would hand out more information.
Why, Lowry, how you talk. The police are awfully nice about telling things.
Yeah, will you stop handing me that Mason-Dixon line?
But it's not a line, Lowry. I really talk this way.
Oh, no, I mean about the police.
And so do I. For instance, I know what Nicky Leggero said just before he died. He did a little praying, and he did a little swearing.
Gail, are you serious?
Oh, never more serious in my life, Mr. Reed. You see, I read that story that Lowry got in the Sentinel this morning, and I said to myself, Gail, honey, maybe those nice policemen will talk to you. So I went over to the police station.
Well, of all the cast iron nerve, that's my story, sister. What do you mean hijacking it?
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Lowry. I didn't think.
You never do.
Come on, let's get to the point. First of all, Gail, they wouldn't give any dope to Lowry. How'd you manage it?
Well, it's the oddest thing, Mr. Reed, but somehow or other they got the idea that I was mixed up in that shooting last night. They started asking me all sorts of questions. And while they were asking the questions, they just naturally told me what Nicky Leggero said before he died. They were awful put out when they learned who I really was.
Oh, the blonde bandit.
Lowry, you take a tip from Miss Manning. Sometimes it pays to act dumb.
With her, it comes natural.
Now, stop grousing. Whoever gets it, it's all for the set. I'll give Gail. What did Nicky say before he died?
Well, he was praying, Mr. Reed. Something about the light and the power.
Light and the power?
Uh-huh. I couldn't get a thing out of it, and neither can the police. Can you?
Let me see that paper, Cato. I want to look at Lowry's story again. Bomb went off. Apparently models of houses, reservoir, Leggero died while in custody of police. Green Hornet mystery angle with police and so on.
Mr. Britt, What you looking for?
I'm looking for the answer, Cato. That isn't in the paper. I think we better start using what we know.
But Legato was nothing important.
The fishing line doesn't look important either, Cato, but sometimes there's a whale of a story at the other end of it. If that sounds like one of your Filipino riddles, you deserve it. It's all the little things that make me wonder, Cato. Little things like that delayed bomb in the basement. The fact that the police can't locate the owner of that house or those models that were seen in that room. The words Legato spoke before he died. And the one thing we know that the police don't. Remember?
Oh, yes. Woman who leave house before police arrive.
That's right. You trailed her while I was making that phone call, didn't you?
She go to 2-story house on corner Everly and Coasting Drive.
Okay. It's dark outside, Cato. Dark enough for the Black Beauty. Got the Hornet mask and the gas gun. We'll leave right now. Open the sliding panel.
A few minutes later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Be alarmed, Rita. Nothing has happened since the police raided the house. It was not necessary to us any longer. We had learned all that we could from the models and from Legato.
Was it necessary to shoot him?
It was better.
I wish I were as sure as you that no one followed me from that house.
Forget it.
Very well. When is the 0 hour?
Tomorrow night, or the night after, depending on the weather. We need a dark night, Rita.
It's dangerous.
That's why we prepared ahead of time. The more preparation, the less danger.
You sound like a school teacher. Everything's so cut and dry.
Leave nothing to chance. That's the answer to successful sabotage. Like success in everything.
I wish you didn't need me.
We need you to drive the car. That means we'll need you tomorrow night. Well, that's all. We'll pick you up at the regular time. Good night.
Good night.
And stop worrying. I don't like this. She's too upset. All right, Shackman. Come back for Rita tomorrow night.
Was he up there, Vogel?
Huh?
He was looking for you. I had to tell him where you were.
Looking for me?
Who? For the man with the mask. The Green Hornet.
Green? Impossible. He doesn't know me. He doesn't know my name.
Well, he didn't ask for you by name. Just wanted to know where you were.
And you told him?
Well, he had a gun.
I didn't see him. You see, he's going upstairs.
That's the way he went.
Come along. Rita must keep her mouth shut.
I don't hear a sound.
The light's on.
Maybe the Hornet's come and gone.
It's less than 5 minutes since I left. There hasn't been time.
Maybe he didn't come in here at all.
We'll find out. I have a key for this apartment. Keep your hand on your gun.
Vogel, what is it? Are you back? Something wrong?
You're alone, Rita?
Yes, there's something wrong.
Yeah, Shotgun met the Green Hornet downstairs on the street. The Hornet came into the building.
I haven't seen him.
You sure? You haven't told him anything?
I haven't seen him.
I don't like it. According to the newspapers, it was the Green Hornet who called the police about Legato. Now tonight he shows up here. I don't like it. That's twice.
3 times, Vogel.
The Green Hornet.
No, you don't. I'll take that gun.
What do you want?
If you move, this gun might go off. Now, just relax. We're going to have a little talk. That's the way it is, huh? Not one of you will open your mouths except Vogel. And as for you, Vogel...
You get no information out of us, Hornet. I don't know what you're after. We had nothing to do with anything.
Nicky Legado's death?
Nothing to do with anything. You're a crook. I suggest you get out of here before there's trouble.
You're a smooth article, Vogel. Okay. Maybe you'll meet me later on.
I doubt it.
We'll see. Good night.
Don't be a fool, Shackman. Where are you going?
But he's got...
Stay with you. He's got nothing on us.
Yeah, but he's got my gun, Vogel.
What of it?
What of it? He wore gloves, didn't he? The only fingerprints on that gun are mine. And that's the gun that killed Legato. Suppose he sends it to the police.
In the police station later that same evening, Ed Lowry and Gail Manning were talking to Sergeant Harkness.
Look, Lowry, what makes you so nasty? Why can't you be pleasant like Miss Manning? Police are glad to give her all the information we can, but you...
Yeah, I know. I don't wear skirts. Okay, Harkness. But if you can't solve a small two-bit killing, then there's...
What's that?
Sounds like a car. It's coming up the alley.
Holy mackerel, that's the car of the Green Hornet.
You mean it was? He's gone.
Out the alley.
Yeah, it was right through here.
He's gone, all right. We'd only known
That's
that...
the trouble with the Hornet, Harkness. You never know he's been any place until he left it. Well, come on, Gail. Let's call it a night and get back to the newspaper. It's worth a story anyway, even if we didn't...
Look at this.
Hey, what?
You policemen must be awfully careless. Isn't that a revolver?
Don't touch it.
I wasn't going to touch
Hey,
it.
give me your handkerchief, Lowry.
Don't forget where you got it from. That handkerchief cost me 50 cents.
I'll give you a receipt. 45 caliber, fully loaded. Smells of powder. Been fired recently.
Gosh. Sergeant, wasn't Nicky Legato shot with a bullet from a 45?
Yeah, that's right, Miss Manning. Call me up tomorrow. We'll have this gun checked.
Have you seen the paper, Vogel?
The Evening Sentinel?
Yeah, I was right. The Hornet sent that gun to the police like I was afraid he would. They checked my prints. They got me pegged for that murder.
I read it.
I got to skip out of town. Vogel,
I haven't seen you for 3 years, Shackman. Your appearance has changed.
Yeah, but I can't...
Your appearance is changed. Besides, it is too late now to worry about personalities. We have a job to do. It must be done, and it will be done.
Yeah, that's the way it stands, Gail. Of course, it's only one day.
There's
but
no sign of Shackman?
no trace so far. No sign if he's the Green Hornet or anything. But the cops are still busy. Say, where's the boss?
Mr. Reed, I think he's left for the day.
Yeah? Well, best better call him up and break the sad news. No headline for tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, Lowry. Oh, sure, we can't blame the police. It takes a while to dig up a man when they've no record of his whereabouts for the last 3 years. Okay, keep in touch with the police, of course. Right, good night.
Going around in circles, Mr. Britt?
Circles, kid, but the Green Hornet isn't. The woman was still at her apartment late this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's turning dark already. We'll take up where we left off last night. Got the Hornet mask and the gas weapon. This time we get this job settled.
Go up and tell Rita we're waiting.
You go, Vogel, not me.
What is this? You disobey?
I'm staying off the streets. The cops are looking for me.
They don't know what you look like.
How do I know if I've changed enough? Nope, I'm taking no chances.
Very well. Well, it's Rita herself. Neither one of us need bother. Get out, Shackman. You can ride in the trailer. Or are you afraid to walk even that far?
Okay.
Get in, Rita, and take the wheel. You know where to go. Shackman's in the trailer. Go ahead.
Vogel, why did you bring him? If the police find
I
him...
brought him because I need him. I can't do this job myself. And I need you. Now, you know where to go. Go ahead.
Wait here for me, Cato. I'll be right back with the woman. Cato, we've been watching. Did you see anything?
No, Mr. Britt. Where's woman?
That's just the trouble. She's gone. There's no trace of her. She's gone, and I don't know where. Drive around, Cato. Drive any place. I've got to think.
What do we do, Mr. Britt? We drive around for an hour already.
Sure, that's what Legato said.
He's dead.
Just before he died. Those words are the clue, I'm sure of it.
It's dangerous to drive this way, Mr. Britt. Not many cars on the road. Police on lookout for Hornet. If police headlights...
Light and the power, that's what he said. We can figure it out. We'll know where that woman has gone. Where they've all gone. But... Cato! Yes? It just hit me. Get going. I'll give you directions that way.
This is the place.
Doc.
Yes. Shackman,
Oh, we're here.
get out. The weather is perfect. Clouds over the moon. No stars. Perfect.
The water is 10 feet off the road. You can back the trailer around, Rita.
Be very careful. It's loaded with explosives.
Here comes the guard now, Sergeant.
Yeah. Listen, Miss Manning. If anything happens, you stay put, understand?
Oh, but, Sergeant, I'll miss all the fun.
If we locate the Hornet, it won't be fun. Now, you stay put.
Brace up, Gale. Next time it may be a gun maul. Then I'll stay in the background.
The road over the top of the dam is closed to traffic. Sorry.
We didn't want to cross, soldier.
No? Well, if that's your car, you'll have to get it out. No loitering allowed around a power plant or reservoir.
I'm Sergeant Harkness, the city police soldier. Here's my badge. That's a police squad car.
Oh. Well, you still can't cross.
Have you seen a fast car drive past here, soldier?
Hmm?
Now, look, we're reporters from the Daily Sentinel. Don't mind the detective. He's just window dressing. About an hour ago, a phone call came into the police that the Green Hornet was prowling around this neck of the woods.
I'll handle it, Lowry. Soldier, the Green Hornet travels in a big black car. Plenty of speed when he wants to use it. Now, what I want to know is...
Heavens to Betsy, what was that?
Relax, sugar. That was one of the water intakes being opened and shut, that's all. Right, soldier?
Yeah. What was it you wanted, Sergeant?
Well, have you seen any sign of a car like that or anything unusual?
No, not a thing.
I told you that tip was a phony, Sarge. We wasted
Look,
time and...
Sergeant, look.
Holy mackerel,
That's him. That's the Hornet. Soldier, where does that road go?
It circles the lake, that's all.
Okay, thanks. I'll use the police radio. We'll get a roadblock thrown across both ends of the road. He'll never get through. And we'll follow in my car. Come on.
So long, Gale. Get the phone call to Sentinel. There's a story coming whether we win or lose.
I see nothing, Mr. Britt.
Car up ahead around a bend in the lake.
I see nothing.
Positive of it. I caught a reflection of our own headlights in their windshield. A car parked up there, Cato, and no lights showing. If that's the car we're after. Watch the side of the road, Cato. We're traveling without lights the rest of the way.
Don't keep looking back toward the road, Shackman. We have a lot of work to attend to.
Thought I heard something up there, Roby.
Rita is keeping watch. You're safe.
Wish we had a light. Handling these explosives in the dark.
We have practiced it enough times that way. And from the model we built, we have a perfect mental picture of what we are doing. Here, fasten this delayed time bomb to this floating board. You'll do nothing.
Get that way. Take this one. Vogel, it's a Green Hornet, that's right. Careful, Hornet, careful. There are explosives all around, explosives, and we step on them.
We'll make sure nobody steps on them. We took care of your girlfriend, now we'll do the same with you. Stand up and take it.
What happened? Can't breathe.
You shot him.
Did I heard no sound? You won't hear a sound this time either, Rat.
What do you do?
Gas.
Oh.
They're out, Cato, out cold. The police car's coming. I can see the lights.
Yes, we must go at once.
Sure, we'll go. But leave that flashlight here. Leave it right where the police can't miss it.
There's nobody around but that flashlight, Sarge, pointing straight into the sky.
Yeah, plus that dame in the car beside the road.
It was a Hornet, all right. She was Hey, look here, two more of them. Out cold again. The Hornet's right.
You know, Lowry, I wouldn't be surprised if this is Shackman. He looks something like him. Might have changed his appearance a little. I don't know this other lug, though.
Right.
What's that?
Look at this. Dynamite, homemade bombs. The place is lousy with them. They were going to put them on rafts and float them down the current. They'd have blown the power dam to bits. Holy mackerel, what's happened to the Hornet?
Hey, don't worry, Lowry. He's still got to get through those roadblocks.
Gave me the clue, Cato. The police thought Legato was praying, but he wasn't praying. He didn't say the light and the power. He was talking about light and power.
Mr. Britt.
When they thought he was swearing, he wasn't. He was trying to tell the police to protect the dam, the power dam, this one here.
Mr. Britt, please, you forget about roadblock. Look. Police block road up ahead. Look. Look right there.
No, I haven't forgotten, Cato. Hold on now. Here we go.
Get you. Look out! Mr. Britt, we're safe. You crashed right through barricade. We're safe.
Just a dented friendly. Well, let's get home, Cato. It's been a big day.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America.
With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Sabotage Finds a Name. The Green Hornet strikes again. It was dark outside the drugstore. The street lights were dimmed, and the lights in the drugstore window were shaded. The man paced nervously in front of the store. With his thumb, he flicked a coin into the air and caught it, over and over. Then suddenly he stopped.
No, that's too much. I gotta have no part of it.
Daily Sentinel? Let me talk to one of your reporters. Hello, you a reporter? I got a tip for you about Mariana.
Double-crossing rat?
Holy mackerel, Casey, I never got such a shock in my life. My ears are still ringing. Right at the other end of the line, can you imagine?
I certainly can, Lowry.
Yeah. How would you like to pick up a phone, start talking to somebody, and then hear machine gun bullets? I've been jumping like a typewriter ribbon ever since.
Hello, Miss Jane.
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
Hey, boss, have you seen this morning's Sentinel?
Yes, I read it coming downtown. That is quite a story you had.
Well, thanks, but it's no credit to me. It might have been anyone.
My, he's getting modest.
I just happened to be the guy that answered the phone, that's all.
I gather you went right over there.
He used up half my gasoline ration. You know, it's a lucky thing the phone was left off the hook. I was able to get the location and beat the opposition reporters there by an hour.
Any idea who fired that machine gun, Lowry?
No. Police haven't got the slightest idea. It looked like a gangster job.
What about the drugstore clerk?
Why don't you read the paper, Casey? The clerk was in the back of the store. He didn't see a thing. At least that's what he says.
The man who was killed, his name was Boots Lanigan. You mentioned that he had a police record, is that right?
A record as long as your arm, boss. As far as crimes committed, he was almost in the class of the Green Hornet.
I see. That's probably why he called the newspaper instead of the police.
Well, that's how I figure. But I still don't get it.
What's that?
Well, what he said. I picked up the phone, and all he said was, I've got a tip for you about Mariana. Now, why should an ex-thug like Lanigan mention a girl's name? What kind of a tip is that?
Mariana.
You sure? That's the way I heard it. It doesn't make sense. You figure it out, boss. I can't.
Mariana. Mr. Britt, it's quite possible that Mr. Lowry heard wrong, huh? According to what he says, gangster only have time for that one sentence.
He might have gotten it wrong. But Lowry usually hits the nail on the head.
Lanigan, very bad gangster, huh?
That looks like a crime war, Cato.
Who Lanigan connected with? What gang?
The waterfront mob, Cato. But they broke up more than a year ago when Dutch Fogel went to jail for... Hey, wait a second. Come to think of it, Fogel's out now.
Yes, that's so.
But this killing is the first sign of gang war. Why should Fogel bump off one of his own men?
Maybe Lanigan removed by other gangs,
On top of that, it doesn't sound like Lanigan to turn informer. You know the criminal code, Cato. No matter what happens, never squeal.
It's all very strange.
Let me see that paper again, will you?
Yes.
Now, here's the follow-up story.
I already see that. Nothing has been added, Mr. Britt.
No, just a little family background on Lanigan. Parents are dead. Only living relatives, a younger brother serving with the Marines in Guadalcanal.
Too bad Boots Lanigan not like young brother.
Yeah, with the Marines.
Oh, maybe that man say Marines instead of Mariana.
Perhaps. On the other hand... That's funny. I never thought of that before.
Huh? So what are you doing, Mr. Britt?
You could see it tonight, except for the dim out, Cato.
What are you saying, Mr. Britt? You know who Mariana is?
Perhaps I do.
It is girl?
It's usually referred to as she. Get the Hornet mask and the gun, Cato. We're taking the Black Beauty.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. The passage led directly to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Where are we going, Mr. Britt?
Get in. We're going to take a look at Mariana.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. The section of wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
She is, Cato.
Who?
Mariana, of course.
I see no one.
You're looking right at her.
I see nothing but only salvage job and big boat next to wharf.
That's it, Cato. You can see her name on the bow. That boat is named Mariana.
Well, if it ain't the boy. How'd it go, Fogel?
We figured you'd be in jail overnight anyway.
Me, Dutch Fogel, the jailhouse overnight? Don't be cuckoo, boys. I'm just down there to talk to the police about poor Boots.
Yeah, that's what we meant.
They don't suspect me. Lanigan was my pal. They remind me to send some nice flowers to his funeral. I got nothing to worry about you either. Just dropped in to tell you boys that. Also to ask a little question. Turn around this way, Chopper. Any of you others feel like Boots did? Anybody else want to turn patriotic like Boots did? Maybe you, Chopper.
Oh, not me, Fogel. I ain't got no brother in the Marines.
Nobody? That's fine.
We feel like you do, Fogel. You get us plenty of moolah. What do we care where it comes from? A stick-up, bank robbery, or from that Gestapo in Berlin?
That's all, boys. Pretty soon we get to work on that ship. I'll tell you when.
Better be soon. That salvage job ain't gonna wait.
Let me worry about that. So I'll say to you now. Chopper.
I'm looking for... Well, if it isn't my old pal Chopper. I see you're informal tonight.
What do you mean?
You're not wearing a brass knuckle, boy.
Chopper. That's the way to act. Hello, Mr. Lowry. How's the newspaper racket?
Better than yours, Dutch. It pays regular.
Some sense of humor, this fellow, huh, boys? Yes, some sense of humor. You were in the police station when they questioned me. You come after me for something?
Yeah. A little information.
I told the police everything I know.
It isn't that. It isn't that. Holy mackerel. I know you didn't bump off one of your own men. It's just that I want some local color. We have to keep this story about Boots alive.
Oh, yes, I see. Boots is dead, but you keep the story alive.
Sure, it's good for the circulation. I mean the newspaper circulation. So how about it? I guess you knew Lanigan as well as anybody did.
You got a car outside?
No, I grabbed a taxi.
All right, I have my car. You drive home with me.
Well,
I'll tell you about Boots. I'm all broken up, I can tell you that. You know, it doesn't do to fool with the law. Somebody's going to pay for shooting up poor Boots.
Listen to you. Oh, man, do I get a bang out of that. You've got a record that covers 3 pages of a police blotter, and you talk like a Dutch uncle.
Police blotter? That's all wrong. No, sir, I'm a good, honest citizen. All a mistake. But what happened to Boots? You ride with me, I'll tell you. Good night, boys. Don't stay up too late playing poker.
Good night, boys. That Fogel. See you, Pip?
Hey, he makes me nervous. Like a cat.
Come on, go with me.
I ain't gonna play no more. I'm tired.
What's the matter? You got weak knees about Boots?
I'm weak. I'm tired, I tell you.
Oh, my. Okay. That's the way you feel. There's just $5 worth. Cash me in. Thanks. Now, give me my hat. So long, punk. Don't jump at your own shadows. Lily livid. Okay, you. What do you follow me for? Come on, speak up, I said.
Have you got a match?
Listen, I got no time for... Yeah, I guess I can manage.
What's wrong? You nervous?
Me? Hey, Bud, Hey.
Hello, Chopper.
Green Hornet.
You better drop it, Chopper. You'll burn your finger.
What do you want?
Too bad about poor Boots, wasn't it, Chopper? I feel awfully bad about Boots, Chopper. What do you say you and me go someplace and talk about it?
Yeah, sure.
Oh! I told you you'd burn your fingers, didn't I?
Who is it?
Chopper, boss.
Go away, Chopper. Just beginning to retire.
Oh.
Yeah. You're worse than every porter. You better have a good reason for this, Chopper. I don't like being disturbed.
I got a plenty good reason. I run into somebody tonight, boss.
So? Is he dead?
Will you stop your kidding? Why didn't you tell us Lanigan was a pal of that guy?
Boots Lanigan had no friends. Only his one brother. He's far away. Besides, do I guess at riddles? Give it to me straight. Who'd you meet?
The Green Hornet.
Oh, you're the one who was making jokes.
If you don't believe me,
Where'd you get that?
he gave it to me.
Seal of the Green Hornet.
I tell you, boss, I'm still shaking. Something about that guy.
What did he want?
Said he didn't like the idea of Lanigan getting murdered. Said he felt like he ought to make up for it.
Revenge, huh? But you're still alive, Chopper.
Sure, I couldn't let him...
Go on. All right, I'll finish for you. You couldn't let yourself be shot, so you told him I was the one who killed Boots. That's not nice, Chopper.
No. All I told him was it wasn't me. You gotta believe me,
I don't believe you, Chopper. So I'm going to give you some bitter medicine like I gave Boots. A little lead poisoning, yes?
Fogel, I tell you...
No, I'll tell you. Don't try to squirm, Chopper. I may be fat, but I'm also strong. You're going to die.
Stop him, Fogel.
The Green Hornet, huh? Then I'll give you what I was...
No, you won't. Drop it. I'll get back. Dutch, this isn't the gun you used on Boots, but it'll do.
Hornet, wait now. Before you go to shoot me, let me point out how useless a thing like revenge is. No one ever benefits from it.
You always come up with a moral lesson, don't you?
I'm very sorry. I didn't know Boots was a particular friend of the Green Hornet. But if you would have done what I did, I had to shoot him for strictly business reasons. He was going to squeal on it.
Is that right, Chopper?
Yeah, sure.
It was a very important business matter, Hornet, about... But you wouldn't be interested.
About the Mariana?
Chopper sometimes talks too much.
I did. Button your lip, Chopper. Well, Fogel, I don't know. Maybe you had your reasons for getting rid of Boots.
Yes, be sensible about it, Hornet. Why have shooting when it's not necessary? Besides, you're a smart operator. Perhaps we can arrange something.
The only kind of arrangements I can understand are about money, Fogel. Hard cash.
Yes, a man after my own heart. But of course, hard cash, Hornet. I'll tell you, I get, the people who want the Mariana sabotage you.
Don't hedge. You mean the Gestapo stay the Gestapo?
All right, the Gestapo. They furnish all the money I need. You're welcome to a generous life, my friend. As a matter of fact, a man of your reputation can come in very handy. What do you say?
Sounds all right. Well, think it over, Fogel.
Boss, I hear footsteps.
There.
He's right, out in the hall. Lock that door, quick.
Hey, Fogel, open up. The police are here. They want to ask you a few more questions.
Now back to our story. When a rap on the door announced the presence of police, the three men in the room froze abruptly. Britt Reed's eyes narrowed behind his Hornet mask, and he flung a low-voiced question at Fogel.
Is there another way out of here?
No other way.
We're caught with a Green Hornet.
Quiet, you fool.
That's right. If I'm caught, you'll be jailed, too. You'll never be able to explain this away.
But there is no other way. This is 4 stories up right below the roof.
Fogel, wake up.
Stall them. Stall them.
Just a minute. I'll open the door.
I heard it, too, again. Look. Why didn't you tell me you had a rope hanging from the roof right outside your window, Fogle?
I never knew.
You can open that door in 10 seconds.
Sure take that lug a long time to come to the door.
Hello. Oh. You cops are always waking a man up. What is it this time? You and Chopper, eh? Who else is here? Well, I guess you were wrong, Lowry.
There's just the two of us, Copper. I'm Fogle's bodyguard.
Yes, with Boots dead, I thought perhaps whoever got rid of him might have me next on the list. What were you looking for, Mr. Lowry?
Now, skip it, Dutch. I just thought I saw somebody else come in this joint after Chopper did. Guess I must have been seeing double.
Yes, I guess that's so.
Saved my life that time, Cato.
It's always very pleasant to do so, Mr. Briggs.
If you hadn't spotted Lowry and the police and dropped that rope from the roof, the capture of the Green Hornet would be headline news tomorrow. Wouldn't care for that, even as a scoop for the Sentinel. We'll put the Black Dirty to bed, then get some sleep ourselves. Try to get a thing. I have a feeling we won't do much after tonight. Not until Fogle's caught in that sabotage job he's planning.
It is Mariana?
Yep, we guessed right on that one.
Oh, correction, please. You guessed right.
Fogle said we could work together on the job. I said I'd call him tomorrow night. What do you think?
Fogle tells truth like a Japanese ambassador.
You're right. But don't worry. I'm not trusting him further than I can throw the Sentinel to him. The only trouble is I still don't know what he plans to do or when.
You look a little tired, Mr. Reed.
Oh, do I, Miss Kate?
Well, I suppose you were out until 3 or 4 again this morning. Oh, gosh, Mr. Reed, you can't burn the candle all night long at nightclubs this way and expect to be on your toes in the daytime.
Well, I'll be on my toes. I'm no toe dancer. Besides, look at this view, Miss Kate. How can anybody work in this kind of weather? Ah, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Look at the view of the riverfront.
It is lovely. Look, they're still working to salvage that ship. Oh, I haven't spotted that in a long time.
The Mariana?
Mm-hmm. Guess they're almost done, aren't they?
I don't know. I haven't heard, Miss Case. Oh, it's much too nice a day to stay in an office. I'm leaving, Miss Case.
You're leaving?
Yeah, you know all the work that has to be done. Goodbye, Miss Case.
But, Mr. Reed...
Oh, I've made up my mind. See you tomorrow.
But, Mr... Well, if that doesn't beat everything. All play and no work. Oh, still, it is a beautiful day. Casey, none of that. You just work here.
Hey, Casey, where's the boss? I got news.
Well, didn't you see him? He just left.
No. Oh, I guess I missed him.
Whatever your news is, it'll have to keep till tomorrow. He's gone for the day.
Oh, well, this may not work out anyway.
What is it?
The police. They just got a tip on where the Green Hornet will be at midnight tonight.
The Green Hornet?
Yeah, I'm going there with them. Casey, can you picture the headlines if this is on the level?
You certainly switch around, Lowry. Yesterday you were all hopped up about the Lanigan murder.
That? It's old stuff, Casey. Can't run a paper on yesterday's news.
I was just remarking. It seemed like such a mystery at the time. Good grief.
Hey, what gives? It looked like a moonstruck goldfish.
Lowry, come here. To this window.
Now it's all the fuss.
You see that boat out there? The one that's rolled on its side?
Sure.
You know its name? I mean the new name the Navy gave it when they took it over for transport service.
Yeah, it's the, Oh, I got it. The Mariana. Yeah, that's it. The Mariana. Casey. Holy mackerel. Do you suppose that's what Lanigan meant?
I think you'd better call the police, Lowry. Might be a good idea if they doubled the guard on that ship.
Yes, that's right, Hornet. Perhaps we can meet tonight, huh? To discuss the boat, you know. Well, a good place would be the old reservoir north of the city. It's not being used. And it is a good dark night, How about midnight? Yes, it is too bad our plans are not yet completed to do the little, shall I say, job on the boat tonight. But there will be other times. Then midnight, yes. The old reservoir. We shall meet later on it. Goodbye.
Well, you got him out of the way.
The old reservoir. The police will be waiting for him, not I.
You'll be?
We'll be at the waterfront, under the wharves, ready to blow the Mariana to bits.
Some of the boys who've been watching say that they doubled the guard on the Mariana.
So? Then twice as many of them will be killed, Chopper? I don't worry about them. I worry about the Hornet. And that worry will soon be over. Forever.
Well, how goes it, Sergeant? Did you find the Green Hornet?
That tip was phony, Lowry. We searched this old reservoir from rim to rim. Green Hornet isn't here. It's already midnight.
Hey, Sergeant! Sergeant!
Huh? What's up?
I just got a message on the short wave. Police call. No wonder the Hornet ain't here. He was spotted near the waterfront.
All right, Chopper. Let it drift.
It's black as pitch under these docks. Them piles are covered with barnacles. I'd scrape my hand.
Silence. We've prepared for this long enough for us to know this place blindfold. Right about here should be where we hit the oil barrels.
Not yet. First. Now we got it.
It should be. Yes. How many times have we rode down here with these oil barrels, Chopper?
20 times. A barrel each time. I ought to know. I got blisters on my hands.
Yes, enough. Now we open them up and let the oil out. It'll flow directly down the Mariana.
I hope you're right about the current, boss.
Don't be a fool. The current is downstream, just right. Fast. 10 minutes after the last barrel is drained, the oil reaches the boat. Then we light it from here and... Goodbye, Mariana.
It's the first one, boss. That's one. Hold the boat steady. Here goes for the next. That's the last one, Fogel.
Good.
Guess that's okay.
Good. Now the flame so I can throw it toward the oil. So simple and so effective. I light this paper and set the oil aflame, and the oil sets the Mariana aflame. A match, Chopper.
Yeah, I got one right here.
Hey, what the... I almost missed you, didn't I? Turn off that flashlight. You'll be seen.
Green Hornet.
Hornet, turn off that
I
flashlight.
wanted to be seen, Fogel, but by the time they locate it, you and
Look
Tom...
out! No, you don't drop that match. Chopper.
Let's go, everyone. Let's go.
No. No.
Take it, Brad.
All right, Kettle, that does it. Put the light in their boat. Let's get out of here.
What a story, Sarge. What a story.
You mean to say those babies were all set to put the Marianne on fire?
20 barrels of oil on the water, Lowry. If it hadn't have been that we spotted that light under the docks, they'd have done it.
Sure was a close call.
Yeah, but what I can't figure out is they were both unconscious. Fogel and Chopper, both of them. It couldn't have been the fumes from the oil, could it?
It wasn't oil, Sarge. Why, you're right. It was gas. Gas that the Scud and the Green Hornet carries. And don't ask me where he's going to. I'm a reporter, not a magician.
Gangsters caught in sabotage attempt. Confessed murder of Flanagan. Read all about it.
popular radio dramas created by George W. Trendle are a copyrighted feature of the Green Hornet, Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Corpse That Wasn't There. The Green Hornet strikes again. Miss Case and Ed Lowry were returning to the Daily Sentinel after lunch. The streets were crowded, and as they took their last corner, a man hurrying from the opposite direction ran into them.
Oh, excuse me, I'm in a hurry.
Hey, why don't you watch where you're going, you... I tell you, Casey, sometimes I think they need traffic lights on the sidewalk, too. Are you okay?
Yes, except for my handbag.
Oh, wait. Oh, here it is on the sidewalk. Hey, this yours, too?
What?
This letter.
No, it's not mine. It's already been mailed, hasn't it?
Ah, mailed and unsealed.
Lowry, never mind your reporter instincts. It's not right to look at other people's mail.
Not that I wasn't going to open it. Well, what do we do with it? Throw it away?
It may be important.
Mr. Ernest Kegler. It's probably the joker who bumped into you. Well, why should we bother with it?
Give it to me, Lowry. I'll call him up from the office. Gosh, look at the time. We'd better hurry.
Hello, Miss Case.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Anything important?
No, it's been pretty quiet all morning. Here's your mail.
Oh, thanks. Well, let's... Wait, this one. This isn't mine, Miss Case.
Oh, yes, that's a letter that someone dropped on the street. I've been trying to reach him by phone. Do you mind if I try now?
Oh, no, go right ahead. I'll glance at my letters.
Hello, switchboard. Yes, this is Lenore, Helen. Will you try that number again? It's a... Yes, that's right.
Here's a letter from Clicker Benny. She's a second officer in the wax now.
Uh-huh, in North Africa.
Have that posted on the bulletin for her, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, Helen. Oh. Hello, Kay, thanks. Maybe he does work in a factory or someplace. No, I won't bother. Goodbye. Well, still no answer.
Why not just put it in an envelope and send it to him?
I guess that's the easiest thing.
Hey, wait a minute. Is this the address?
Yes.
Oh, it's right in my way home. I'll tell you what, Miss Case. I'll drop it off there myself. How's that?
There's house. I come back in one moment.
Mr. Britt. Well, that didn't take you long. Cato, you've still got the letter.
Mr. Britt, please. I see something through the window. You come look.
What's that?
Please, you come with me.
All right.
Look there. You see?
Cato, try the door.
Oh, it's unlocked, Mr. Britt.
Come on. Watch out. Easy now.
What you Mr. Britt.
Oh, it's obvious. All we needed was one look. Where's the phone?
On the table. Oh, what's the matter?
I don't get a dial tone, Cato. That's odd. Oh, I thought so. Cato, this telephone wire's been cut.
Oh, that's very bad.
I'll get to the nearest phone and call the police. You stay here, Cato.
Oh, this is very sad. Too bad for him. Yes. Oh, that's Mr. Britt. Hello? Mr. Britt? Mr. Britt, that's you? Mr. Britt.
Get him.
What? Oh.
Now, get busy.
Cato, you're all right. Come on, you're all right. That's it. Come on now.
Oh, Mr. Britt, what happened?
That's what I want to know. Found you in the hall when we got here. You've got a bump on the top of your head like an egg. Looks like a blackjack. Who was it?
I don't know.
What happened?
Well, I wait in the room, like you say. Then I hear a door close. I think it's you. I call and come out. Mr. Britt, I hear voices. Voices back in the room. Who are they?
They're just the police, Cato. They're checking on the body. Forget it. Now, go on. You came out this door. And then what?
Somebody close by me say, get him. I tried to see who it is, but something hit me on the head. That's all. Oh, that's all except... Where is the letter?
The letter we came here to deliver? Well, you had it.
I have it no more. Letter's gone.
So that's what they wanted.
Hey, Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed.
Yes, what is it, officer?
Hey, what kind of a joke is this?
Joke? Murder's no joke.
Sure, that's what I mean. What was the idea of calling up the police and having all this?
Yeah, what are you going... What are you people doing in my house? What are those cars outside the door?
Who are you?
Who am I? Who am I? I live here. My name is Ernest Kegler. What does this mean? I come home...
Now, just a moment, Mr. Kegler. My name is Reed. I'm publisher of the Daily Sentinel. Tell me, what's a dead man doing in your living room?
What kind of privacy can I put... What's that? A dead man in my living room?
Yes. Murdered.
Murdered? But I...
Now, hold on. Wait a minute. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Mr. Reed, if you're playing a joke, you're carrying it too far.
Joke? What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Take a look in that room. There's no murdered man. There's nobody at all.
That's right, Miss Case. I hadn't noticed myself. When I got back there, Cato was lying in the hall. I didn't go into the living room at all. The police went in.
It's the strangest thing I ever heard of, Mr. Reed.
The body was gone. No trace of it. If it hadn't been for the broken telephone wire, I might have believed it was a dream.
And Cato and you both had the same dream. Well, what are the police going to do? Take you to a psychiatrist?
Oh, not quite. After all, they realized I wouldn't phone about nothing. They've decided that Cato and I walked in on a practical joke.
Someone was just playing dead.
That's it.
And got up and beat it after Cato left the room, I suppose. And what about using a blackjack on Cato? Was that to make the joke more practical?
Well, they haven't figured that one out yet.
Oh, good grief. All this because you delivered a lost letter.
Well, that reminds me. The letter was gone, too. Cato had it, and then we...
Hello, boss. Hi, Casey.
Hello, Laurie.
Well, Laurie?
I feel blank, boss.
You stayed with the police, didn't you?
Sure, and like you said, I hung right on their shoulders while they checked up on this Ernest Kegler guy. The one who owned the house.
Well, that's on the level. It is his house?
He's on the level all the way. His name's Ernest Kegler. He does own the house, and he's even got fingerprint proof of identification.
Fingerprints, Mr. Reed. A criminal record.
That's Casey. Don't jump the gun. This guy works in a war plant. That's how he had fingerprints.
Oh.
Simon Pure, huh?
As the driven snow. I don't know, boss. Maybe you and Cato walked in on a fraternity initiation.
Yeah, it seems so. Now, somehow I was sure that when the police investigated Ernest Kegler, they'd run into something. Laurie, you saw Kegler.
Yeah?
Did he look like the man who bumped into Miss Case on the street?
Well, I don't know. I didn't get a close look that time. I asked Kegler about a letter, and he said, yes, he'd lost one, but it wasn't important.
Well, that looks like the end of what might have been a good story for the Sentinel. I'll see you later, Miss Case.
But, Mr. Reed, you just arrived.
And now I'm leaving. I'll tell you something else. Kegler and the man I saw lying on the floor looked almost like twins. Goodbye.
Holy mackerel. Say, Casey, maybe the boss is crazy.
Mr. Britt, I think about it all day. If it were not for a bump on my head, I would not be sure.
You and I are the only ones who are positive, Cato. And with that letter missing...
Yes?
There's something strange going on, I'm sure of it.
Yes, sir.
Well, we've been wrong before. We may be wrong again. But at least we're going to find out. There's no use sitting around talking about it. Maybe we can use the role of the Green Hornet. Get the mask and the gas gun. We're taking the Black Beauty.
A few seconds later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passage built within the wall of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then dropped into place as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Where we go, Mr. Britt? Same place, Cato. To Kegler's home.
Where is this?
Kegler's house is down at the far end of the block. We can leave the Black Beauty here in the alley. Here's the street. It's good and dark. We won't miss it. Cato. Did you see that?
Yes, sir. Somebody go in Kegler's front door.
It looked like Lowry. I might have known. Lowry's a swell reporter. He always keeps digging.
Yes, but in this case, that's not so good for us, no?
It might turn out all right, Cato. In fact, it might be very helpful. Come on. We'll get into that house quietly. We'll be there when Lowry leaves. We might get something.
No, there isn't anything special I want to see about Mr. Kegler, but I just can't help feeling that the boss did run into something. He's a level-headed guy.
Yes, I understand. I read the Sentinel myself, a good newspaper.
He just stopped off to do you a favor and return that letter.
Huh?
The one you dropped when we bumped, remember?
Oh, yes, but it wasn't important. Please, why don't you forget the whole thing?
Oh, you know us reporters.
Maybe there was somebody here. I don't know. Maybe it was a practical joke. But whatever it was or wasn't, it's over and done with.
Okay. So you've got your letter, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, good night.
Here, I'll show you to the door.
Oh, you don't have to do that.
I go sneaks to the
Go into the door, Cato.
Yes, sir. We learned nothing yet.
Cato, back behind the drapes.
Hello. Kegler talking. A reporter was here. I'm worried. But all right, if you say so. Yes? Yes, I understand. There's nothing to worry about. The what? All right, I'll destroy the letter at once. Goodbye.
Okay, Kegler, hand over that letter.
Good. Look out! He has guns.
house in the suburbs on the other side of the city from Kegler's home, a man named Bolton hung up the phone and crossed to another room.
Who was that on the phone, Bolton?
It was Kegler.
Oh?
Yeah. Reporter from the Sentinel was nosing around again. I told him to forget it. Nothing's going to go wrong.
He's nervous,
Well, you can't blame him. It was pretty close.
Yes. It's a lucky thing that fellow we slugged had the letter. I lifted it right from his hand.
Yeah, I told Kegler to burn it. We read it already.
Say, we've got to do something about, that dead man.
Sure.
Maybe they'll ever...
Oh, shut up, will you? I'm thinking.
Hey. Where now?
I want to double check. I'm going to call Kegler and make sure he burned that letter. It's 5 minutes. He's had plenty of time.
That letter would mean our finish if it got in the wrong hands.
Yeah. Huh. It's funny. No answer. Wonder what happened.
Still no answer?
Yeah, still no answer. How many times is that?
I don't know. 10, maybe.
It's been almost an hour.
Maybe he went out.
Sure he went out. But why? It's almost midnight. He said nothing to me on the phone about going...
Hey.
Yeah, come on. Hello, so you came here.
Yes.
Well, where you been? I've been calling you.
I didn't burn the letter, Bolton. And there's somebody who knows about it.
Now, what's eating you?
Come in here. It's dark out there. Come on in. All right, now let's have it. What happened to the letter, and what do you mean somebody knows about it?
I can tell you, Bolton.
Your mask.
The Green Hornet out. Leave it there. Reach for that gun and I pull this trigger.
Hey, what's this all about? Kegler, you pulling a fast one?
Don't blame him. He shot at me. It's just his tough luck that he missed, that's all. Now, how much is this letter worth, Bolton?
Nothing. Why?
And what happened to the man who was killed in Kegler's house? What about the
Button
man?
your lip, Mannheim.
Don't kid me, Bolton. You've covered up pretty fast, but I've got ways of finding things out. Who was that dead man?
You're off the beam.
Was he somebody who knew your setup? Or maybe this Kegler's a fake. Maybe the dead man was the real Kegler.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
The police might think so.
Don't give me that. You were the Hornet. You wouldn't go to the police.
If I can't get it from you, maybe I can get it from your stooge here. Come on, Kegler. Come on, we'll let Bolton think about it.
Stay here, Kegler.
He's coming with me.
No, he's not. I don't think you can handle him the right way. Me and Mannheim can do that. We'll stick... Now, get that gun.
I don't shoot inside. I can't shoot. You won't get a chance. Now, take it one side, Kegler.
Yes. Mannheim, get him. Get him.
That gun, it didn't make a sound.
Okay, Kegler, come along. And close your mouth. You look like a fish. Hold it. What's back there?
The garage.
All right. You go first. We'll take the driveway.
Hello.
Right here.
I find out...
Just a moment. Kegler.
Yes?
Walk up to the garage. Stand there with your back to us. And remember, you make a perfect target against that white background. So don't try anything. Well, what is it?
Mr. Britt, I look in the garage.
Well?
I look in the back. There's a big, heavy trunk. You were right, Mr. Britt.
It was, huh? Fine. That's all I want to know. Now we'll leave a note for Bolton and Mannheim. And we'll see that Kegler gets back to his home and keeps his mouth shut until tomorrow night.
Mannheim. Mannheim, wake up. Come on, snap out of it. Come on, wake up.
Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Oh, it's you. Is he gone?
Yeah, him and Kegler both. I found this.
It's got the Hornet seal on it.
That's right.
I'll give you one more chance to talk money. Don't try anything till I call. You will be watched.
I guess he means business.
Yes. What about the garage?
Well, we better do like he says, Mannheim. We just sit tight and wait.
Hello? Yes, this is Kegler. No, I'm sorry. I won't be to work today. No, I'm not feeling well. Goodbye. I'm not feeling well at all.
City room, Ed Lowry talking. What's that? What? Yeah, what about Kegler? Huh? Say, who is this? I said, who?
What is it, Lowry?
Some guy said if I wanted a story, I should go see Kegler again.
Again?
Yeah, tonight around midnight. And I don't even know who called.
Hello? Is that you, Bolton? I saw you last night, remember? That's right. Sure, stick around. I'll see you again. Say around 9 or 9:30. And no tricks this time.
I've been watching from the windows. I haven't seen a thing.
He'll be around. He said so.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I get the money for him, but
it's pretty tough.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
I wish we'd taken care of that, in the trunk in the garage.
And have the Hornet find out about that?
Maybe he already knows.
Maybe. I'll tell you one thing we gotta do.
You mean Kegler?
Yeah. He's scared silly. He's already talked to the Hornet. How much we don't know. But he might talk to the police if the pressure gets strong enough. We gotta take care of him.
Kill him, huh?
Yeah, we gotta do it soon. We can't go...
That's the back door. The Hornet?
Yeah, who else? Keep your gun out of sight, man.
Don't worry. I don't take chances with that fella. Well, what are you waiting for? Open the door.
Look at the glass, Mannheim.
It's a shadow.
No. Looks as if he's leaning right against it.
You can't tell. It's that glass that you can't see through.
Yeah, there's something peculiar. Oh, well.
Look out. Bolton, it's the body from the trunk in the garage. Propped up against the door.
Who put it there? How did it...
I did, Bolton.
It's a Hornet.
You know about it.
I want to know a lot more. This man's dressed something like Kegler. He looks like Kegler. Who was he? What was his name?
Forget it, Hornet. This doesn't concern you.
I'm mixed up in something. I want to know all about it. Oh, come on, who was he?
He's Kegler.
Kegler? Oh, I get it. You mean the real Kegler?
Yeah.
Your friend who calls himself Ernest Kegler? Never mind, I can figure it. He took this man's place, didn't he? Took over his home. This man was kept a prisoner in his own house, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's it.
And when that newspaper publisher told the police he found a dead man there, this was the man he saw.
Yeah. That was while we were out of the house getting a car. And when we got back, we slugged the man we found there.
And took the body out fast. What was the reason for all that, Bolton?
Well, I wanted our man to get a job in a war plant. And by using this one's references, he got a good job.
Preparing for sabotage, eh?
Something like that.
But something went wrong, and you had to kill him.
A letter came with a code message. Somehow the real Kegler got hold of it. He got out of the house and was on his way to the police. He saw us trailing him and got scared. He dropped the letter.
We caught up with him a couple of blocks further on and took him back to the house. So that's why the letter was important.
Yeah. Look, Hornet, there's two things we gotta do. We need that letter, and we gotta take care of this body.
It'll cost you money.
Here. There's plenty. Well, I'll give you...
I'll take it all. Thanks. What about your partner?
Kegler?
Okay, we'll call him that for convenience. He's nervous. He might spill everything. Certainly. We got to get rid of him.
Shut up, Mannheim. I was working on that, Hornet. I haven't got any ideas. But...
I have an idea, Bolton. I might as well earn this money. It's a good idea. How about making it look like murder and suicide?
Murder?
Yes, with your friend as the murderer who commits suicide. I'll explain it later.
When?
When we get to Kegler's house, of course. I suppose you take this man over there in your car. And no tricks. I'll be driving right behind you.
We're close now, Mr. Britt.
Yes, they're turning the corner. Now, don't follow them. Turn here in the alley. They'll stop at the house, all right. Now, come on. We'll go into that house the back way and be very careful. Lowry ought to be prowling around nearby.
Lowry, isn't that Kegler's house?
Yeah, Casey. It's too early for me to make my call. It's...
Well, look, there are two men going toward the front door. They're carrying another man.
Hey, that guy's either had one drink too many or... Holy mackerel. Wait here, Casey.
Lowry, where are you going?
I'll be right back. We'll look in a window. Casey.
What is it? What did you see?
Plenty. They're inside now. That man they were carrying was dead. He's on the living room floor. And the Hornet's there, too.
Good grief.
I'll keep watching. You get to a phone and get the cops here as fast as you can.
I don't understand why you brought him back here. I don't see why
Okay, Kegler, I'll clear it up for you. Mannheim, give me your gun. Wipe the prints off first.
Here you are.
Thanks. Kegler, this is the gun Mannheim used to kill that man. And the idea is to use this gun on you, and then leave it in your hand.
No.
Yes. It'll appear that you murdered that man, and now that you've committed suicide.
No. Bolton, don't let him.
Shut up, Kegler. That's the way we want it. It makes us safe, get it? Then the Hornet gives us that letter, we burn it, and... Hey, what's that?
Police cops, they're outside.
Police? Hornet, hurry up, shoot him. Shoot him.
I will, Bolton, but not with your gun, with mine. Take it, Kegler.
Hey, what good's that? It's just gas. He'll wake up and...
Bolton, he'll wake up and talk to the police, and you'll go to jail.
Bolton, we've been fooled. Get him before too late. Shot, I can't breathe.
Hurry, Mr. Britt. Police.
Yes, Cato, out the back way. Remind me to send this money to the USO.
Break the door down.
In here, this room.
Well, I'll be... Are they all dead?
No, just one of them. I saw the whole thing from the window, Sarge. And unless I'm nuts, you'll have a spy story that'll hit the headlines.
That's fine. But what happened to the Green Hornet?
You've just heard the adventure, The Corpse That Wasn't There. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They're copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This program has come to you from the studios of WXYZ in Detroit. This
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure. Obvious clue. The Green Hornet strikes again. The small liquor store was empty of customers when the short but husky man with the turned-up collar and the snap-brim hat entered and casually approached the dealer behind the counter.
You the owner of this joint?
Yes. What can I do for you?
How's your liquor supply holding out?
Well, not so good. But I'm about as well off as anybody else, I guess.
That's where you're wrong, chum. The wise dealers around this burg have plenty of liquor to sell.
Well, if they have, I don't know where they get it.
That's what I'm here for, to tell you where you can get all you want.
Oh. Sounds like black market stuff to me.
So what? You pay a little more for it, but you still can make plenty of dough for yourself.
I'm not interested, so don't waste my time.
Don't be a sap. Just place an order with me, give me a bonus in advance. And when the stuff's delivered, you pay the regular OPA price for it, see?
Sure, I see. But I'm not doing business that way. I'll get out of here and don't come back.
Tough guy, huh?
Listen, you. I'm running my business in a lawful way. I'm not going to change. I'll beat it. And if you come here bothering me again, I'll call the police.
One of those guys. Okay, have it your way. Sure you don't want to change your mind, buddy?
Get out, or I'll turn you in right now.
So long, sap. That guy needs a good lesson. Maybe if he gets it, others will fall in line quicker.
How'd you make out, Shorty?
Not so good. Move over behind the wheel so I can get in.
Looks like you ain't so good at persuading. Big boss ain't gonna like that.
Is that so? Well, maybe I didn't have no luck with that dealer. When I get through, I'll bet I won't have trouble with any others.
What are you gonna do?
You mean, what are we gonna do? I'll soon show you. Start up the car and drive slow past that liquor joint I just came out of.
What's the idea?
You forget I was playing around in some of the rackets back in Prohibition days. I know all the angles when it comes to dealing with bums like that guy.
I still don't get it.
Now, look. Remember the protection racket? When a guy didn't want to pay, he found a way to put him out of business quick. Come on, step on that starter.
Hey, Shorty, you better take it easy. We can't afford
can't
to...
we? Look. Here's what that baby's gonna get. Right in his front window.
Pineapple. Yeah, but that guy saw you. He'll tell
Listen,
the cops.
pal. When this explodes through that window, he won't ever tell anything to anybody, see? Get going.
Oh, forget about him, Shorty. Let's try some other place. That guy's bumped off. Maybe we'll end up in...
Scared. The big boss give us a job to do, and we're going to do it. You and me together, see? Come on, get this car moving. You do the driving, and I'll throw the throwing.
I tell you, I don't like that.
You'll get used to it. Slow down a bit where it comes to the place. Drive close to the curb. I'd open this door and land this right through his window. That did it. Step on it, Dave. Quick.
Axford.
Hey, Sergeant Burke. Anything new in that liquor store case?
Nothing new since it happened yesterday afternoon. Somebody threw a bomb in that window, we know that much. The dealer didn't live to tell about it.
Sure, it reminds me of the old days when the bootleggers were on the rampage.
That it does. The black market's bringing back the same conditions.
Then you think it was a bunch of black market liquor racketeers who did it?
What else is there to think?
The Daily Sentinel sure gave it a write-up. Did you read my story on it?
Axford, I have more to do than be reading newspapers right now.
Did you get any more out of that witness?
Hey, who told you about him?
Well, no, it's nothing to get excited about. I heard one of the boys say a guy in the tailor shop across the street heard the explosion and saw a long black car pull away.
Axford, you didn't mention that in the paper, did you?
Sure, but why? You thought...
suffering catfish.
Well, what's the matter, Sarge?
Matter? Axford, have you lost your senses? If I wanted that in your story, I would have told you about it. We were keeping it quiet to protect the witness. Cassidy, get the squad car and hurry.
Where are you going?
Come along and find out. And let's hope your nose for news hasn't caused somebody a lot of trouble.
I thought you had the witness in custody, sir.
He didn't know anything except what he told us about seeing a long black car, so we let him go back to his shop. It's in the next block, Cassidy.
Okay. Hey, look, Sarge. Down there on the left side of the street, a group of people.
Right in front of that tailor shop. Step on it.
Wonder what's happened.
We'll soon find out, and I hope it ain't what I think it is. Pull over there and stop. Come on. What's going on here?
Hey, who is he? Let the cops through here.
All right. Break it up. Let's get through here.
Holy crow. Who's that lying on the sidewalk?
Just as I thought, Axel. They read that story of yours and got here ahead of us. That guy you're looking at is the tailor, the witness who saw that long black car. He was shot down right at the door of his shop.
A short time later, in his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, the publisher, was talking to Ed Lowry, one of his reporters.
What did you find out, Lowry?
Oh, not much, Chief. I went to several places, but the dealers are all cagey about giving out information. They say they haven't been approached by anyone.
I see. Evidently, that bombing yesterday served its purpose for those racketeers.
Yeah, the dealers are all scared to death. And even if they did know anything, I doubt if they'd open up.
Well, they might be nervous. Seems to be a well-organized gang at work that's resulted in 2 deaths already.
2, Chief?
Yes. Axford phoned in just before you arrived. A tailor who'd witnessed the departure of the killer's car yesterday was shot down in front of his shop a short time ago.
Well, what do you know about that?
They're working under a smart leader, Lowry. There's no telling how far they'll go if they're not stopped soon.
Well, there was one guy over on 5th Street who acted funny to me.
Was that so? In what way?
Well, I asked him if he'd had any visitors trying to sell him black market stuff since that bombing yesterday. He didn't say no. All he said was that he wasn't talking.
Sounds like he had something to hide.
Yeah, it struck me that way, too. I think those guys already got to him, but he's afraid to say so.
It certainly looks that way. Hello? Who? Oh, have him come in, Miss Case. Mr. Johnson, representing the independent liquor dealers, is here to see me.
Oh, well, I'll scram out of here, then.
No, you needn't go. Come right in, Mr. Johnson. I'm Britt Reed.
How do you do, Mr. Reed?
This is one of our reporters, Ed Lowry, Mr. Johnson.
How do you do, Mr. Lowry?
How do you do? Have a seat.
Thank you. I dropped in to see you because I feel, in view of what's taken place, some statements should be made to the press and to the public as to our stand in the matter, since we are not associate members.
Of course. We'll be glad to publish your statement.
We are law-abiding businessmen, and we'll do all we can to resist the attempts of these black market racketeers to intimidate us. But we do need the cooperation of the police. So far, they have done very little.
Well, as I see it, up to now, they've had very little to work on.
It's outrageous that such conditions are allowed to exist. During Prohibition, the federal men were fighting against such racketeers. But this black market situation seems to be a local one the police can't combat.
You dealers can do a lot to help the police by refusing to deal with the racketeers and by giving information when approached by them.
Well, that's easy to say, Mr. Reed. But these deeds of violence tend to frighten us dealers into submission.
Oh, that's true to a certain extent.
Already there have been 2 deaths. The dealer whose shop was bombed and the man who saw the car leaving.
I heard about that last killing from one of my reporters who phoned in from the scene of the crime just a short time ago. The situation is getting quite bad, as you say.
Well, I've been around to see some of the dealers this afternoon. They don't seem very cooperative to me.
Then you got no information at all?
Very little. There was one guy over on Fifth Street who knew something.
Well, at least one is cooperating then, and perhaps there'll be others. I guess there isn't much more to say, Mr. Reed. Oh, yes, there's one thing.
What's that?
According to your paper, that witness, the tailor who was shot down a while ago, mentioned a long black car.
Yes, that's right.
It seems to me that would point to one criminal the police should concentrate on as a leader of these racketeers.
Really? Who?
The Green Hornet.
I see. Yes, he is said to use a car of that description. That's right. I never thought of the Green Hornet.
It may be worthwhile to get the police thinking about him. Well, I must be going. And thank you for seeing me.
Well, not at all, Mr. Johnson. Perhaps your statements will give the police food for thought. And I hope, for the sake of your members, this gang is soon caught.
I sincerely hope so, too. Goodbye, Mr. Reed.
Goodbye.
Mr. Lowry.
Goodbye. The old boy seems plenty worried, Chief.
Yes, Lowry. It's a tough spot for the dealers to be in.
Well, all I can say is that if those dealers are playing along with the Green Hornet, they're really looking for trouble.
That's right. The Hornet's a mean one to mix with in any racket. Time will tell whether he's mixed up in this one or not.
Later that evening, Sergeant Burke was talking to Axford in the press room at police headquarters.
Sure, and you sit here hoping we'll give you all the news so you can get a scoop for that Daily Sentinel while they put out an edition like that, blasting the police force for not catching up with them racketeers.
That isn't the Sentinel that's doing the blasting, Sarge. They just printed a statement from the Independent Liquor Dealers Association. You talk like Reed or somebody told them what to say.
Sure, and I wouldn't put it past Reader Gunnigan to do that. Look for the Green Hornet, it says. Haven't we been looking for that spalpeen for years?
Sure. But there's one way to make him stop printing things like that, Sarge.
I'll be thanking you to tell me how.
Just catch the Green Hornet.
Why, say, for 2 pins, eh?
Hey, Sarge, we just got a call.
What's up, Cassidy?
A liquor dealer down on 5th Street's been snatched.
Them racketeers again. Now they've stooped to kidnapping.
Yeah, some guy wearing a mask herded a couple of customers and a clerk into a back room and made off with the dealer. The clerk ran out in time to see him leaving in a long black car.
Glory be, must be the Green Hornet.
Come on, get the squad car, Cassidy. We'll get down there and find out what's what. That Hornet again.
That guy in the back's been squawking at somebody. Why don't you bump him off like the other two?
He's been squawking, all right. The big boss wants to find out just what he said before he gets what's coming to him. That's why we're taking him to the hideout.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, the boss may have to change his plans a bit if this slug talked too much.
Who'd he squeal to? The cops?
He got me. The boss didn't say. He's phoned and said to get him and bring him in.
Maybe you should have conked that clerk. He ran to the door just as we were leaving.
He can't tell anybody anything. I had this big coat on and wore the mask.
I heard him holler it's a Green Hornet.
Ain't that a laugh? The boss is smart. He played it that way. Now everybody will be hunting the Hornet.
Sure, but what if the Green Hornet comes looking for us? I ain't asking to meet up with that bozo.
You always got the jitters, Dave. That Hornet is just a man like any other guy. You got to find us first, and I guess we could handle him if it comes to that. Step on it. We got to meet the boss. And stop worrying about that mug, the Hornet. We're working for a guy who knows all the answers.
In the meantime, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to his faithful valet Cato, the only person who knew the true identity of the Green Hornet.
Those racketeers certainly have held the headlines for the past 2 days, Cato. There must be some way to stop them, but for the life of me, I can't seem to figure out how it's to be done.
They must leave clues someplace, Mr. Britt.
Yes, I suppose so. Criminals usually leave a clue behind, even though they try hard not to. But sometimes, even the most obvious clues are overlooked.
You find clues police have overlooked, perhaps?
No, Cato, I haven't. I wish I could turn up something that could put them on the right track.
I notice you're plenty worried about the racketeers.
Yes. They're not only a menace to our community, but to the whole country. If they get away with their crimes, other cities will soon be having the same troubles.
Not like you to worry and not do something, Mr. Britt.
You know me like a book, Cato.
I think I will try to do something about it.
Oh, you have a faint idea perhaps where you might find clue?
Yes, come to think of it, I have. I'd like to go over to Fifth Street and have a talk with a certain liquor dealer there.
You go as a Green Hornet?
Yes.
Black Beauty and a gas gun ready whenever you say.
There's no time like the present, Cato. Come on. Perhaps before the night's over, that obvious clue I was speaking of will come to the attention of the Green Hornet, so that we can hunt down those killers before they do any more harm.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The green car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
What do you expect to learn from dealer, Mr. Britt?
Well, Lowry went around to several dealers this afternoon asking questions. But this one on Fifth Street acted as though he knew something, but was afraid to talk.
As Green Hornet, you will frighten information from him?
Well, that's the general idea, Cato. I'm hoping to learn enough from him to get a line on the men behind this black market liquor racket.
Do you know where store is on Fifth Street?
Yeah, we're almost there now. It's in the next block.
Look, Mr. Britt. Cars stopped in the middle of the block.
Yes, and a group of people. Cato, those are police cars. Stop and turn around, quick. They're in front of that dealer's place. We got here too late.
They see us. Must hurry.
Sir! Sir! It's the Hornet's car! There's the dirty kidnapper! He's trying to get away! Into the cars, men! After him!
Step on it, Cato. We've got to lose them.
Must hurry. They're turning around,
Use the smoke screen if you have to. We've got to lose them and do it quickly.
Black Beauty always win, Mr. Britt. We are safe now.
Yeah, for a time, anyway. It was a close shave.
Smoke screen, big help when the police come too close.
Yes, it is. Well, from the few words I could hear back there, it seems somebody took away that dealer I wanted to talk to.
Perhaps others have same idea.
I'm sure of that, Cato. And before the night's over, perhaps we'll be sure of who that somebody is.
Yet you tell me Lowry suspect that man was dealing with racketeers. In that case, why they take him away?
Well, Cato, if somebody knew he'd been talking to Lowry, that person would be interested to find out just how much information that dealer gave out.
Oh, I begin to think you have suspicion of certain person, Mr. Britt.
Well, my suspicions must be verified before I disclose what I think, Cato.
I suspect you are following obvious clue, perhaps.
Yes, Cato, the obvious clue. Let's get back to town as fast as we can, Cato. There's no time to be lost if we hope to prevent further killings.
Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. My search hasn't turned up anything.
You sure no one in the basement?
I made a thorough search. There's no one in the place at all. No clues to the hideout in the office either.
Oh, not good, Mr. Britt. No one answers phone at house. No one here in the store.
That's right. They've got a hideout someplace, and we've got to find it. We've got to catch them together while I have that dealer in custody so as to leave proof for the police.
Just so. Hard to make police believe what you suspect otherwise.
There must be some way to force their hand so we can get to them. Wait. Just thought of a plan that may work. Cato, I want you to get to the nearest drugstore and put in a phone call to the police.
How much longer are we going to sit here in this parked squad car, Sarge? This isn't getting us any place.
If you're tired of sitting, you can get out and walk home, Axford. This is the neighborhood where we lost that Hornet, and I'm hoping he'll be coming back this way.
Calling all cars. Street brawl in front of cafe at 5th and Broad. Repeating, street brawl at 5th and Broad. That is all.
Hey, aren't you going, Sarge?
Somebody else will get it. We're waiting here a little longer.
This is sure a funny way to be hunting down racketeers. Sitting up a side street in a parked car.
Axford, I'm getting tired of your beefing. Once and for all, I'm telling you...
Calling all cars. Proceed to Charles and Gay Streets at once. Proceed to Charles and Gay Streets at once. Green Hornet said to be forcing entry into liquor store.
Darn it!
Shut up. Listen.
Green Hornet said to be forcing entry into liquor store at Charles and Gay. That is all.
Holy smoke, just 5 blocks away. Step on it, Cassidy. Get going and fast.
Police up there in front of the store?
Yes. Probably searching the building from top to bottom.
Why we wait here in the alley, Mr. Britt? And why you have me call police?
We're waiting for a certain party to show up, Cato. I had you call the police because I knew they'd give the alarm over the shortwave radio. And if the racketeers are as smart as I think they are, they'll be tuned in on shortwave to all police calls for their own protection.
But why you think they come here?
If the owner of that store hears that police call, he'll come to the store to make sure things are all right. And he's the man I'm watching for, Cato.
If he come, what then?
Then we'll follow him when he leaves and hope that he leads us to the hideout.
Look, car drive up now.
Yeah. Someone's getting out. Cato, I think our little trick worked. That looks like the man we want.
But how we get to follow with police there?
Yeah, we'll go up the back street and catch his trail in the next block. Yeah, he's getting back in his car. This is it, Cato. Let's get going.
A short time later, in a small office in the back of an old waterfront warehouse, Shorty and Dave were talking.
Hey, Shorty. Suppose the boss runs into trouble with the Hornet.
Don't be a dope. That broadcast you heard was a police call. The cops will be all over the place.
It's funny you should be breaking into the boss's store.
What's so funny about that? He's got his rackets just like we got ours. And one of his is probably hijacking good liquor wherever he can grab it. The cops will scare him off and keep him busy.
Boy, what a surprise those cops would get if they ever come into this warehouse. All the stuff we got out there.
They ain't got no reason for coming here. As far as they know, this is an old broken-down dump on the riverfront. Even the neighborhood's deserted.
Yeah, I wonder what the boss wants us to do with that mug out there. He's been slapped around too much already. Still, he didn't say nothing.
You'll find out when he gets back. You can bet he ain't gonna let him go now. And from now on, the rest of the pickings will be easy.
Yeah, those dealers will really come through now. We ought to clean up in this racket with a smart guy like the boss.
I told you, didn't I?
I was a little shaky at first, I guess.
Now, here comes the boss now. Hi, boss. Everything all right?
Yes. Cops sure have the jitters about that Hornet, boss.
Yeah. And it was a good gag having me act like I was him when I picked up that jerk dealer.
Get him.
Okay, we'll drag him in here. And this time we'll make him talk, or else.
You went into this old warehouse, Cato. There's his car on the side.
Must hurry, Mr. Britt. Police pick up trail again. See, car with flashing red light come on the road.
Drive the Black Beauty around back out of sight and be ready for a quick start.
Yes, Mr. Britt. Be most careful. Men very bad killers.
I'll do all right. Now get going and keep out of sight. I'm going in for a showdown, so the police will have something for all their chasing around.
Come on, you talk. What'd you tell that sneaking reporter this afternoon?
Nothing. Hey, Shorty, maybe he didn't tell nothing after all. All the slapping around you gave him, he should have spilled it by now if he did squeal.
Dry up, Dave. This jerk's just trying to pull a fast one on us, that's all. You still want him to talk, don't you, boss?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. This time I'll knock you right out of that chair if you don't open up. Okay, if that's what you want, here it is.
Hold it, you killer. Hey, a mug wearing a mask.
Green Hornets.
No. We've got to do something.
I'm going.
You don't?
He sucked the boss. He's knocked out.
Oh, yeah? Well, two can play at that game.
Hold it, Mug.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. You got a gun. Okay, Hornet, what's on your mind? Trying to horn in on a good thing when you see it?
Maybe. Hey, Shorty. Boss was going to run out on us. Why don't we string along with this guy?
Yeah, why don't we? What do you say, Hornet?
What's in it for me?
Look, this dump is full of stuff ready to unload. They get them lined up. After we get rid of this punk dealer here, we'll have those liquor dealers lined up.
Yeah, now how about hanging out with us, Hornet? When I hang, I'll hang alone.
Listen, there's several grand in real dough the boss has in a drawer over there ready for a payoff. He'll cut you in on it now.
I have to see it first.
Get it, Dave.
Hurry it up. Here it is. I'll take that.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't get it all?
Hand it to me or I'll let you have it. Sure. Thanks, Lug.
Put it in your pocket, huh? Why, you double-cross and sneak out. Hold him, Shorty. I'll help you.
This'll settle you, punk. Take it.
No. Yes, I get free.
Hey, the cops. Let me out of here. You're not going anyplace, chum. Now you get it.
No, wait. Don't.
Have to get out quick.
Back there, boys. Hurry.
Hey, look at here, Sarge.
3 of them out cold.
There's a guy tied up. Must be that dealer they took away. These are the racketeers, all right.
Great saints. Sarge, this one's the guy who was talking to you a while ago. The one who owned that store, Charles and Gay Street.
Take another look, expert. The guy who owns that store is Mr. Johnson, the civic leader, and he... Glory be. You're right, expert. It's him, all right. The representative of the independent liquor dealers mixing with these killers.
He's the leader of the gang. The Green Hornet came and...
He's fainted, Sarge. He's done in.
Poor chap, he'll be all right. So, this big shot is the leader of those killers, is he?
Sure, and did you hear what that fella said about the Green Hornet being here?
Don't I know that? We trailed him all the way out here. I knew he was in on this black market racket all the time. So you're not telling me a thing, expert.
Well, Sarge, I'm telling you this much. People aren't going to like it when they hear you went and let the Green Hornet get away again.
Well, Cato, I guess it's safe to leave now. They're all inside.
Before we go, Mr. Britt, one question, please.
What is it, Cato?
What was the obvious clue you speak of tonight?
Well, that man Johnson came to my office today representing the independent liquor dealers. He knew about the killing of the tailor, even though Axford had phoned in the story from the scene of the crime just a few minutes before.
Oh, good clue, Mr. Britt.
And also, he was the only person besides myself who heard Lowry tell about the dealer on 5th Street. I remembered that too late to get to him before the racketeers did. By the way, Cato, here's a wad of money you can deliver to the USO tomorrow. Now, let's get away from here.
Hey, Sarge! He's just leaving now! The Green Hornet! His car was right out there and back all the time!
That's the Street, baseball! Black Market Racketeers Club, Green Hornet member of gang! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! That's the Street, baseball!
You have just heard the adventure, Obvious Clue. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. Try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. tonight with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Way of a Woman. The Green Hornet strikes again. Michael Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel and personal bodyguard to Britt Reed, the publisher, was a sound sleeper. On this particular night, when he suddenly awoke with a start, Axford felt that there must be a serious reason behind this rude interruption to his slumbers. There was. The room was filled with smoke.
Holy crow! The joint's on fire. Got to wake Reed and Cato. Ow! Where's that blooming light? Where's me pants? Which way's the door now? Reed! Hey, Reed! Cato!
Axford?
Come on, Reed. Be calm now. Don't get excited. We're most likely trapped. But we'll get out somehow. Get Cato. Get to the fire escape before it's too late. Don't be panicky, Reed, and I'll help you.
Axford. Come on. Smoke seeped into your room from the outer hall.
Fire in an apartment across hall, Mr. Britt.
Call the fire department, Cato. Hurry.
Has been done, Mr. Britt.
Good for you. Come on, we'll go over there and see if anyone's caught in it.
Plenty of smoke come from under door.
Yeah, it's locked. We'll have to force the door. All right, come on, Axford. Lend a hand here. All together.
Yes.
All right, once more. There. I'll go on in.
Oh, hold on, Reed. You can't make it. Glory be, he's gone on in. We gotta save Reed, Cato. Go after him. I'll stay here and tell you how to find the door.
We'll be ready to help this Mr. Britt.
Sure, we shouldn't be standing here doing nothing with him risking his life. And don't you know if anything happens to Reed, we'll both be out of a job? Reed! Hey, Reed! Reed, answer me!
Help me, Axford. Help me. I found someone in there.
Great saints. He's carrying out a woman. Hey, me pants! Glory be, I forgot me pants!
I help, Mr. Britt. Put her here, perhaps?
Yeah. Oh, I thought I wouldn't make it.
Here come the fireman now.
Hey, who's standing to one side? You boys will extinguish it. Come on, let's in there. All right. Go to that apartment?
No, Chief, we're from across the hall. This woman's the tenant there. At least I just brought her out of there.
Been too soon from the looks of it. What are you going to do with her?
Well, she's unconscious now, probably overcome by the smoke. We can take her into our apartment for the time being.
Okay, the rescue squad will be here in a minute. They can work on her, and then we'll take her to the hospital. Hurry, you men. Come over that hole.
All right, Cato. We'll take her into our place. Come on. Let's hope her condition isn't serious.
More coffee, Mr. Britt?
No, thanks, Cato. How about you, Axford?
Sure. Give me another cup to settle me nerves.
Well, Axford, I guess you've had enough excitement for one night.
Oh, that I have, Reed. Sure, that dame was lucky we happened to be around tonight.
Yes, I'm glad she came around all right. Fortunately, she didn't get too much of the smoke. They took her to the hospital just as a precaution.
Also, fortunate fire confined to one apartment, or we'd be without residence.
Yeah, that's right. Them firemen sure know their job, all right. That woman will probably want to see us when she finds out we rescued her, Reed.
Well, she seemed more concerned about saving a handkerchief from under her pillow than she was about herself. Wouldn't let me bring her out until I got it.
Now, isn't that the way of a woman? Thinking of a thing like a handkerchief with fire blazing all around.
Come to think of it, she didn't get that handkerchief after all. I put it in my robe pocket. I guess I still have it. Yeah, here it is.
Imagine wanting to worry about a lacy little thing like that.
Oh, it have much fine crochet work around it. Not much material in center.
Yeah? Is that what it is? Look at all them funny little knobs. Like a bunch of knots they are.
I suppose they're tiny rosettes or something. There doesn't seem to be any plan or design to the way they're put in. 3 here, 2 there, a few more further on.
Sure, and using a thing like that would rub the skin off of your nose, I'm thinking.
Well, the women carry handkerchiefs like that more for show than anything else.
By the way, when you were all in there with that woman, I phoned in a story to the Sentinel about the fire.
Well, there really wasn't much of a story to it. I hope you didn't lay it on too thick, Axford.
No, you know me, Reed.
Yes, I'm afraid I do. Well, we'd better get back to bed and get some sleep. In the morning, I'll send this handkerchief over to the woman at the hospital just in case she's still worried about it. As you say, Axford, it's the way of a woman.
Here I am, Reed. Casey says you want to see me.
Where on earth have you been, Axford?
Sure, and I went over to the hospital with the handkerchief, and then I went to cops' headquarters.
Oh, so you delivered the handkerchief, huh?
Well, to tell the truth, I didn't, Reed.
Why not?
Well, the woman wasn't there. She left before I got there.
I see. Did you ask for the name the apartment house manager gave us? Ruth Martell?
That I did. But they said Miss Martell was discharged as being okay. They didn't know where she went from there. I went back to the apartment house, but she hadn't come back there.
It's not. The apartment's pretty well gutted by the fire. She probably went to a hotel. Well, give me the handkerchief. This is important, I guess.
Here it is.
Thanks. I'll just keep it until I hear from her.
Sure. But how will she know you might be the one
Axford, I ought to beat you up for that story you phoned in last night. Everybody knows I was connected with that fire.
Sure, and I'm in it too, Reed. It isn't anything to be ashamed of, to my way of thinking.
Oh, sometimes, Axford, I wonder who's supposed to be bodyguard to whom, where you and I are concerned.
Say now, you're not telling me that you don't. That is... Well, your father said I was to take care of you.
Skip it. Doctors say comedy relief is good for tired nerves.
I don't get it. But if I'm not fired, then I better get down to see Gunnigan. I have a couple of items to take up with him.
Go ahead, then. And sometime this afternoon, I wish you'd call some of the hotels and see if you can locate Ruth Martell. I'm curious to find out if she's still anxious to have this handkerchief.
In an apartment in another section of the city, a man was talking to the woman known as Ruth Martell.
Well, Fraulein Lichtner, it's good that our arrangements are about complete. Otherwise, that careless fire at your apartment could have interfered.
Oh, I could not help it, Herr Werner. Is it not enough that I almost lost my life?
Your life is of no concern, only so far as it can serve our Fuhrer.
I consider my services to be of as much importance as yours to our party.
Let's not quibble about it. The handkerchief. A description of her has already been sent. Wherever she may land, they will know and get that handkerchief from her somehow.
But I do not have it.
Do not have it?
No, Herr Werner. It was saved from the fire, but it is in the possession of that man who carried me out of the apartment.
Better that you should be so stupid after all our planning.
He does not know that it is more than an ordinary handkerchief. I will go there and ask him for it. It is a simple way to get it back.
Simple way to get it back. Ha! You become more stupid each day, Fraulein. I read the story in the paper. They're smart newspapermen. To make such a fuss about a handkerchief might arouse their suspicions. And not only that.
What more, Herr Werner?
You told me a while ago those men did not hear you talk. These Americans are suspicious of people with German accents. Then, too, since they are newspapermen, they might want your picture to publish with another foolish story.
Oh, it would not do at all.
No, it would not do. Someone somewhere might see that picture and recognize you as Ruth Lichtner, Nazi agent. You cannot trust many who've worked with us in the past, as you know. Was the handkerchief completed?
Yes, I finished last night. The message and code is in the border. In the center is drawn a coastal plan in invisible ink.
Perhaps if there was some other way to copy the original plans, we wouldn't need the handkerchief.
Well, I burnt the original papers, Herr Werner, in the fireplace. That is how the fire started.
Burned them?
Yes, I thought it safer since I had finished the handkerchief. I lay across the bed while they were burning and fell asleep. The backdraft perhaps blew part of it on the rug and started the fire.
Then there's only one thing to do.
What can we do?
I shall have to find some way tonight to search that apartment across from the one you occupied. I must find that handkerchief regardless of the risks.
Still up those letters, Miss Case?
I'm just finishing the last one. There.
I'll sign them in the morning. Just leave them on my desk.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Well, what's that you have there? A new scrapbook?
That? No, that's not a big scrapbook. It's a book my sorority's giving to the Home for the Blind. A book written in Braille for their library.
Oh, I see. I used to have a fair knowledge of the Braille code. Let's see if I remember any of it.
Well, it's all Greek to me.
Well, you see, each letter is represented by raised dots on the surface of the paper. They're arranged in a given way in the 6 positions provided for in the Braille cell, as they call it.
There isn't much you don't know, it seems to me.
I wouldn't say that. Let's see now. Try this line. There is a power whose care teaches thy way through the pathless coast.
That's part of the poem to a waterfowl. They told me this was a book of poetry. You certainly proved it, Mr. Reed.
Well, at least I still remember a little of my braille. I've got to run along.
Be sure to sign these letters as soon as you get in tomorrow.
I will. Good night.
Later that evening, Britt Reed was sitting in deep thought when Cato, his faithful valet, entered the living room.
Something bother you, Mr. Britt?
I was thinking of last night, Cato. Strange we haven't heard anything more from that woman.
She not get the handkerchief yet?
No. Perhaps it means nothing to her after all. I have it right here. Not much to it at that.
No doubt events of last night's drive thought of it from her mind.
Yet she was so insistent that she get it.
Perhaps to repeat what Axford said, it was just the way of woman during exciting moment.
See? Yeah.
Why you run handkerchief through your fingers and move your lips like that, Mr. Britt?
What? Was I doing that? Cato, I was.
Perhaps a glass of
No,
water.
Cato. I mean, I was subconsciously saying words as I moved this through my fingers.
But I don't understand. Well, what is it?
In the border of this handkerchief was little knots. It's like reading Braille.
The written language of the blind?
Yes.
Perhaps if you try again.
All right, let's see now. Seek. Yeah, looks like it should be the first word.
Go on, Mr. Britt.
Seek. And when the light is dark. That doesn't make sense, Cato.
Is that all there is?
No. See, no. I said seek and when the light is dark. The next words are you shall find. That's all that seems to be on here, but it was put there for a purpose, I'm sure of that.
Seek, and when the light is dark, you shall find. Well, maybe the sentence really means something else, Mr. Britt.
Maybe it does, but so far it doesn't make much sense. Cato, this interests me. I'm going across the hall and have a look around in that apartment. Come along. Maybe we'll run onto something that'll lead us to the answer of this riddle. After all, that woman had a motive for wanting that handkerchief.
Everything pretty well burned, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Well, look here, Cato. The fireplace.
Burned paper?
No. 3 pieces that are burned through, but still each piece is intact. Cato, find something to get those pieces up without crumbling them and take them back to the laboratory. See if we can find out what was on the full sheet from those pieces.
That not be difficult, Mr. Britt, if we get the pieces back as they are. Cover from that torn book there on the floor will do as a shovel.
Yeah, that'll do. And I hope we'll discover something on that paper to help clear up this little mystery.
Oh, something there, all right.
Good work, Cato.
Now it's much clearer. Look.
It's a drawing. A plan. Cato, that's a plan of our coastal defenses in this area.
Then woman in fire last night must be spy.
Cato, that handkerchief and that message. Now I know what it means. And when the light is dark, you get it?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Britt. Dark light. The ultraviolet ray.
That's it, Cato. If we treat that handkerchief to ultraviolet ray, I'm sure this plan will be visible on the material in the center.
You have a handkerchief with you now?
No, it's on the arm of the chair in the living room where I was sitting a while ago. I'll go get it, and we'll give it the ultraviolet ray test. I suppose Cato locked that door into the living room in case Axford should come in and get curious as to where we were. It wouldn't do for him to find out about the secret laboratory. Cato never forgets. Oh, Axford must have come in. Axford! Axford! Slamming doors again. Going into the kitchen to raid the refrigerator. Oh, so much the better. I'll get the handkerchief. It isn't here. And that coffee table's knocked over. I wonder if Axford could have done...
Hey, hello, Reed. Hey, what's going on? Did you run into the coffee table or something?
You, Axford. Then you didn't just go into the kitchen?
Of course I didn't. Say, Reed, what's wrong with you? Didn't you see me just walk in the front door?
Come on. And the kitchen door into the hall is open.
Say, who's chasing who around here? Are you and Cato playing tag or something, Reed?
As for this is no joke. Somebody was in our apartment a moment ago who didn't belong here. Whoever it was heard me opening the bedroom door and ran out this way.
Glory be. We better go see if they stole anything, Reed. Sure, and I'd get more news for the Sentinel if I stayed right here at home.
I hear excitement. Something happened, Mr. Britt?
Reed says somebody ran out of the apartment through the kitchen here. Are you sure there isn't anything missing, Reed?
Well, it doesn't seem to be. Oh, yes, I did notice one thing missing.
What's that?
I remember leaving that woman's handkerchief in the living room. It's, not there now.
The handkerchief, Mr. Britt?
Oh, yes, Cato. You remember the one we looked at last night?
Oh, yes.
Oh, saints be praised. Now, why should anyone want to steal that wisp of a thing, Reed?
Your guess is as good as mine, Axford.
Sure, now, this doesn't make sense. If we called the cops and told them someone broke into Britt Reed's apartment and made off with a woman's handkerchief, we'd be the laughing stock of the force.
Yes, Axford, and as long as there's nothing of value missing, there's no need for the police.
Glory be, this place is getting to be like the lobby of a hotel with all that goes on. I'm going to grab a bite to eat and then go down and see if Sergeant Burke has any news.
Okay, Axford. Come on, Cato. We'll go into the living room.
Handkerchief. Very important loss right now, Mr. Britt.
Yes, Cato. But I didn't want Axford to know we thought so. If we managed to catch up with that woman and whoever's working with her, it would complicate things for me if Axford connected me with it in any way.
Yes. Best to let him think you not know anything. Now that we know woman is spy, what we do?
Well, after Axford leaves, we're going back to the apartment across the hall. Maybe we can turn up a clue to her whereabouts. After that?
After that? Green Hornet go out, perhaps?
Yes, if we find such a clue, Cato. Then the Green Hornet will have a job to do tonight. Find anything, Cato?
Nothing here but ashes, Mr. Britt.
What's this? Looks like the metal framework of a handbag. Let's see, here on the floor. Melted lipstick, paper ashes.
You find something?
Oh, a blackened key with a charred tab hanging on it. A hotel key, I guess.
Anything to be seen on the tab?
No, it's pretty well charred. Whatever name was imprinted on it can't be made out now.
Perhaps in laboratory I can bring out part of imprint with acid, Mr. Britt.
Maybe so, Cato. We'll try it anyway. Seems to be our only chance. Come on.
Not much show up on tab. Look like few letters showing up, though.
Yeah, guess that's about the best can be done with it. Let's look at it with a magnifying glass.
Yes, I get glass from cabinet. Perhaps this bring out faint lines better.
It does bring out a few letters. We can make out the word hotel. Then there's C-H-A-R. That's all that's visible.
Not tell much, Mr. Britt.
Bring me a phone book, Cato.
Yes, have one here on top of cabinet.
Oh, here's a listing of hotels. Let's see now. C-H-A-R. There's Hotel Sherwood. There's another, Hotel Charleston. Just two to think about, Cato.
Yes, but let's hope key is from hotel in this city.
We'll take that chance, Cato. The Sherwood is an apartment hotel on the other side of the city, and the Charleston's a small place down near the station.
We're going to visit both hotels, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato. We'll take the Sherwood first. It's a slim chance, but the Green Hornet's used to working on slim chances. Come on, we'll pick up the mask and the gas gun and take the Black Beauty. If our luck holds out, that woman and her friends will have a big surprise tonight.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
Sure as I was saying, Sarge, I always had a feeling I should have been a fire chief. I'm right at home in the midst of a fire. Like last night, for instance. There was everybody rushing around excited like...
Sure. You've sat in headquarters here all afternoon telling the boys what you did. But I'm betting what you really did was... Police headquarters, Sergeant Burke speaking. What's that? The Green Hornet? Where? But who... Hey, wait a minute. Hello? Oh, he hung up.
What's that about the Green Hornet, Sarge?
Come on and find out. A lug just called and said the Hornet is meeting with spies at the Sharwood Apartment Hotel. Get the squad car, Cassidy.
I called police from the drugstore. Good. We're lucky we came to the right hotel first. Since I recognized that woman when I looked through the window from the fire escape, we're sure of ourselves, Cato.
You going back there now?
No, this is it. You stay back here in the Black Beauty. The police aren't likely to come back in this alley.
I'll be careful not to be seen, Mr. Britt.
I know I can count on you. Now get in. I'm going in and face those rats, so the police will really have something to come out here for.
Why is it necessary to go to all that trouble, Fraulein Lichtner?
This handkerchief is to be given as a gift. Therefore, it is better that I put it in a little box and wrap it up.
Ach, you women. It would be so simple just to hand the handkerchief to the French girl as it is.
It seems more like a gift when it is wrapped, Herr Werner.
Have it your way, then. We are most fortunate to have recovered it. And lucky for you, too, Fraulein.
I do not have to stand for your threats, Werner.
Your usefulness to the Nazi Party is almost at an end. You're already known to too many in this country as an agent of the Reich.
So? But you, the great Gestapo mastermind, you think you are too smart for these Americans. But someday, Herr Werner...
Someday you might let slip a hint, perhaps, is that it?
I didn't say that. You know better. I am loyal to the Führer. No. This handkerchief will be delivered as planned.
After that, perhaps you and I will have something to settle between us, eh, Fraulein?
Settle it now, Nazis, and I'll be the referee.
Himmel, the masked man with a gun.
That is the American criminal, the notorious Green Hornet.
So, the Green Hornet. How interesting. For a moment, I was startled.
He is dangerous, Werner. Be careful.
From what I overheard, it seems Werner is always careful.
So, you overheard our little conversation, huh?
Yes, very interesting, too. Prove to me what you really are, a couple of Nazi spies.
Why did you come here? You're a known criminal, a helper of spies, so I've heard.
Right. Maybe I can help you with your plan.
Do not trust him, Werner.
I've learned not to trust anybody, Fraulein. But this Hornet knows too much about us to be against us.
I'm interested in that handkerchief I heard you speak of.
That is just a gift for a friend of the Fraulein's who's going away. Now, what really brought you here?
Suppose I tell you I have a paper with certain plans of coastal defenses I picked up in the woman's burned apartment.
Oh, then he must know those plans are
Keep quiet, Fraulein.
So, that handkerchief is important after all. I'll take it.
No, Werner, do something.
Don't try anything, Mark.
Wait. Perhaps money will talk better to this Hornet.
Maybe. How much?
For the handkerchief and the paper you say you have, I will give you, say, $5,000.
Too cheap.
But that is all I have here.
Get it, then.
Here, in my wallet. There.
Thanks, Nazi.
Now, the box with the handkerchief and the paper.
Oh, I've changed my mind. Maybe the French girl you mentioned will buy them from me.
But she knows nothing. She is not one of us.
I'm glad to hear it. Then I'll find somebody else.
No, you don't, you swine.
Shoot, Werner.
Pull a gun on me here. Miss me, you lug. Now it's my turn.
Look out, Werner. He's gone.
Take it, you Hitler stooge.
Yes. Yeah, stay away from me. Don't you touch me.
Sorry, lady, but you're next. This won't hurt you. Taste it.
You kissed me.
Being a woman, I'll let you fall easy. There. I'll have to print a little note to pin onto this box. They haven't got the window covered. There. That does it. Well, so long, Ratsies. The Red Cross will get the $5,000 you gave me.
Well, will you look here? A man and woman both out cold.
Hey, that dame's the same one who was in that fire last night.
Guy has a gun in his hand, too.
Here's a small box with a note stuck to it.
Give me that, Ashford.
What's it say, Sarge?
These are Nazi spies. Give this box to the FBI. Tell them to use ultraviolet ray on its contents.
Come on, open it up, Sarge, and see what's in it.
Nothing doing. This is the property of the FBI. Didn't you hear what the note said?
Well, who signed it?
It's printed and it ain't signed it. Glory be. Where is it? Look there.
The seal of the Green Hornet.
Hey, look. There's a Nazi code book or something.
Yeah, there's plenty to show they're Nazis, all right. And that Hornet was with them. They must have had a falling out, so we double-crossed them. Get them to headquarters, boys.
Okay,
Say,
sir.
no, isn't Reed going to be surprised when I tell him the woman he helped me drag out of the fire last night was a Nazi spy? And come to think of it, maybe the Hornet started that fire.
Too bad you didn't wake up in time to catch him at it, Ashford. If you could move fast enough.
Sarge, if I ever get within 100 yards of that spalpeen again, I might surprise you with what I do.
There's your chance, Ashford. Start sprinting. It's the Green Hornet getting away.
Holy crow, the Green Hornet. And me too on out helping you round up these spies to make a move. Why, the worst criminal in America gets away.
You've just heard the adventure, The Way of a Woman. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Lowry's Big Moment. The Green Hornet strikes again. Ed Lowry, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, turned the corner and walked toward the First National Bank. The night before, he'd had a date. In fact, he'd had several dates that week, and he'd about decided that he'd found the big moment in his life. She was sweet, she was beautiful, she was blonde. At the party a week before, she had asked to meet him. Proof enough that she liked him, too. That's why his thoughts were still in the clouds when things began to happen.
Boy, oh boy, I never thought any dame would get a tumble from me. But I guess this is really it. Maybe if we keep on liking each other for a while and I can talk the chief into a raise, well, who knows?
Maybe we'll have.
The bank holder! Look out for the guy!
What the... Holy smoke, they held up the First National!
All right, now go on about your business, everybody. Excitement's all over. Now, young lady, tell us how come you so conveniently tripped up the guard when he was chasing after them bank robbers.
Really, officer, I couldn't help it. You must believe me. I was just leaving a savings account window when it all started. I got confused and started to run. That's when I bumped into the guard.
Maybe she's telling the truth, Sergeant Burke.
Keep out of this, expert. I'm asking the questions. Seems funny to me them guys were so sure of themselves with the guard in here and all. What's your name?
Estelle Ritter. I live at the Grafton Apartments.
Maybe you better come along to headquarters. There's more questions we'll be on to ask.
Oh, please, officer, I'm telling the truth. I came in here and then I was to meet my boyfriend for lunch.
Where's this boyfriend of yours? I'd like to get a look at him. Maybe he's one of the gang, too.
I don't know. He should be here. He was to meet me at 12. Please, Oh, here he is now.
Gee, Estelle, I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I went to phone into the Sentinel about the holdup. Hi, Sarge.
Lowry. Well, I'll be jiggered.
Say, what is this?
These men think I was in with that hold-up gang. They want to take me to jail.
You know this girl, Lowry?
That's a dumb question, Sarge. Didn't you hear me just talking to her? Sure, I know her. Have a date to take her to lunch.
So you're the boyfriend she was talking about, huh?
Sure. What about it?
Oh, holding out on us, huh, Lowry?
Scram, Axford. Sarge, whatever gave you the idea to bother Estelle, forget it. She's okay.
Well, now, miss, we can't be too careful in things like this. I'm sorry if I upset you. As long as Lowry says you're okay, then you're all right with me.
Don't apologize, Sergeant. It's all right. You were only doing your duty.
There you are, Sarge. Does she sound like a dame that would go around holding up banks?
Just forget the whole thing, Lowry. Come on, boys.
So long, Lowry. I can't wait to tell the bunch about you having a girlfriend. And a damn good looker at that.
Why didn't you introduce me to your friend, Ed?
Because if he was thinner, better looking, and not so dumb, he'd be a wolf. Now, let's go eat before I get all worked up over that bunch of lame brains scaring the daylights out of my little Estelle.
Hello, Katie.
Oh, hello, Axford. Say, have you seen Lowry?
Have I seen Lowry? I say I have. And looking like a lovesick kitten that he is.
What's the matter? Is he sick?
Casey, when a man stands mooning over pretty blonde like I saw Lowry do today, he's more than sick. He's crazy.
I've seen a time when you did a little mooning yourself, Axford. For instance,
now,
you remember that.
Just forget about the whole thing, Casey. You asked me if I saw Lowry, and I said I did. Just let it go at that.
Well, that stopped you anyway.
Casey, the trouble with you is you don't understand men at all. You're always thinking...
What I'm always thinking about some men I know can't be repeated.
There you go, insinuating again. I'm going in and talk to Reed and leave you to your thinking. Women, phooey.
What's that about women, Axford?
Reed, sometimes Case makes me exasperated at all women with her dumb remarks.
Oh, calm down, Axford. Forget about Miss Kate. Gunnigan's been asking for Lowry. Has he come in yet?
Not yet. I saw him right after he phoned in the story on that bank holdup. He had a date with a blonde for lunch.
Where's did Lowry beat you to it this time?
Sure, he was right on the spot, waiting right outside the bank for that blonde to come out.
Who is this blonde you're talking about?
A girl named Estelle something or other. Pretty little trick she is, too. Seems she and Lowry's been running around together from what I heard them say.
Haven't heard Lowry mention her.
He's a close-mouthed somebody when he wants to be.
Well, Lowry's personal life is none of our business, as long as it doesn't interfere with his work.
Sure, and Lowry was burned up at Sergeant Burke today.
What for?
Well, you see, his girl, the blonde, was in the bank when it was held up. She got scared, started to run out, and accidentally tripped up the guard who was chasing the lugs who did the job.
Looked as though she were right in the middle of things, then.
She was that. Sergeant Burke was all for taking her to headquarters, thinking she did it on purpose. When Lowry comes busting in... It was a break for the blonde, all right.
And Burke let her go on Lowry's say-so, is that it?
Sure. Why not? She said she had a boyfriend waiting outside, and he turned out to be Lowry. Well, Sarge knew he wasn't associating with gangster dames.
Anyway, she wasn't the type to be pulling anything like that.
She must be some girl to turn the heads of two of my hard-boiled reporters.
Well, she don't mean anything to me. She's Lowry's girl.
It was fortunate for the girl that Lowry was waiting for, that he's known to the police. Otherwise, she might have had a time explaining her way out of that mix-up at the bank.
You're right about that, Reed. If Lowry hadn't have been there, Sergeant Burke would have taken her in. And a fine mess she'd have been in then, with them thinking she was with them thieves.
Has Lowry known the girl long?
Well, you know as much as I do about that. Well, why? What difference does that make?
I just wondered, that's all. How much did they get away with, Axford, do you know?
Sure. I hung around and got all the details. I phoned into the rewrite desk a while ago. It was a little over $30,000 in cash.
$30,000, huh? Quite a haul. Well worth planning to get.
What do you mean, planning to get?
Evidently their plans were well made. They got away with it, didn't they?
Sure. But they wouldn't have if that girl hadn't tripped up the guard. He was just getting a bead on the guy with the bag the dough was put into.
I see. That was a break for them, then.
Ah, indeed it was. Otherwise, they'd never have made it. Then, I'm going down to see Burke. Maybe they got a lead at headquarters on them guys by now.
All right. Tell Miss Case to send Lowry in when he gets here. I want to have a little talk with him. I'd like to find out how serious this girl's situation is, for more reasons than one.
Later that afternoon, Estelle arrived at a small shack located in a deserted brickyard a few miles beyond the edge of the city.
Couldn't you find any other place to hide out? Just look at my slippers and stockings. This place is thick with that red brick dust. Even the floor is covered.
Never mind the brick dust, babyface. It's about time you got here. Where you been all this time?
Yeah, we was getting worried about you, Stell.
Couldn't get rid of the boyfriend. Believe me, he certainly came in handy. If it hadn't been for him, I would have been picked up for certain.
Okay, the dumb cluck came in handy. I admit you got brains for figuring out that angle of the game. But you ain't seen him anymore.
Fred's been jealous ever since you met that lug last week. Guess he's afraid you might fall for the dough.
Shut your mouth, Duke. Stell's one skirt, no other guy's going to take her around but me. So get that straight, both of you. Lowry served his purpose, so now Estelle can ditch him, and quick.
Oh, calm down, Fred. Don't be so jumpy.
No, Freddie, don't be like that. You talk as though you don't trust your little Estelle.
Well, okay. But I ain't trusting that lug too far with you, baby.
You needn't worry about Ed Laurie. I've got him eating out of my hand. Of course, he is cute in a way, but...
Say, listen, you. If I thought for 1 minute that you were falling for that sap, I'd fix...
Let's forget it. Well, Freddie, how long do you intend to hide out here?
Till late tonight. You go back to your place and get your things, then come back here. Take the car and scram to a safer burg. Now get them farewells said to that make-believe boyfriend early tonight. And I don't mean maybe.
In the meantime, Lowry was talking to Britt Reed in his office at the Daily Sentinel building.
And, well, that's how it is, Chief. I didn't mean to speak to you about it just yet, but since Axford had to come in and shoot off his big mouth...
I'll take it easy, Lowry. Axford couldn't help but mention the girl when he gave me the details of the holdup. You and Axford are good friends. Don't let a little thing like that come between you.
But, Chief, as I was telling you,
Yes, of course. You think you've fallen for this girl. Maybe you have. We won't question that. By the way, how long have you known this Miss Ritter?
A whole week, Chief. Met her at a party.
You can't stretch time, Lowry. To me, that would be only a week, which is a very short time. As I see it, you know very little about her.
She's a sweet kid, Chief.
And no doubt pretty.
Beautiful's more like it.
Strange what a pretty face can do to a sane mind at times.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, I was just thinking out loud. Tell me, remember, this is just supposition. Suppose that girl had turned out to be in with those crooks.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. I can't let even you say that Estelle might...
Calm down, Lowry. I told you I was only supposing. Was wondering what you'd do, that's all. How you would have reacted in a case like that.
Well, if she'd really been in with him, she'd have to take the rap for it. I guess I'd get over it. After all, a crook's a crook no matter how you look at it.
I'm glad you look at it that way, Lowry. Well, I'm going on home. I hope for your sake Estelle Ritter is all that she seems to be. And if she really proves to be the big moment in your life, as you call it, Then I'll be the first to congratulate you. And let's hope you're not disillusioned.
Yeah, you want anything else, Estelle?
No, thanks, Ed.
Oh, say, I've been meaning to ask you. What made you late tonight? Said you'd be here at 8 o'clock, and then you didn't get here until 9.
I had a lot of things to do before I left the apartment.
Well, when'd you leave it?
Oh, about 20 minutes ago, I guess.
Well, that's funny. I phoned late this afternoon and again early tonight, but I didn't get any answer.
You probably got the wrong number, Ed.
Might get the wrong number once, but not 2 or 3 times.
Ed, Laura, you sitting there telling me that I'm not truthful? If that's the way you feel about me, I'll leave right now.
Oh, no, wait. Now, don't leave. Oh, I didn't say that. I believe you, Estelle. Honest. Just a little worried, that's all.
Well, if you say you're sorry.
Sure, I'm sorry. See, I didn't think you'd walk out on me so easy.
I don't like to be doubted, that's all.
Well, forget it, Estelle. I said I believe you.
Well, all right, I'll stay for a little while. I really met you tonight because I have something to tell you, Ed.
What?
I'm going away tonight for a short time.
Going away? Say, that's all rather sudden, isn't it?
Not exactly. I've been expecting to go to visit my aunt. I planned it before I met you.
Where's she live?
In Riverton. What difference does it make? I'll be back in a few days.
Well, look. I'll go back to the Grafton with you and get your suitcase, and then I'll take you to the station.
No, Ed. I don't want you to do that. We'll say goodbye here.
Say, this sounds like a brush-off to me.
Don't be silly. I'll be back, and then I'll phone you.
I still don't like it. Say, maybe you're not on the level after all.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm not as dumb as you think I am. Maybe I have let you play me for a fool, but now I'm beginning to think that...
trouble still?
Hey, who's this mug? What are you butting in for?
Duke, you shouldn't have come here.
So you know this gorilla, do you? Well, that's something else I don't like.
Shut up, Newshound. You got a get in this pocket, see? They've been listening to what you've been spotting off, and I gather you're doing too much thinking for your own good.
Hey, what goes here?
You're gone, Luggy. Get up and walk out natural like. I'll be right beside you. Come on, Stell. We'll pick up your stuff and then take this guy out to see Fred. It'll be a pleasure to see what happens when they meet. Get moving, Sep.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. But at this time, we bring to our listeners a very vital message from the Office of War Information. Pressure for higher wages and higher prices has now reached such a dangerous point that all of our government's present barriers against inflation are greatly endangered. More than 20 million people in the United States depend on relatively fixed incomes. The wives and families of servicemen, white-collar and government workers, and those living on pensions, interest, insurance, and charity. Should pressure groups succeed in raising their wages and in raising prices, all of those with fixed incomes will have to pay a great deal more for the necessities of life. Also, the cost of war materials will increase to such an extent that you, as a taxpayer, will bear the brunt of it out of your already shrunken income. We've all read of the results of inflation in other countries, where the price of a single egg or of a pound of butter or of a loaf of bread came to a fabulous figure in dollars and cents. And it can happen here. Before it's too late, every American should consider the disastrous consequences of disorderly price rises to himself as well as to his country and its future. Unless every farmer, worker, and businessman alike supports wage price stabilization, the battle to hold prices down cannot be won. It's up to you, fellow Americans, to face the facts today so that the facts of tomorrow will not be disastrous to our country. And now back to our story. Later that evening, Britt Reed was talking to Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
I still can't get it out of my mind that girl Lowry's running around with is not what she's made out to be.
You not tell me very much about her, Mr. Britt.
Well, I did tell you. Lowry described her as his big moment. Raved about her beauty and sweetness.
Sweetness often cloak for evil heart, and beauty only skin deep, it is said.
Too true, Cato. Lowry's known this Estelle Ritter only about a week. He believes in that love at first sight sort of thing.
You believe Lowry really in love with girl?
Thinks he is.
What do you think wrong with Miss Ritter, Mr. Britt?
Well, I'm suspicious of the peculiar circumstances surrounding this affair, Cato. She made it a point to meet Lowry in the first place. And then she asked him to meet her at the First National Bank at noon today.
Bank was robbed at noon.
Yes. And that girl was the person who tripped up the guard. Lowry's presence prevented the police from taking her to headquarters for questioning. She said it was accidental.
Perhaps if police had questioned the girl, she would have broken down on her story.
Well, if she were one of those thugs, she'd know that she'd be released when the police saw Lowry there with her. And that could have been planned, to my way of thinking.
Oh, you think perhaps girl knew Lowry was known to police, so she planned to make friends with him and later have him there at the bank for just such purpose.
All that is possible. The only way to find out would be for someone to break down the girl's story.
Not possible for Britt Reed, publisher, to talk to girl.
Well, that would never do. Lowry'd never forgive me for butting into his affairs.
But perhaps if Green Hornet should see girl, she'd be frightened into telling the truth.
Yes. Yes, that could be done, Cato. Because of Lowry's avowed feelings for the girl, I couldn't tell the police of my suspicions. But the Green Hornet could find out if she's what Lowry says she is. Or as the Green Hornet, I might get a lead on the men who actually staged the holdup.
No time like present. Black Beauty already.
All right, Cato, we'll follow your suggestion. Tonight, Miss Estelle Ritter will meet the Hornet in her apartment at the Grafton.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet.
Yes.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
This is the place, Cato. I'll find out from the mailbox in the vestibule which apartment she's in. I hope Lowry isn't there to complicate things.
I wait here in Black Beauty. This alley is quite dark.
It's an out-of-the-way neighborhood. I don't think you'll be disturbed. Keep your eyes open anyway. You never can tell what'll happen to force me to leave in a hurry.
Moving quickly and silently, Britt Reed, wearing the mask of the Green Hornet, located the nameplate on the mailbox. A few minutes later, he stood in the darkened hallway before the door of Estelle Ritter's apartment.
If Lowry's in there, I'll have to clear out quick. No answer. Well, now that I'm here, I might as well go on in. The skeleton key certainly comes in handy. No lights. I guess she's out. I'll have a look around. Better to use my flashlight. Say, this is interesting. Looks like somebody packed up in a hurry. Just a one-room apartment, I guess. That door must be a closet. Empty. Yeah, she's gone, all right. That does look bad. I wonder if Lowry knows she left. Now I'm sure she had something to do with that robbery. I've got to find out somehow where she went. Oh. Pair of discarded stockings on the floor of the closet. A reddish dust on the toes and instep. I'll take them along. Well, now my problem is to locate that girl. I might as well get back to Cato.
Arriving at Reed's apartment, Britt Reed and Cato hastened to the secret laboratory, where Cato lost no time in making tests on the stockings which had been found in Estelle's place.
Work as fast as you can. Suppose there'll be a general alarm out for us now that the police car spotted us leaving the Grafton apartments. When we go out again with the Black Beauty, we'll have to be more cautious than ever. What do you make of that dust, Cato?
This seems to be red brick dust, Mr. Britt.
Red brick dust, huh? Now, where could she have picked that up?
Girl must have been walking where dust very thick. Dust even up on ankle of stocking. Perhaps in building under construction.
That's not a probable place for a hideout.
We not kill hoops yet. Must think of other places.
Cato, what you just said reminds me of something.
What is it, Mr. Britt?
You used the word kill. I recall passing some old deserted kilns, ovens in which they bake bricks out on the south road beyond town.
Brickyard would be covered with red dust?
Yes, and a deserted brickyard would be a good hideout. Come on, Cato, we'll take the Black Beauty again and investigate that deserted brickyard on the south road. It would be our luck to have a police car pick up our trail again. We've outdistanced them, but we'll have to work fast. They know we came out the south road.
Yes, must hurry, Mr. Britt. Look, I see outline of small shack back in there.
Yeah, there's a dim light showing through the window. Get out those special masks I brought, Cato.
Yes. Here they are, Mr. Britt.
You keep one. You may have to use it. I feel reasonably sure that we found the hideout.
I have same creepy feeling.
Here, take this and put it in your pocket.
Oh, so that's the reason for special masks.
Yes. Come on. If this is the place, I don't know how many there are in there. Just in case I run into trouble, here's what I want you.
So you're the punk Estelle took for a ride, huh? Some sap you turned out to be.
All right, you dirty crook. You needn't rub it in. I've learned my lesson thanks to your blonde stooge.
You brought this on yourself, Ed. If you hadn't said what you did in the restaurant, Duke wouldn't have interfered.
The less you say to me, the better I like.
Listen to that, Fred. You should have heard how Sweetie was talking to Stella in that restaurant.
If I didn't have my hands tied, I'd flatten that silly map of yours, big boy.
Yeah. You and who else? Fred, this news hound knows too much. What are we going to do with him? We got to get away from here.
I'll leave that to you, Duke. Take him out by one of those old ovens and use your own judgment.
With pleasure.
No, you don't. Fred, you know what Duke will do.
Sure. So what? Hey, I begin to think you're really falling for that guy.
Listen, Freddie, in a way he helped us, didn't he? The police would hold him if he said anything.
Yeah? Well, whether they do or not, I'll do all I can to help them find you crooks. And what's more, I don't want any favors from you, Blondie.
Go on, Duke. Get it over with.
No, if I'm going with you, Freddie, you have to stay away from murder. And that's what it'll be.
Cut out the act.
All right. You hate me now. But you were nice to me for a while. Now, I don't want us to be hunted down for murder.
Okay. Tie him up tight and gag him. We'll stick him in that little back room there. If you ever do find him, we'll be plenty far away. Now, hurry up, Duke.
It's a mistake, but okay. Go on, you start walking.
I don't like the way you stuck up for that dope.
Oh, forget it, Freddie. Let's get our things together so we can get away when Duke's ready. Remember, that little bag there on the table means we can.
Don't move, you two.
Oh.
Hey, what the? It's a Green Hornet.
You thought you could get away with that $30,000, eh?
Trying to horn in, is that it?
Freddie, don't let him take it. Grab the bag.
Let it alone, Lug, or I'll let you have it.
Okay. You're holding the gun. Why be piggish about it? We did the work. We'll split the dough with you.
Why should I when I can get it all, Mug?
Work on him, Estelle. Duke's coming out.
No tricks, or I'll let you have it.
Mr. Hornet, please make a deal with us. You don't know how we plan to get that money from the bank. Now you come to take it all away. Please.
Get away from me and stop putting on an act.
Duke, now.
Drop that gun, jerk. This rod in your back is loaded.
We'll do the talking, Mr. Green Hornet.
He's staring at the window, Freddie.
That's just a trick to get... Hey, what are you nodding your head for?
Hey, it's like signaling somebody.
Look out! Oh, I can't see my eyes.
Here, Dad. Get to the door. Hurry.
My eyes. I'll take that gun and my own.
Freddie, get out. The door's open.
Stay back. I think no one will leave yet.
I'll be there in a minute. Our bomb trick works. Take it, Mug.
More gas. Gas gun.
This one is subdued.
Good.
I give up. My
We'll
eyes.
tie these two up. There's some cord.
Here, this for girl.
You go tie that other lug. There's no more fight left in him. This'll hold you, Blondie.
Oh, police. This one is tied.
Quick, out the back way. They must have followed us after all.
What's this? Tear gas in here. Look, two guys in the girl.
This one's out like a line.
The gas is clearing up now. Wonder how it... Say, that's Lowry's blonde. That it is. Tied hand and foot. The other guy, too. Sarge, if that isn't the bag with the bank dough, I miss me guess. See there on the table. I'll take a look. Glory be, you're right, Axford. Then these are the crooks.
And if that girl was in with him, we'll have to pick up Lowry.
He wasn't in on it. Look in there.
Hey, here's Lowry, bound and gagged.
Holy crow.
Cassidy, you go in and get Lowry loose.
So Lowry's big moment turned out to be a female crook.
The less you say about that, the better, Axford. You, Miss Ritter, who did all this, tying you up and the tear gas and all?
He went out the back way. The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Yeah, we followed him here.
Sure, he was after that door, but we scared him off. Well, Lowry, I'll bet you're glad to see us here.
Sure, but you should have got here sooner. Seemed to be a lot going on out in this room. These two men and that girl are the crooks who held up the bank, Sarge.
Sure, we know that already.
Well, now, Lowry, I'm sorry your girlfriend turned out to be a crook, making a fool out of you like that.
What are you talking about, Axford? How do you know I wasn't wise to her all the time?
Well, I suppose that's something I'll never know. Leave it to you to wiggle out of it one way or another. She was making up to you, though, and no mistake.
From what I could hear, that dame was even making up to the Green Hornet.
It'll take more than a pretty blonde to catch that Green Hornet. Holy crow. You see, that's what I mean. There goes the spot penis by the Sergeant Burke, a squad of cops, and the blonde all put together.
Bank robbers caught. Money found intact. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Front the West Street. High five.
You have just heard the adventure, Lowry's Big Moment. These exciting dramas are sent to you each week at this same time. They are copyrighted features of the Green Hornet Incorporated and originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used in this drama are purely fictitious. Bob Hite speaking. This is the Blue Network.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Pressure from Without. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I'd like to ask you a question. Have you written to a boy overseas this week? Nothing is more important than mail to these men, and that's one item that's not GI. The one sure way of getting that mail delivered as fast and as safe as possible is to use the V-mail service. Of the 200 million letters sent this way since the service was started, not one has been lost. Every letter has been delivered with its more than welcome message from home. V-mail forms are obtainable at all post offices and at most department and stationery stores. Write him today and send it V-mail. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel and man about town, was entertaining a friend in one of the city's exclusive nightclubs.
Quite a crowd here tonight, Brett. Cafe Society seems to be out in full force.
Yes, one sees quite a mixture of personalities in these places. They're not all here just for the purpose of relaxation.
What do you mean by that?
Well, a good many people come to these places to further their business interests. Pressure groups, lobbyists.
I guess I don't keep up with the news like you do, Brett. Who's the distinguished-looking fellow at the next table? One sitting alone.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, that's State Senator Robert Bruce. Well, I'm sure that's who it is.
Looks as though he has a lot on his mind.
He probably has. He's majority leader for his political party in the Senate.
There's some chap going over to speak to him.
Good evening, Senator Bruce.
Good evening.
I saw you sitting here alone. I thought I'd drop over. My name's Lund. Jack Lund. I'm a close friend of the committeeman from your district, Joe Carter.
Yes, of course. Glad to know you, Mr. Lund.
Look, we have a little party over there. We'd like you to join us. We're sitting here alone.
You see, Mr. Lund,
no excuses. Joe Carter told me to be sure and look you up. He said he knew you'd be glad to have a chat with me. There's no time like the present.
Well, just as you say, Mr. Lund, since you're a friend of Carter's, I'll join your table for a short time.
Oh, good. I'm sure you'll be glad you did, Senator. Come along.
Well, that guy wouldn't take no for an answer.
Well, I'd say he had all the earmarks of one of those lobbyists we were speaking about. Maybe if the senator doesn't watch out, he'll be in for some of that pressure stuff from Lund and his friends.
A few days later, in a room at a downtown hotel, Jack Lund was talking to one of his friends.
We're not making as much headway with the old boy as I hoped. Though I do think he's a little worried because we told him we could swing a lot of votes away from him through Joe Carter.
We've got to put more pressure on Bruce. That bill comes up next week, and he can swing it our way if he tries. Right now, he's dead set for it, as you know, so the bill is sure to be put through.
Yes, I know. Bruce is one of those old hardheads. He's been collared by lobbyists before, but stuck to his guns.
We're being paid to see that he changes his mind this time. Question is, how are we going to get him to change?
Huh? He's not the type to take a bribe.
Oh, I can see that. But if we could make it look like he did take a bribe to put this bill through...
What's the matter with you? We don't want that bill to go through.
Of course we don't. But if we had some way for the public to think the senator was for that bill only because he'd been bribed to see it through, then he'd lose his hold over the others in the Senate.
And they'd vote against it. Say, Moore, maybe you've got something there at that.
Sure I have. But how are we going to work it?
You leave that to me, Moore. I'll figure out a way. And when we get through with State Senator Bruce, his influence on the others won't be worth a nickel.
Fellow senators, I tried to point out to you the necessity for passing this bill, which is up for discussion. The bill for the renegotiation of state contracts. Great pressure has been brought to bear against this bill because many groups stand to lose the exorbitant profits they are making on such contracts. Furthermore...
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from the 4th District is out of order. Senator Bruce has the floor.
I should like to ask Senator Bruce to relinquish 1 minute of his time.
Does Senator Bruce wish to relinquish to the gentleman from the 4th District? I relinquish 1 minute as the senator requests. The gentleman from the 4th District has the floor for the period of 1 minute.
I wish to bring out the fact to the gentlemen of the Senate that there are also a great many who profit by the passage of this bill. Many have found that their initial estimates on work for the state will not allow much of a profit, if any at all. Therefore, they are anxious to have the opportunity to renegotiate. And furthermore, it has been brought to my attention that the worthy senator from the 5th District, Senator Bruce, has been recently associating with recognized lobbyists who are trying to... Now, just a minute.
The gentleman from the 4th District is out of order. I shall have to ask him to be seated. Continue, Senator Bruce. The gentleman's accusation is a weak one, if perhaps true. During these trying times, we are all at the mercy of so-called pressure groups at one time or another. Recently, such a group did approach me, but their interest is in seeing that this bill does not pass. You all know my stand.
for the greatest good of the greatest number, I feel that this bill must go through. So shall I cast my vote, and with a clear conscience.
Come in. Hello, Lowry. Come in, have a seat.
Thanks, Chief.
Well, how did things go in the state senate?
Oh, same old stuff. Oh, that Senator Bruce had the floor this afternoon.
I know. That's why I wanted you to go up. What did he have to say?
Oh, he's kind of a long-winded guy, but he ended up by saying he was voting for that bill.
Yeah, he's been behind it right along. I was curious to see if he'd changed his mind.
No. Came out for it stronger than ever. Oh, some other senator accused him of running around with lobbyists.
Well, that's interesting. What did he say to that?
Oh, he admitted it, but said the guys he ran with were trying to get him to vote against the bill. But he's not going to do it.
Good for him. He's a conscientious statesman.
Yeah, and his bunch is behind him, too. You ought to heard him cheer after his speech.
Evidently, then, we'll be safe in assuming that the bill will pass the Senate.
Oh, that's what I'd say.
When does the vote come up on that bill, you know?
Yeah, they vote on it tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it already went through the House, so if it passes the Senate, it needs only the governor's signature to become a law, and he's all for it. There's one more thing you might do, Lowry.
What's that, Chief?
Hop over to Senator Bruce's office and get his views on what the bill will mean to the people. Also get a copy of the bill. Then we'll be ready to run the news with a good editorial as soon as the bill's voted upon.
Okay, Chief. I'll get over there right away.
If I'm not here when you get back, give the dope to Gunnigan. Well, I had expected there'd be some trouble brewing before that bill went to vote, but evidently I was very much mistaken. And yet a lot can happen in 24 hours, so I'll keep my fingers crossed until it's passed.
Mr. Cook will see you in a few minutes, Mr. Lowry.
Oh, thank you. Keep you working kind of late, don't they?
The Senator's very busy these days. I don't mind it now and then.
Well, Lund, let's hope things work out the way you want them to.
Oh, I think they will. I'll see you tonight at the hotel. Meantime, Moore and I'll do a little broadcast. You know what I mean.
Yes, no. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Come on, Moore. Goodbye, Mr. Cook.
Goodbye.
This is the reporter from the Daily Sentinel, Mr. Cook.
Glad to know you.
Oh, yes, the reporter. Well, come right in. I'm sure I can tell you anything you want to know.
A short time later, Lowry was back in Britt Reed's office talking about his interview with Senator Bruce's secretary.
And that's about all he could tell me. I'll have to try to get to see the senator in the morning.
Yes, these interviews by proxy aren't very helpful. Too bad you missed the senator.
Well, a couple of other guys came out while I was there. Sounded to me like they were radio newscasters.
What gave you that idea? Were they men you knew?
No. Some guy named Lund and another named Moore. They said, well, at least Lund did, they said something about going out and doing a little broadcasting. And Cook, that's the senator's secretary, well, he's to meet them at some hotel tonight.
That name Lund is familiar, but I don't know of any radio commentator by that name. Lund. Say, Lowry, what did that Lund look like?
Oh, heavy-set, pompous, dark-haired sort of person.
I see.
Why? Well, do you know him, Chief?
No, but I guess he must be a friend of the senator's. I saw them together one night last week.
Oh.
Say, Reed, look at here. Looks like the Clarion scooped us on this one.
Well, let's see it, Exford. The chairman of the State Senate Investigating Committee has called an emergency meeting early this evening to investigate reports that Senator Robert Bruce, Majority Leader, has accepted a large sum of money to ensure his favorable vote for the renegotiation bill.
Holy smoke!
Right. The senator will be asked to allow examination of his personal bank account by the committee tomorrow morning. The amount said to have been paid by a certain group to Senator Bruce is in the neighborhood of $15,000. I can't believe it.
Well, yet it's possible, Chief. Bruce sure stands pat in the face of terrific opposition.
Senator Bruce has a very honorable record, Lowry. This stuff may all be part of a smear campaign.
If the committee finds that money deposited to his account when they investigate tomorrow morning, he won't have a chance.
That's true, Exford. His influence would be lost, and all his followers would probably vote against the bill. Yes. That's exactly what would happen. They'd vote against that bill.
Later that evening, Britt Reed was in his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet. and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet.
Then you think State Senator Bruce fell out to pressure group, Mr. Brett?
Knowing his reputation, Cato, it doesn't seem possible.
Where do you think Clarion newspaper gets such a report?
Well, evidently they had a reporter at the State Building when the committee was appointed to act. And that way they got a scoop. The Sentinel probably has the news by now with a teletype.
Then you feel certain that committee is going to act, Mr. Britt?
Yes, of course. The Clarion wouldn't dare print such a report if they didn't have a good source for their information.
Perhaps investigation tomorrow morning proved no such sum of money was deposited in Senator's account.
Even so, the damage would have been done. Suspicion in the minds of his followers in the Senate will cause them to vote against the bill.
Then Senator have to have direct proof beforehand that someone deliberately blackened his name.
Yes. In my way of thinking, if someone did plan this, that person does not want that bill to pass.
But papers say Senator paid to vote for the bill.
That would be the clever way to do it, Cato. While everyone thinks Senator Bruce was paid to vote for the bill, then his political followers would vote against it.
Oh, yes, now it's clear. You think perhaps someone really played dirty trick on Senator?
I do suspect something like that, Cato. And from certain facts that have come before me, I suspect a particular lobbyist of pulling the deal. If Bruce is really innocent.
Then perhaps something could be done to help.
Perhaps, but I'd have to know first just where Bruce really stands in this business.
Maybe if Green Hornet made surprise visit to Senator.
I've been thinking of that, Cato. It might not be a bad idea. In fact, I think it's a good idea. Perhaps a little action at this point will prove to the public just what the lawmakers are up against from so-called pressure groups. Come on, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty. The Green Hornet's going to pay that surprise visit to Senator Bruce right now.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. But first, we have a message for young women who are interested in medical work. There's a job for you in the hospital corps of the Waves. Thousands of young women are now urgently needed in this vital branch of the service. They're needed to release a fighting man for active duty, and they're needed to help restore a wounded man to good health. Apply today for enlistment in the Waves and serve in the hospital corps of the United States Navy. And now, back to our story. A short time later, Senator Bruce was in his study at his home when his daughter, Barbara, entered.
Oh, it's you, Barbara.
Yes, Dad. I'm worried about you sitting at your desk here in the study alone.
I'm all right, dear. There's nothing to worry about.
Jason finally got rid of those reporters. He told them you had retired, that you had no comment to make.
No comment, huh? Yeah, there's nothing I can say to help matters. Nothing.
It's all so terrible for you, Dad. I'm terribly sorry. And you know I believe in you.
Thanks, dear. It's a big help to have your confidence. Would that others had such blind faith in me.
If they knew you like I do, Dad, they'd know you couldn't do such a thing as sell your vote.
Political friends can't afford to be loyal if there's any hint of unethical practices, Barbara.
Dad, maybe I'd better stay down here with you. Well, I'm afraid you might do something. That is...
Barbara. No matter what they say, they can't say that I'm a coward. I may go down, but I'll go down fighting.
I'm proud of you, Dad. Very proud.
I want you to be, dear. And I want you to remember that in your father's life, there's never been any room for dishonesty or cowardice. Run along to your room now. I'll be all right.
All right, Dad. Good night.
Good evening, Senator.
What the... A masked man? How did you get in here?
That French window was unlatched. I was behind the drape, so I couldn't help but overhear your conversation.
Well, you're the Green Hornet. What's the meaning of
Sit
this?
still, Senator, and don't attempt to open that desk drawer. You won't need a gun if that's what you're after. Anyway, I have one already in my hand, as you see.
Why did you come here?
From what I overheard, I'm inclined to think you have your daughter pretty well fooled, Senator.
How dare you? I'll have you hunted down for this.
Funny, I've heard that before. But to get down to business, maybe for a price, I might hunt down the guy who paid you that dough.
Stop it. I won't listen to any more of this. I neither give bribes nor take them, regardless of the consequences.
No matter how you vote tomorrow, your cause is lost.
I shall not vote at all. You must have been sent here by the perpetrators of this outrageous report. You and those with whom you work will get what's coming to you someday.
Wait. You had your hand under that desk. What were you doing?
You rang, sir? Why, what?
Quick, Jason, get him.
So that's it, huh?
Yes, sir. I'll get him, sir. I'll take...
Hold him, Jason. I've got a gun here on the desk.
This won't do at all.
Stop, or I'll shoot. Missed him. Jason, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, sir. He was too much for me, sir.
No wonder. Call the police, Jason. That man was none other than the Green Hornet.
So you think Senator not guilty of charges made against him, Mr. Britt?
I'm sure of it now, Cato. He's a fine man and a brave one. We've got to help him, Cato, tonight.
Perhaps he called police after you left.
I'm certain of that. They'll be on the lookout for us all over the city. We'll have to risk that, though.
What do you plan to do now?
There's a man named Lund who's in this picture someplace, and he's overly friendly with Bruce's secretary. Lowry ran into them together early this evening in the secretary's office.
You suspect secretary not trustworthy, Mr. Britt?
Well, that could be the answer to the whole thing. The secretary probably makes all the bank deposits for Senator Bruce, and he could plant that check.
You mean a bribe check?
Yes. Then the investigation in the morning would show such a check had been deposited to the senator's account. Lowry said those men are meeting tonight in Lund's hotel room. We've got to find them, Cato.
You mean we check all hotels by telephone?
No, I don't think that'd do any good. The fellow's too slick to work a thing like this under his own name, though he'd register under his real name. Cato? I have a plan that may trick that secretary into coming out of the meeting place for a short time. Drive to the state capitol building.
Capitol building well guarded at night, Mr. Britt.
Don't I know it? Lowry said the office is on the ground floor on the north side. Suite 104. I'll wait until the guard walks down to the other end, and then I'll go in the front way.
Other guards on inside, no doubt.
Well, I'll get into the office somehow, and then I'll come out the window.
I move Black Beauty around the north side of the building?
Yes, drive without lights and keep in the shadows. Be ready for a quick takeoff. We'll need it. And get going, Cato, and be there when I come out.
I be there, Mr. Britt.
This must be the secretary's office. Now for a quick search through his desk. A bank book with deposits ready to be made. Yeah, let's see now. Here's some deposit slips, too. Yeah, this must be it. 15,000 deposited by Lund a week ago. Now I'll put everything back.
Who's in here?
Guard, this is where I make an exit, and quick.
Halt! He's getting away through the window. Come on, we'll spread the alarm.
Why we come back here, Mr. Britt? It's very dangerous so close to state capitol entrance.
We and the Black Beauty are well hidden here in the shadows, Cato. As you know, they spread the alarm about someone entering that office. If I don't miss my guess, that secretary had a hot-footed up here if he's heard the news.
Senator Bruce come too, perhaps?
Maybe. The secretary will want to get there first so the senator won't see that deposit slip. Look, there's a taxi pulling up now.
Yes. Not tell who getting out.
He's too tall for the senator. The guard seems to know him. He's going inside. The cab's waiting.
Very risky here with police and guards all around.
I'm reasonably sure that's our man. Let's ease out of here and we'll watch for that cab down near the exit gate. Okay, Cato, get moving.
Thanks for the coffee, Sarge. What are you planning to do now? Go back to headquarters?
No, we'll cruise around a bit. What with Green Hornet trouble and masked men popping up here and there, headquarters is like a madhouse. Look at that now. Them taxis sure do press the speed limit. If we wasn't facing the other way, I'd have a good minding. Look!
Sarge, that's the Green Hornet's car following that cab.
Right, Sarge. It's him, all right. Well, what are we waiting for? Get in that squad car, Cassidy. Turn around and get after him. Come on!
Well, Cook,
What was it all about?
somebody got in my office all right. They laid out one of the guards.
What were they after, I wonder?
Yes, anything missing?
Well, things were a bit in my step, but nothing was missing. I brought back that deposit slip just in case the senator began checking up. I was afraid he'd get here before I did, but I beat him to it.
Good. Well, we have a little unfinished business to settle.
Well, I'll do my part if you're ready to do yours.
Sure. I guess you mean the dough for you. Okay, it's right there on the table waiting for you. $5,000. Cash.
Fine.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't take it yet. I have a little paper for you to sign.
Paper? What is it?
Ooh, sort of a receipt saying what you received and why.
No. That amounts to signing a confession.
Don't be a nut. It's just protection for us, that's all. In case you don't follow through. You'll be called to testify against the senator, you know.
I said I would, didn't I?
Well, we need more than your word, Cook. And don't forget, that $5,000 in cash there is all yours.
Oh, okay, I'll sign it. You wouldn't dare use it against me anyway.
That's a smart way to look at it. Here's a fountain pen.
There. Now the dough's mine.
Don't make a move, rats.
Masked man.
Came in through the service entrance.
That's the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. Oh, he's getting in on political rackets now.
Perhaps I am. If there's anything in it.
Your methods are too crude to play along with us, Hornet.
I'm not too crude to know real dough when I see it.
No, you can't take that.
Now, hold on a minute. You can take the money. But just leave that note and that deposit slip there.
Maybe they're worth more than the amount of dough you have here. If you want to buy them back, I'll sell them.
You dirty crook, I'll...
Hey, you double-crossing...
No.
If you won't be reasonable, there's nothing else to do but...
Now, you mutthead.
No, I haven't done anything. Look,
Shut up and take this.
Help!
Police, I'll just leave these things on the table and scram. Cato will have $5,000 for the Red Cross out of this deal.
Hey, look at here now. The giants are messed.
Guys are all flattened out cold. Who are they?
Hey, here's something on the table.
Keep your hands off it, Axford. What is it? A deposit slip made out to Senator Robert Bruce for $15,000.
So that guy was crooked after all. Wait till Reed hears about this.
Hold on, listen to this. This is to certify that I, Russell Cook, Secretary to Senator Bruce, deposited a check signed by Mr. Lund for $15,000 to the senator's account without his knowledge, in return for which I have received the sum of $5,000. Signed, Russell Cook. Glory be.
Say, I heard Lowry talking about them two. The secretary and a guy named Lund hobnobbing together. That mug there answers the description Lowry gave of Lund, too.
Then Senator Bruce is innocent after all. Expert, wait. Wait till Reed hears about that.
Yeah, and wait till he hears that the Green Hornet was in on all this and you let him get away. Your ears will burn on that one.
In spite of what you're hinting, Axford, I'll let you be the one to phone the secretary the good news right now. And don't forget, this is the scoop for the Sentinel. That Spalpeen, the Green Hornet, meddling in politics with rats like these, and him the biggest rat of them all.
Cut the electric paper! Senator Bruce News clear. Green Hornet ain't lobbyist and political frame-up. Read all about it. Green Hornet stood in line. Set the electric paper.
Suppose one of our men on a raid over Berlin dropped one bomb and then said, "That's it. There's my part for the war. I'm through." You'd think that flyer had let you and the rest of America down. But have you considered what those fellows who are winning this war the hard way might think if we said, "War bonds. Sure, I bought one last time. Think I'll skip this one." Those boys of ours are in this war to win it and win it fast. They aren't skipping anything. Don't you skip the 4th War Loan Drive. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet at this same time next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Bent Paper Matches. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, here's a message from the Office of War Information. This is our war. We're all in on it. Anything short of that would be unthinkable. Anything less than that would be intolerable. There's hardly a single family without a representative, a relative, a close friend, or a former neighbor somewhere in the ranks. These men, yes, and women too, are making many sacrifices. Many of them face great hardships, not tomorrow, but today. The only way we can assure victory and halt the horrible wastage and cruelty of war is to give our fighting forces an overwhelming superiority in numbers, in equipment, and supplies. We can help to do that with our money. We must back up our fighting forces with every last cent we can scrape together to buy war bonds. Buy now and again. And now for our story. Lenore Case, secretary to Britt Reed, was walking toward the office of the Daily Sentinel with a girlfriend with whom she'd gone to lunch. Reaching the corner opposite the Daily Sentinel building, the two girls stopped for a few parting words.
I enjoyed having lunch with you, Helen. Call me again soon, will you?
I sure will, Lenore. We ought to get together more often. You stick too close to the newspaper office anyway.
No more than I have to. Oh, don't forget to phone me soon. I have to hurry. I've been out longer than usual today.
Goodbye, Lenore.
Goodbye.
Lenore, look out! Oh, Lenore!
A short time later, in his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, the publisher, was talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
I wonder what's keeping Miss Case. She doesn't usually take all this time for lunch.
Sure, and you can't tell about these girls, Reed. Maybe she met her boyfriend for lunch and they're mooning away at the time.
Oh, not Miss Case, Axford. She never lets her personal affairs interfere with office routine. Hello? Yes, this is Britt Reed speaking. Oh, well, Miss Case isn't back from lunch yet. If you care to leave a message or call back later, I'd be...
I'm going to tell you the note was in my automobile. She's in the municipal hospital.
You may come in now.
Thanks. Come on, Axford. Well, Miss Case, you gave us quite a scare.
Oh, I'm all right, really. Just a few little bruises. I wanted to leave here, but the doctor thinks I should stay at least until morning.
Of course. Don't think of leaving until you're sure there are no internal injuries. Tell me, Miss Case, what happened? Who ran you down?
Well, it was my fault, really. I was in a hurry to get back to the office, and I stepped off the curb without looking. They did their best to stop, and they did manage to swerve enough so that I received only a glancing blow from the fender. Just enough to knock me down.
One of them hit-and-run guys, no doubt.
Oh, no, Axford. A man and woman were in the car. They stopped immediately. The man, he was young and attractive.
Uh-huh.
Well, he was. Anyway, he picked me up and put me in his car and brought me here. I really didn't want to come, but he insisted.
That was nice of him. He did the right thing.
Yes. He told the doctor I was to have every care. He said he'd drop back tonight to see how I was getting along.
Maybe that's why you think you ought to stay here a while.
Axford.
Any objections, Axford?
Oh, me object? Say, if Casey wants to wait here for some lug to come to see her, it's okay with me.
Since I have your okay, Axford, along with the doctor's, I guess it's all right.
Well, all fooling aside, it's the wisest thing to do. If there's anything you want, just let us know. I'll drop on the way home and make sure you're getting along all right. Come on, Axford. Right now, rest is probably the best thing for Miss Case, and we have work to do back at the office.
Early that evening, the young man Miss Case mentioned was preparing to leave his apartment to visit her at the hospital.
Well, I see you are determined to go through with your foolish idea. Why do you not leave well enough alone, Paul?
I told you today I intended to use that girl in carrying through our plans. If it had not been so unreasonable, I would have explained more fully.
Well, why is it necessary to use anyone such as she? Have we not already arranged things?
It's necessary to change our arrangements, Faith.
Why?
Because Mr. Lucas got in touch with me early today and said we dare not come to the bookshop tomorrow night.
Paul, why did you not tell me this sooner?
Because I did not want you to worry needlessly. I was hoping some other way would turn up. Using that girl will be the answer.
Oh, the authorities are beginning to suspect Herr Lucas. And we... Paul, what about us? What about...
I feel sure they do not know yet. But Lucas says there's been someone watching the shop. He may have had a tip-off to the counter-espionage system that one of us will go there.
The book with the plans in it will arrive tomorrow with his new shipment of books. We must get it. Herr Lucas must get it to us.
He dare not leave to contact us. He has no trustworthy means of sending it to us without taking a big chance.
But what are you going to do?
You'll forget the girl in the hospital. As you heard today, she's the secretary of a newspaper publisher. Her identity would not be questioned if she went to the bookshop for us.
Oh, so that is your plan.
Yes.
But how will you get her to go there?
I will find a way, Greta. You've always said I have a way with women. What do you think of my plan?
Well, perhaps it will work. But make sure, Paul, that you do not carry things too far. All attractive girls are not without brains, as you seem to think. So watch your step with Miss Leonore Case.
Hello, Miss Case. How are you feeling this evening?
Oh, I feel all right now. I'll be at the office tomorrow. The doctor says I can leave in the morning.
Well, I don't want you to come in. You take the day off and rest up a little more. You've had quite a shock.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Reed, this is sort of like a little vacation. Oh, everybody's so nice to me. Did you see my nice flowers?
Yeah, I noticed them when I came in.
Mr. Smith, the driver of the car that knocked me down, brought them in a little while ago. He's certainly putting himself out to be kind to me.
Well, he must be a pretty nice chap.
Yes, I think so.
And I suppose he's tall, dark, and young.
Yes. How did you know?
And the glow on your face. Hey, I'd better watch out or I'll be losing a good secretary.
Oh, no, nothing like that, Mr. Reed. By the way, he asked me to go to dinner with him tomorrow night. He said he felt it was only fair to do something for me after all that's happened. Do you think it would be all right for me to go?
Oh, I don't see why not if you want to. In fact, something tells me you've already accepted.
Well, yes, I did accept.
I'm a good guesser at that. Now, go ahead and have a good time. Say, what's this?
What's what?
Well, here in the ashtray on the bedside stand, all these burnt paper matches are bent into a V shape.
Oh, those. Well, I noticed every time Mr. Smith lit a match for a cigarette, he shook out the flame and then bent the match like that with his fingers. Just a habit, I guess. Making little V's for victory.
I see. Yeah, lots of people have funny little habits like that.
Yes, like Axford, always swinging his keychain around his finger.
Well, I'll get along home. Let me know tomorrow how you feel.
I will. I'll call the office in case there's anything you want me to come in for.
You'd better sleep all day so as to be ready for your dinner date with the handsome Mr. Smith. And don't forget, I won't give up a secretary without a battle. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Reed.
Late the following afternoon, Paul Schmidt entered the hideout apartment where Greta was waiting. She was startled by the expression on his face, and she hastened to question him.
What's the matter, Paul? What's wrong?
He is here, in the city.
Oh, I don't know what you mean. Paul, look. Now, go on.
Yes, Gron. That rat of an underground counter spy who's dogged us every step of the way.
Oh, then it will ruin everything. He's not one to play a waiting game like the others. What are you going to do?
Our plans for tonight must be carried out. God knows how we work, but he shall not stop us now.
How do you know he's here?
I saw him. He did not see me. I kept out of sight. I shadowed him most of the afternoon.
Then you have thought of some way?
Yes, I know where he lives. He parks his car in a back alley. I shall go there and wait until he comes out. It will be dark. Gordon must be eliminated. Then, with the help of that girl, Lenore Case, our plans will be carried out tonight exactly as we arranged.
Well, Sarge, looks like sitting around the press room here at headquarters is just a waste of time this evening.
Things are rather quiet, Axford.
Where's Cassidy?
Doing a plainclothes job over on West Street with a federal man. They're watching a little bookshop.
Say now, what's it all about? Sounds like there might be some news in those goings-on.
Seems like some guy named Grun tipped him off that a couple of foreign agents are dealing through that place. Tall blonde man and a blonde woman.
Sure, why don't they move in and grab the book dealer?
They got to catch him with the goods, Axford, and they also want to catch the others. They're bigger game than the dealer. Of course, they may get wind of the fact of the shop.
Hey, Sarge. There's been a murder in an alley over on the east side.
Glory be. That's going to be news.
A murder, eh? Who's the guy? Do you know?
Well, we don't know who done it, but it's a guy named Grun.
It was nice of you to take me to dinner, Mr. Smith.
It was a pleasure to take you. Would you mind, Miss Case, if I stopped at the drugstore up ahead to phone my sister? There's an important message I forgot to give her.
Not at all. I'll wait in the car.
By the way, perhaps you'll do me a favor while you're waiting.
Of course. What is it?
There's a little shop up there in the middle of the block, a bookshop. While I'm phoning, will you go there and ask for Paul Smith's book? I was picked up on the way home.
I'll go get it for you. Won't take but a few minutes.
I'll meet you here in the car then.
All right. I'll no doubt be back before you are.
Here's the book for Paul Smith. Be sure that he gets it.
Thank you. Mr. Smith will have this in a few minutes. He's waiting for me right up at the corner.
Of course. I understand. Good night.
Good night.
Just a minute there, young woman.
What do you want? Aren't you Officer Cassidy?
That I am.
I didn't recognize you at first. I'm Lenore Case, Mr. Reed's secretary at the Daily Sentinel. I've seen you around with Axford once or twice.
Oh, it's you, Miss Case. Sure, with that blonde hair and all, I thought for a moment I was catching one of the people we were watching for.
For heaven's sakes, who could you be expecting to come out of that dinky little bookshop?
Just between you and me, it's a couple of spies we're looking for. Tall blonde man and a blonde lady.
Well, I wish you luck. If you don't mind, I'll run along. There's someone waiting for me.
Sure. Go right along. Good night to you.
appreciate your getting the book for me, Miss Case.
You're welcome, I'm sure.
I notice you're staring at me and frowning. Why do you do that?
I was just thinking, that woman, your sister, is quite blonde, yet your hair is almost black.
Is that so unusual?
It wouldn't be if...
Go on.
If I hadn't noticed that your eyebrows are blonde. It's almost as if you're wearing a...
Perhaps you might be thinking I'm wearing a wig. Is that it?
Perhaps I was thinking of that, but in that case you... No, that can't be it. You a spy.
So, when that man stopped you, he put suspicion in your mind. And now you've guessed. Greta was right. You do have brains.
All right. I do know who you are. I realize you used me for some terrible purpose, but I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Quiet, children, nothing. See, I drive with my left hand. My right hand holds a gun in my pocket at your side. Since you're so smart, you'll have to come with me. You are one more problem Greta and I must solve quickly.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. At this time, we bring to all the women of America an urgent message from your government. The war has reached a vital stage. You can help to bring it to a victorious and speedy end by getting into it with your hands as well as your hearts. Take a job. Go to the nearest U.S. Employment Bureau. They'll see to it that you're placed where you can do the most good, regardless of age or experience. America at war needs women at work and women in the armed forces. Perhaps you don't need the money you'll earn, but your country does need you. Get into the war effort. You'll be doing your part to most effectively speed the day of victory. Join the Women's Armed Forces or see your U.S. Employment Service today. America and the men at the front are counting on you for victory. And now back to our story. Later that night, Britt Reed was in the living room of his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person to know his identity as the Green Hornet.
Axford told me to save dinner for him tonight. Then he not come, Mr. Britt.
Well, something must have detained him, Cato. It takes a lot to keep Axford away from a good dinner.
Yeah. Oh, perhaps that's Axford calling now. Mr. Britt Reed's apartment?
This is Axford, Cato. Sorry I couldn't get home for that dinner. Very speak to Reed.
Axford. For you, Mr. Reed.
All right, Cato, I hear him. Hello, Axford.
Say, Reed, I thought you might like to know I phoned in a scoop on a murder to the Sentinel a while ago.
Murder, huh? Who's the victim?
A guy named Gunn. Ever hear of him?
No, I can't say that I have.
By the way, I guess Casey's feeling okay now. Cassidy says he saw her coming out of a bookshop over on West Street earlier tonight.
What's wrong with that? She has a right to go into a bookshop.
Sure. Only Cassidy stopped her thinking she was a spy or something. Have I got one on Casey this time?
Why should Cassidy think Miss Case was a spy? What are you doing, Axford? Kidding?
No, Reed. It's the truth. You see, Cassidy's watching that book joint, hoping to catch a couple of spies, a man and a woman. He thought Casey was one of them for a minute.
I see. Well, to get back to that murder, have they any idea who did it?
No, but whoever did it waited in an alley for that guy Grunt for some time.
Well, how do they know that?
He found a lot of cigarette stubs on the ground with a lot of bent-up matches. The killer smoked a lot while he waited.
Now, hold on a minute, Axford. Were those paper matches that had been bent into sort of a V shape?
Yeah, like some guy cracked him in the middle with his finger. Why?
Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. You keep on that case and get all the details you can on it.
Okay, Reed. Come on.
Goodbye. Cater, we're taking out the Black Beauty. Get the mask and the gas gun.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt?
Plenty. If Miss Case isn't in trouble right now, she soon will be.
What makes you think that, Mr. Britt?
Bent paper matches, Cato. Come on. Tonight, the Green Hornet has to deal with a killer and a spy.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
We on West Street now, Mr. Britt. Bookshop in next block.
Yeah, she'll have to slow down and put out the headlights.
How you expect to get to owner of shop if police watching?
Well, that's something I have to figure out. He seems to be our only hope of locating the man we're after. Take it easy now, Cato.
Look, 2 men across street entering bookshop.
Yes. Must be Officer Cassidy with someone else. Well, we'll wait till they come out. Stop here.
Come on now, get moving.
No, but I have done nothing. Why do you do this?
You'll find out down at headquarters. Get going now. Hey, that car creeping along the curb. Looks like
Pull him up and don't turn around. You there, get into that car, quick.
Yes, of course.
Now, don't make a move, coppers. You're covered.
Hey, you can't get away with this.
I am getting away with it. I'm backing toward that car. Now, don't move or I'll let you have it.
Duration. That's a Green Hornet taking that guy from under our noses. We'll get you for this, you dirty spy.
Step on it.
So, you are the notorious Green Hornet. With that mask on, I should have known.
So what?
But only that I'm surprised Paul Schmidt didn't tell me you were working with us.
I guess there's a lot you don't know, mister.
Well, at least I know you saved me from the police. Where are you taking me?
I could take you to my hideout. But on second thought, you'd better get to Paul Smith so that you can learn what further plans he may have.
Yes, that would be better.
There's just one thing. I've never been to his place. We've held our meetings elsewhere up to now. You'll have to direct me.
Wait. Perhaps this is a trick.
Don't be a sap. You think I'm working with the police?
No. No, of course not. Sure wanted by them even more than we are. If you stop somewhere, I will phone to Herr Schmidt and tell him you are with me.
There isn't time for that. If you don't want my help, I'll take you back and dump you out where the cops can pick you up again.
No, I guess it's all right to show you the way. Go out to Boulevard. I will take you to him.
What are we to do with this girl? Why did you have to bring her here?
There was no other way, Greta. She knows about us.
All I know is that you're both spies of my country. I'm sure I didn't want to come here.
You've been a great help to us, Miss Case.
You mean by bringing that book to you?
But of course.
I'm rather curious to know what there is about that book that's so valuable.
You women. Even when you're in danger, you're curious.
Why, Paul. Somehow I don't feel that you'd do me any harm. Of course, I know you're a spy, but sometimes a girl can forget even a thing like that if... Well...
So, the two of you have been trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Paul Schmidt, the man who kills Grun, then turns around and takes you to dinner. I wonder why he did not get rid of you, you brazen...
You really killed someone?
And in our business, it is sometimes necessary to eliminate certain ones who get in our way.
She is in our way now?
Enough of your jealousy, Greta. About the book, Miss Case. See? I'll show you. You see, this first page is blank. But by chemical treatment, certain plans will be brought out in detail.
Not really. Let me see it.
Why not? Here. But be careful.
Paul, you fool. Don't stop her. She's tearing up the plans.
This will make up for what I've done to help you.
Stop it.
Don't stop the little minx. Give me that. Oh, no, you don't. Ow. I will pull your hair out for that.
Stop this, Greta.
Let me at her, Paul. Come on.
Get back, Greta. I'll handle this.
So, Miss Case, you tricked me with your smooth words.
I loathe everything about you and your kind.
Greta, take my handkerchief and tie her hands behind her back.
Now you've come to your senses, Paul.
No, you don't. Get away from me.
Hold on. I will tie it so that she will not get loose. There. Now my scarf. I will use it for a gag in her mouth. Help! This will keep her quiet, Paul. There.
Take her into your room and lock her in the closet, Greta. I'll get the pieces from the floor so we can put them together somehow.
We will have that plan in spite of her heroics. Go on, into that room over there.
So, that girl had me fooled for a minute. These pieces are not too small to put together again. But for this trouble, she shall pay. Greta's right. With women, I am too soft-hearted.
I've locked that wildcat safely in the closet until we are ready to leave. Then...
There's our signal. It must be Lucas.
He must have evaded the police.
Let him in.
Oh, I hope he was not followed.
Quick, let us in.
Who's that with you?
You'll know in a minute. Close the door.
Lucas, who's that masked man? Why do you bring him here?
But I thought you knew. He's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? The most famous American criminal.
It seems I'm in the right company.
Why are you holding that gun? Lucas, what's the meaning of this?
Now, he saved me from the police. I thought you sent him.
He is here for a purpose. But he's a criminal, so it must be money he's after.
Maybe.
I have a good mind.
Hold it, Nazi. Don't put your hand in your pocket.
Wait. Paul, perhaps we can use him for a good price to get rid of that girl.
Anything you say for a price. But I haven't much time.
As usual, Greta, you are the smart one. Here, Hornet. In my wallet is several thousand American dollars. They are yours if you will get rid of a certain person for us.
Give it to me.
Yeah. Now, the girl must be eliminated. She's in the other room, locked in the closet.
Evidently you've no further use for her, then.
No, she has served her purpose. And she tried to destroy something of importance to us, see?
You mean those pieces of paper there on the table are important?
Very much so.
And I'll take them.
No, you shall not.
Oh, he has tricked us. Shoot him, Paul.
Oh, I'll take it, Lug.
No. So, you fooled me into bringing you here.
Oh, I will help you, Lucas.
Here goes another rat.
No.
Oh, you're worse than I've heard. But you cannot use that weapon on a woman.
Sorry, one Nazi's as bad as another to me.
No, please help me, Hornet. If you will
Here's
only
another
listen.
whiff for you, Blondie. I'll let you down easy. The Red Cross will get that dough you gave me. That must be Miss Case. She's not harmed anyway. I can't let her out, but the police should be here any minute, and she can give them all the details about these rats. I'll open the bedroom door so the noise will be a little louder, and then put the torn plan back on the table. Here come the cops. They'll find another way out.
That's it, Sarge. The book dealer with the Green Hornet snatched from under our noses.
Sure. And look here. Two more, a blonde woman and a black-haired man.
If that's his real hair, it's on cockeyed, Sarge. Look there.
I see. A wig, by golly. Say, these two are the blonde man and woman we were hunting. And they were all working with a Hornet.
Hey, listen. What's that?
Come on, let's see.
It's coming from that closet.
That it is. Unlock the door.
Hey, it's a woman. Help me, Sarge.
Glory be. It's Casey. Loosen that gag.
Oh, please. Wait. The spies. Don't let them...
There now, Casey. I won't let them hurt you. Come on out in the other room. Easy now.
Don't be dumb, Axford. They're all out like a light.
The man pretended to be a friend. He sent me in for a book. A page of plans was on it. I found out what he was, and I tried to tear up the plans.
That must have been those torn bits of paper on the table. Say, look here in the ashtray. Bent paper matches like we found near the scene of that murder.
Yes. He admitted that he killed somebody named Grun.
Well, we got 'em all with the goods. And, Miss Case, you're a credit to your newspaper.
Sure, a scoop. Lenore Case comes face to face with the Green Hornet and his gang.
Green Hornet?
Sure. He's the one who turned on him and laid him all out cold. We must have scared him away when we came.
Green Hornet? Oh.
Hey, look at that now. After all she's been through fighting off them spies, Casey ups and faints at the name of the Green Hornet.
We hear a lot about sacrifice for the war effort nowadays. Most of us are sacrificing big things and little things. That's the way to win a war, all pitching in together. But when it comes to buying war bonds, we've got to be mighty careful how we use the word sacrifice. Because what buying war bonds really is, outside of giving Uncle Sam a hand when he needs it most, is saving our money. And who among us doesn't have to save money if he's going to get anywhere? Money for that new fence, or to replace farm machinery, or to improve the house and buildings. Well, it's a wonderful thing to be able to do our share toward financing this war, and at the same time build up the financial reserve every one of us must have for the future. So let's really buy war bonds this time, folks. Remember, the fourth war loan is on right now to back the attack. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Short Circuit. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I'd like to ask how long it's been since you've taken one of your old books down off the shelf to read. Quite a spell? Why don't you take some of those old-timers out, dust them off, and send them to the Merchant Marine Library? Our Merchant Marines have some pretty long hours to put in aboard the cargo ships, and reading an interesting book is about the only recreation they have. When these boys are off duty, a book to read will go a long way toward helping them forget the ever-present danger of torpedoes and bombs. The seamen report that the books they like best are biographies, westerns, novels, and mysteries. Now, you probably have a lot of books in your home that you've enjoyed reading and probably won't be reading again. How about wrapping them up and mailing them to the Merchant Marine Library, New York City? Or if you live west of the Mississippi, send them to the Merchant Marine Library, San Francisco. And now, the Green Hornet. Michael Axford, reporter for the Daily Sentinel, who was covering police headquarters for news, persuaded Sergeant Burke to allow him to go along when a call came for a police escort to the city airport for a civilian official. As the two men stood watching the plane warm up, Axford's curiosity reached the breaking point.
Look, Sarge, I know you said you didn't know who was going in that plane, but something tells me you just want to keep me guessing.
Listen, Axford, when I say I don't know, I mean just that. Must be some civilian big shot since Martin of the Federal Bureau rode out here with him.
Sure, maybe I'm missing a scoop for the Sentinel by not knowing. Me being the only reporter out here.
Well, if they wanted you reporters to know about it, they'd have called you. Looks like they're getting ready to take off.
Sure, and I'd like to be going with them.
I'll stick to my squad car, thanks.
There they go. Picking up speed fast.
It's starting to leave the ground. There, it's going up.
Rising like an eagle, that it is. Look, the wheels are folding up. Now, ain't that something?
Say, there's something going wrong. If that motor stops at that low altitude, it'll be too bad.
Hey, they ain't going to make it, Sarge. Holy smoke, it's coming down fast. Great St. Patrick, it's going to crash.
A short time later, two men were talking in a small apartment not far from the city airport.
You have done well, Crawford. And for what you have accomplished, you shall be paid as I promised. For that official and his pilot, the flight was short, eh? And for the Rise, it was a successful end to the mission, huh?
Okay, never mind the gab. All I'm interested in is the payoff. I took a big risk going out there to the airport in a lieutenant's uniform and pulling that job.
We are both in the risky business, my friend. I should pay you the $1,000 we agreed upon, though it's a lot of money for such small services.
Listen, you. Maybe you do the planning, but I do the dirty work. You and your Nazi gang were pretty anxious to keep that guy from going anywhere.
Of course, Crawford. He was on a diplomatic mission that would not be to our country's interest.
Your country's interest, you mean?
Yes, my country, since you are what we might call a man without a country, nicht wahr? But to get to business, we already have information that another messenger is to leave on a later plane tonight with the same information. He, too, must be stopped. So you see, our work is not yet finished.
You can count me out on that. Once was risky enough.
No, Crawford. I'm definitely counting you in. But if you are successful tonight, you will receive twice the amount of pay.
I suppose they're suspicious.
The plane that crashed a while ago exploded and burned. Evidence of sabotage was therefore destroyed.
Who are those guys they're sending anyway? Why don't some army men take the messages?
The men they are trying to send carry messages of diplomatic rather than military import, Crawford.
So that's it.
Yes. And if we can delay them from getting them for 24 hours, it'll be useless. And fortunately for us, civilian airports are not as well guarded as military ones.
There are 2 guards to each hangar. One at the front and one at the back. I got by the guard today by posing as lieutenant. If I should run into the same one, or if he's reported letting me go into the hangar, I'll run into trouble.
They do not suspect sabotage. And if they did, that guard would be afraid to talk for fear of the consequences to himself.
Oh, yeah? Don't forget I used to be in a ground crew once. I know those guys don't think of themselves when it comes to something like that.
Perhaps if you had had more of that fanatical loyalty, you would not have been thrown out, my friend.
And I wouldn't have been mixed up with the likes of you either. Skip the wisecracks. How about my dough?
Tonight, after you report back here to me, you should be paid for both jobs.
Okay, then I'll get in somehow. Once I'm inside, it doesn't take more than a couple of minutes to fix the plane if a guy knows how. And I'm one guy who does know how.
Very well. And remember this, Crawford. I do not pay if you fail. In fact, for your own good, you must not fail.
Hello there, Katie. And how are you feeling this fine and sunny day?
Well, up to a moment ago, I was feeling fine, Axford. Of course, my nerves will probably stop jumping in a few minutes.
Sure, you should be used to a little racket around here by now.
I expect it, but I'll never get used to it.
Someday, Casey, me darling, you might fall for me because of them very things that seem to get on your nerves right now. That's the way them romances get started sometimes.
Yeah, I guess you mean that I'll go crazy someday. Well, I'd have to be crazy to get romantic over you. And what's more, you can just forget about that me darling business.
Sure, that's an old Irish custom when a man talks to a pretty colleen.
Well, you'd better take your old Irish customs inside. Mr. Reed wants to see you.
Oh, he does he? Well, now,
what?
Well, now, I'll be going right in.
You'd better if you know what's good for you.
Say, now, Reed and me are just like that, I'll have you know.
You seem to have a little trouble getting your fingers together, Axford. I'll beat it before I tell Mr. Reed you're out here keeping him waiting.
No, Casey, don't be so hasty. I'm on my way.
Oh, you, Axford. Come on in.
Casey says you want to see me, Reed, so I came right in.
Yes. Gunnigan said you phoned in a story about a crash at the city airport a while ago. Didn't you get any details? Who was in the plane? Things like that?
Oh, sorry, Reed. Martin, the federal man, was out there, and he clamped down on letting any information like that getting out. He said I could report the crash, but that was all.
Must be something behind it, then.
Oh, sure there was. There was some civilian official in the plane going somewhere on a secret mission.
I see. According to your story, the plane crashed and burned.
Yeah, it exploded when it hit. There wasn't a bit of chance for the passenger or the pilot.
Did the plane have any trouble taking off?
Very a bit. Went down the runway smooth as you please and took to the air like a bird.
What happened then?
Well, it climbed into the air. The motor was humming along without a hitch. That the wheels began folding up. You know, they pull up into the wings like...
Yes, I know.
Well, just as the wheels got up into the holes they fit into, the motor began missing. Then it stopped altogether and the plane headed for the ground like a dead duck.
So that's the way it was.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Reed, it's a helpless feeling to stand and watch something like that. You know the plane's going to crack up, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I've experienced that feeling myself, Exford. I suppose the plane was well inspected before it went up?
Well, I suppose so. I saw a lieutenant coming out of the hangar just before they wheeled the plane onto the field.
Well, he must have given the plane its final inspection.
Yeah, I guess so. He went over to a parking place and got into a car. I guess he drove away. I didn't notice.
Yes? Oh, put the call through, please.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, this is Britt Reed. How are you, Inspector Martin?
Fine, thanks. Say, one of your reporters, Mike Axford, was at the airport this morning when that plane crashed.
Yes, he phoned in the story.
I want to make sure he didn't give in any details, that is, names or anything like that.
No, he didn't. He reported only that the plane crashed.
Good. We have our reasons for keeping the names out of it for the time being.
Well, do you think the crash, wasn't an accident?
So far, we've found nothing to indicate that it was otherwise.
I suppose that plane was well inspected before it left the hangar, wasn't it?
Of course. We had a sergeant out there for that purpose.
A sergeant, did you say?
Yes. By the way, if in any way the names of the man and the pilot in that plane should get to you, keep that information out of the news until you get an okay, will you?
Oh, you can count on us, Inspector Martin.
Thanks for your cooperation. Goodbye.
Goodbye. In case you ever get drafted, Axford, you'd better find out the difference between a sergeant and a lieutenant for your own good.
What makes you think I don't know the difference, Reed?
Well, you just told me the last one out of the hangar before that plane was wheeled out was a lieutenant.
Sure, that's what I said. That's what I saw. A lieutenant he was.
Well, Martin just told me the plane was inspected by a sergeant who was the last one in the hangar before it took off.
Well, begging Martin's pardon. He was a lieutenant, and I saw him with my own two eyes. That I did.
Well, what makes you so sure, Axford?
Listen. Do you think I'm dumb, Reed?
Let's not go into that now. What makes you so sure the man was a lieutenant?
He had a shiny little silver bars on his shoulders and an officer's peak cap with the gold thing in front.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Sure, I'm right. And he was the last one to come out of there before the ground crew came along to get out the plane.
You see. Tell me, how'd you get back to town?
I rode back in the squad car with Sergeant Burke and Cassidy. They're going out there again tonight. I guess I'll go along.
Tonight?
Sure. It ain't supposed to be known, but another guy's going to take off to go where the poor chap who crashed was going. Sarge said for me not to mention it to anybody, but I can tell you, of course.
I'm glad you did tell me. And I hope there won't be a repetition tonight of what happened today.
Meanwhile, at the city airport, Mr. Martin was talking to the sergeant who had inspected the plane and to the two guards detailed to watch the hangar.
You say that plane was in good order when you made your inspection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Everything was in perfect order.
And you, soldier? You were guarding the back entrance?
Yes, sir. No one passed me at all, sir.
I see. How about you, Corporal?
I passed the sergeant in and out, sir. A short time later, the lieutenant came to check up on the inspection.
Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
You mean a lieutenant went into the hangar after the sergeant had made his inspection?
Yes, sir. I hope there was nothing wrong in that, sir.
Corporal, the sergeant here was detailed to inspect that plane. No one else. What did he look like?
About my height. A little heavier, maybe. Dark complected and dressed in regulation uniform, sir.
You'd know him again if you saw him?
I'm sure I would, sir. Holy smoke, Mr. Martin. That guy must have been a phony.
Exactly. Begins to look as if it weren't an accident after all.
What? You mean I let a saboteur through to that plane, sir?
Looks that way, Corporal. Though I suppose under the circumstances you can't be held responsible.
And I'm to blame.
No one's blaming you. Yet. I don't think we've seen the end of things. He may be back.
You think he'll try to get to that other plane tonight?
Perhaps.
Then I'll get a larger detail and surround the hangar.
No, I have a better plan that may trap him if he does make an attempt. I want these same two men to guard that hangar. No more, or he'll be frightened away.
I get it, sir. You want to catch him in the act.
That's it. A police car has been detailed to bring us out here tonight. I'll have those men with me out of sight beyond the next hangar.
If he shows up, what then?
Pass him through into the hangar. Then blow your whistle.
We'll come on your signal and rush him inside the hangar. Let's hope he does show up. He'll be one saboteur who'll get the surprise of his life.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Perhaps some of you car owners are wondering why you aren't able to get as much gasoline as you're entitled to. The reason is the black market. It's been estimated that some 2.5 million gallons a day are lost because of illegal operations. The tremendous military requirements made it absolutely necessary to ration gasoline for civilian consumption. It's the only way that there'll possibly be enough gasoline for essential civilian needs. However, as long as black markets exist and are patronized, a great many car owners are just going to be out of luck. The black markets can be smashed, but only if every American will play square. There's just one simple rule to follow. Never buy gasoline without surrendering one of your own properly endorsed coupons. If you really want gasoline, comply with rationing. And now, back to our story. In his apartment that evening, Britt Reed was talking to his faithful valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
You seem troubled, Mr. Britt.
I'm thinking about that plane crash at the city airport this morning.
You think it not accident, perhaps?
Well, that Lieutenant Axford spoke of bothers me, Cato.
Perhaps Axford make mistake. Since Mr. Martin says Sergeant inspect plane...
Martin's right, of course. But I'm convinced Axford did say a lieutenant, or someone disguised as a lieutenant.
Then you do suspect someone tamper with plane.
Yeah, maybe I do. But what they could do to make the plane suddenly choke off in midair stumps me.
Do something to fuel line, perhaps?
Well, in that case, the motor probably would have stopped before they took off. It was warming up for some time.
If motor not sound right before they took off, they sure to notice.
Yes, the pilots and ground crew were used to noticing things like that. Axford said the plane seemed to be running all right. It wasn't until the wheels retracted after the plane was in air that... Wait.
What do you think of, Mr. Britt?
Something that could have been done to cause that motor to stop. Perhaps I'm wrong. But if I'm not, then the man in the lieutenant's uniform could have been a saboteur.
But if wreckage blow up and burn, no way to tell if anything be done to plane.
That's right. But tonight another official is leaving the same airport by special plane. If saboteurs are at work, they'll probably make an attempt to stop him, too. And probably in the same way.
Maybe if Green Hornet goes to city airport...
You're sure reading my mind, Cato.
Black Beauty already. I get gas gun and a mask.
All right. I'm playing a hunch this time, but if it turns out to be right, we may prevent another so-called accident. And put a saboteur or two in the hands of Uncle Sam. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Sitting here for some time in the shadows. The only cars in the parking space over there are the squad car and the one Martin and the official came in.
Perhaps man not come in own car this time.
Wait. There's a car turning in there now.
Man getting out. He's not able to see us here in dark with the lights out.
When he passes under that entrance light, we can see... Cato, he's in an officer's uniform.
Yes. Maybe fake lieutenant, Mr. Britt.
Stay here and keep an eye on his car. If he comes back to it later, we'll follow him.
What you do now?
If he's the man we're looking for, he'll lead me to the hangar where the plane is. And what happens after that depends on him.
There's Sarge. We're here in plenty of time. They haven't brought out the plane yet. Is it in the same hangar the other one was?
Yes, that one over there.
What are you standing over here by this hangar for, then?
Mr. Martin's coming back here in a minute. And for reasons of his own, he wants us to meet him here. But he won't like you hanging around, so you better beat it to the waiting room till we're ready to go back to town.
Hey, now. What's going on here I shouldn't be in on, I'd like to know.
Martin will tell you all about it later, Axford.
Trying to get information from him is like pulling teeth.
Well, I'm telling you, he better not find you here.
Here comes Mr. Martin now, Sarge.
I think I'll take a look around while I'm waiting. No use making Martin sore.
If Axford knew we was looking for spies, he'd throw a fit because we chased him away.
Yeah, sure, he's got spies in the brain, if you ask me.
Sergeant Burke, you and your 2 men come right over with me close to this hangar so we can't be seen from the other hangar.
How'll we know if we're needed, Mr. Martin?
The corporal will blow his whistle if the man we expect should make his appearance. We want to catch him in the act inside the hangar. Have your guns ready, and if that whistle blows, don't lose a second getting to that other hangar. He must not get away.
Halt. Who goes there?
I'm an officer.
Advance to be recognized, sir.
I'm checking up to make sure the sergeant made his final inspection tonight.
Yes, sir. The final inspection's been made, sir.
Good. You can't be too careful.
That's right, sir.
Say, aren't you the same guard who was here today?
Yes, sir. If you want to go in now, sir, there isn't much time.
Hold on a minute. Strange they haven't changed guards here since this morning.
It's a special detail, sir. I'll pass you in if you're ready to
Someone
go.
else is in there already. Who is it?
Someone else? No, sir, you must be mistaken.
Look, in there by the plane.
Well, I don't see it.
So, I'm not to be fooled so easily, you chump. You were a little too anxious to pass me in. Well, now to drag him inside the door. There. Let's hope they take that plane out before they find you not at your post. I'll do my part to make one more accident happen.
Hey, Sarge. Sarge.
What's all the excitement, Axford?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Martin. Listen, all of you. I saw that lieutenant again. The one I saw around here this morning.
So what?
Hold on, Sergeant Burke. That lieutenant's the man we're waiting for. The corporal should have blown that whistle by now.
My way of thinking there's something funny going on.
Where'd you see that man, Axford?
The lieutenant, you mean?
Yes. Where was he when you just saw him just
He
now?
went over toward the hangar where that plane is. I followed just for no reason at all. And when he got near to the doorway of the hangar, he was gone. And so was the guard.
The guard not there? Bring your men, quick, Burke. Our plan has slipped up somehow, and we've got to move fast.
When a guy knows how, this is a cinch to fix. There. That does it. It'll work, too. They don't inspect the plane again when they find that dopey guard.
Neat job, Bug.
What? The masked man.
Gosh, if you'd elect the guard out so I could get in to watch, keep your hands up.
You're the Green Hornet.
Oh, what?
Listen, I guess you came to pull a job here yourself. Maybe we can make a deal with you. Hey, something's gone wrong. I'm getting out of here.
He thinks he took me off guard. The kid will be watching. I've got to pull that wire loose.
There's the corporal. Knocked out, you're going. Look, somebody's over near the plane. Get after it, quick. Come on, men. He's running toward the back of the hangar. Holy crow, looks like the Green Hornet. Halt your spell, Green.
He was tampering with the plane here. Oh, so that's it. The other plane must have been fixed the same way.
Him and that fake officer must have been working together, the dirty spies.
Come on, we'll go after him. Hurry up.
Leave one of your men here to watch this plane. I don't want it to leave the hangar.
Cassidy, stay here with the plane. Come on, the rest of you, quick. There he goes. Make it snappy or get clean away. The guard's at the back shooting at them, but he ain't got a chance of hitting that slippery Hornet.
Well, Cato, that phony officer's car's still in sight. He's probably too panicky to realize we're following him.
But we being followed too, Mr. Britt. Police car back there.
If they get too close before that fellow reaches his destination, we'll have to use the smoke screen.
It be necessary soon. Police car coming fast.
The car head's turning a corner. After him, Cato.
Nothing ever lose Black Beauty, Mr. Britt.
Good, he's still in sight.
Police getting too near. Just come around the corner.
Move up on that car ahead.
Police speed up too.
All right, open the jets, Cato. We'll give them a cloud of smoke.
smoke screen hide us from their view now.
Car ahead seems to be stopping. Turn into that side street before the smoke clears. The police ought to be able to handle this from now on. I think we've led them to the Ratsies' nest, so they ought to make a good haul.
Sure, and that sneaking Hornet will do anything to get away. That smoke was just another of his tricks.
It's clearing away now. Do you see them?
Look, that fake lieutenant just got out of that car to stop in front of the apartment house.
Yeah, he's going into that place and will maybe be leading us right to the Hornet's hideout. Stop here, Finnegan. All right, Mike. Come on. If we're not quick, they'll give us the slip again. We got to get them this time.
You're back so soon.
There's a devil to pay, Rudder. A Green Hornet busted into me while I was doing the job. The cops followed him and rushed the hangar. I just got away by a hair, believe me.
You fool. Why did you come here? Don't you know you may have been followed? That Green Hornet is too smart to let you get away without reason.
Hey, I didn't think of that. But if he does come here, we can make a deal with him to keep his mouth shut. He'll do anything for money, they say.
Speaking of money, get out of that uniform and be quick about it. You have bungled the whole thing, so you shall not be paid anything, do you hear?
Wait a minute, Tiny. If you figure on double-crossing me, you have another thing coming.
Is that so? Maybe this would keep you under control.
Put that gun down, Rudder. This is no time to be squaring off at each other. Take it easy.
You have served your purpose, Garvett. The Nazi party knows how to deal with those who fail. So this is a time for me...
Nazi party, huh? Well, this is our party now. Grab him, Finnegan.
I got him.
No, you...
Your shooting is a failure, too, Mr. Nazi, thanks to Mr. Martin.
That one you slugged, Mr. Martin, is the same guy you saw this morning in the uniform.
He's the one we want, all right. And he led us right to his Nazi boss. These will be federal prisoners, Burke, but we'll take them down to headquarters for questioning.
Hey, I'm an American. You can't do this to me.
American.
You're worse than your boss. He's an enemy to your country, but you're a traitor to your country, which is worse.
That Hornet's too slick. He did show up here with his pal.
Well, at least by following the Green Hornet, we found this rat's nest and got these two.
Yes, and we know the Hornet had a part in the sabotage of those planes.
Just what was it he did to the planes?
By the simple process of stretching a fine bare wire under the wing of the plane and connecting it a certain way, a short circuit was caused when the wheels retracted after the plane took off. It would take only a few minutes for one who knew how to do it.
Well, I'll be switched. How did you know about it?
One end of the wire was hanging loose. That's how I noticed it. The trick has been pulled before elsewhere.
Holy crow, that Hornet is smarter than I thought.
The Green Hornet is a very ingenious man, Axford.
Sure, and I could think of worse things than that to call him, too.
Go on, Axford. Martin means the Hornet's clever.
Clever, is he? He was dumb enough to lead us here.
It was you, Rudder, and your loud mouth that brought him to this apartment.
When rats get to squealing at each other, they don't stop to think people may be listening outside their door. We heard enough from you two already to put the rope around your necks. Let's take them away.
Listen to that, will you? The Green Hornet leaving his pals to their fate, and him going off to plan more deviltry.
We'll start a hunt for him on a bigger scale than ever before.
Sure. And the day will come when that Spalpeen will be sorry he ever tied up with Hitler and his pals. It'll be a great day for us when the Green Hornet is behind bars.
Let's select three. Tape out. Nazi spy ring broken. Green Hornet found. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Let's select three. Tape out.
That March 15th tax date with the Collector of Internal Revenue is not far away. We have to pay for this war, and the bill is tremendous. Therefore, our taxes must necessarily be high. Here are those who must file a return. Any single person whose gross income in 1943 was $500 or more. Any husband or wife whose individual gross income was more than $624. Every husband and wife whose combined gross income was $1,200 or more. And every individual who paid or owed a tax on 1942 income. You may secure income tax forms and receive help free of charge from your local Collector of Internal Revenue, Remember, returns must be filed at the collector's office, and any tax must be paid not later than midnight of March 15th. Fill out your return now and find out where you stand. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet again next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, Murder Will Out. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I want to remind you that our fighting forces will soon be starting down the highways that lead to Berlin and Tokyo. To make this journey a success, they're going to need more ships, planes, guns, ammunition, and every other conceivable kind of war material. It's our job on the home front to see that all of this equipment is in the hands of these men when they want it. The men on the battlefields and on the high seas are staking their lives on the jobs done by you war workers. They're calling for more and more equipment. Let's show them that we hear and heed that call. And now, the Green Hornet. Gregory Stewart, retired diplomat, was a strong-willed and determined man, not only in his reactions to national affairs, but also in handling his only son, Donald, whose playboy tactics had long found disfavor in his father's eyes. On a certain afternoon, Donald, his face flushed and his hands clenched in restrained anger, faced his father in the library of the Stewart home.
Regardless of what you say, Dad, I intend not only to continue to see Hazel Darnell, but to ask her to marry me. I'm over 21. You can't run my life for me. I won't let you. And that's final.
Stop it. Stop it. How dare you stand there and talk that way to me?
Because you're unreasonable, that's why.
Unreasonable? Why, you insolent young pup. You expect me to stand by and see you disgrace the name of Stewart by marrying that scheming showgirl? Look at that. And that and this.
So what?
Notorious publicity for a name that has stood high in the eyes of the nation for many years. That's what. Read that. Prominent young playboy Donald Stewart, rumored to be engaged to chorus girl. Have you no pride at all?
Sure. And believe me, Hazel's something to be proud of. See, there's her picture.
Frizzy-headed blonde. I'm warning you, Donald. You'll have to end this affair at once.
This affair, as you call it, is a serious matter to me. I love that girl. There's nothing to be done about it.
We'll see about that, my boy.
Listen, Dad. You were abroad when the war started. You saw a lot of things happen. Now, since the Jap atrocity stories have come out, you feel it's your duty to give a series of lectures on what the Germans did, how inhuman they were.
That has nothing to do with the matter we're discussing.
In a way it has. You yell about dictators, about the lack of freedom for other people. But when it comes to me, your own son, you act just like one. I can't do this, I can't do that.
It's for your own good. You're impulsive and stubborn. You need a restraining hand.
I'll be called for service before long. I'll have plenty of restraint then.
We'll try to get you commissioned before that happens.
No, I'll go in just like anybody else. It's your constant fixing of things in my life that caused me to become what the papers call a playboy. As far as Hazel's concerned, it's all settled. So let's stop talking about it.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, young man.
So long, Dad. You're wasting your time.
Donald, come back here. Donald! Oh, that young whippersnapper. Since he won't listen to reason, I'll have to take other measures to bring this affair to an end. Oh, that frizzy-headed blonde, my daughter-in-law. Never.
Pardon, monsieur. Your son wishes me to say that he will not be home for dinner tonight.
Very well, Jules. And say...
Oui, monsieur.
I want you to find the telephone number of that Hazel Darnell. Call her and tell her I want to see her.
Oui, monsieur. She is at the Marquette Theater.
Tell her to come over here sometime tonight. I'll show that pig-headed son of mine that she's not his sort.
Very well, monsieur. I will call her.
Where's my secretary?
Monsieur Gordon went to post the mail, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Jules, see that I'm not disturbed the rest of the afternoon. I want to go over my lectures and correct the manuscripts for release to the Daily Sentinel.
I will do my best.
And I'll go telephone Miss Darnell. I'm very anxious to tell her what I really think of her.
In the meantime, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, was in his office talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
I called you in, Axford, because I want you to do something for me this afternoon.
Sure. What is it, Reed?
Go to the home of Gregory Stewart on Lake Boulevard and see if he's ready to release copies of the talks he's going to make. I've signed him to an exclusive agreement for our paper to run the articles in the city here before he makes his nationwide tour.
Say, isn't that the father of young Stewart who's running around with that actress, the playboy whose picture's in the Sentinel today?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I've seen young Donald Stewart around in some of the nightclub. Seems to be a nice young chap.
According to the Clarion story, the girl must be a gold digger from the chorus.
I don't know much about the girl, except that she's really understudy to the leading lady.
Sure, and that goes to show you can't believe all you read, even in your own paper.
Well, I think you'll find the Sentinel gave them a better break than the other papers, Axford. You'd better get going. I'd like to get the copy for a series of articles as soon as possible.
I'd get over there right away, Reed. That stuff ought to make hot reading coming right on top of the Jap Atrocity series. And from what I hear, Mr. Stewart is one guy who really knows what he's talking about. The Nazis will be sorry they let him come back.
Until those stories of his are in print and he started his tour, anything can happen. So do what you can to get that copy this afternoon.
And the Germans came to Warsaw before we diplomats had a chance to move out. Diplomatic immunity gave me the opportunity to observe at first hand the inhuman treatment.
Pardon me, Mr. Stewart. There's a newspaper man from the Daily Sentinel here.
Gordon, you're my secretary. You handle that. While you were out, I told Jules I didn't want to be disturbed.
Oh, but, sir, this man is insistent. After what was in the papers today, I thought it better if you saw him personally.
All right. Show him in.
Very well, sir.
And by the way, I told Jules to make a phone call to that Darnell girl. Make sure he didn't forget it.
Mr. Stewart, I was wondering...
Well, what is it, Gordon? Speak up.
Since you're busy with your talks, would it inconvenience you if I were to leave for the balance of the day?
If you finish those letters, go ahead. Tell Jules to bring that newspaper man in here.
Yes, sir. And thank you.
Probably about Donald.
All right, Jules. Take him in.
Drat that boy. For 2 pins, I disown.
Monsieur Axford from the Sentinel.
Hello, Mr. Stewart. Thanks for seeing me.
Have a chair, Mr. Axford. That'll be all, Jules.
Oui, monsieur.
Huh. Foreigner, isn't he?
My French houseman. What brings you here?
I came to pick up the copy for your articles.
Well, you'll have to come back tomorrow. I'm going over the articles now.
Well, Mr. Reed's anxious to get the series started.
Well, so am I. But I want the facts to be correct and the presentation forceful.
Yeah. What was that noise?
Oh, the automatic shut-off on the home recording machine.
Oh, one of them things, eh?
Yes, I play it back and study the effect of my talks. I forgot to shut it off when you came in.
I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Mr. Stewart. I'll tell Mr. Reed what you said about getting the stuff tomorrow. I'll come back then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Axford. They'll be ready for you.
That night in her dressing room backstage, Hazel Darnell was talking to one of the other girls as she hurriedly changed into street clothes.
I hope I have time to make it over there and back before the finale. What time is it now?
Quarter to 10.
Say, Hazel, what does your boyfriend think of his father wanting you to come over?
I didn't tell Don. He'd be furious, of course. I want to get back for the finale and meet Don after the show.
Sorry, you ought to told that butler or whoever it was called you to tell the old man to jump in the lake.
No. Frankly, Mary, I'm as anxious to see him as he is to see me. Have to face things sometimes. Might as well be right now.
He probably intends to buy you off if he can.
Mary, if he offered to do such a thing, I'd feel like murdering him on the spot. I don't want his money. All I want is to be with Don.
Oh, you better get on out of here. You won't make it back in time.
I'm on my way right now. Keep your fingers crossed, Mary. I think I'll be needing a little luck.
Oh, hello, Jules. Going out?
Oui, Monsieur Donald. I was just about to open the door when you came in. I'm going for a walk.
Is Dad still in the library?
Oui. He has been making and listening to echoes of his talks most of the evening.
I hate to interrupt him, but I'm still not satisfied with the outcome of our talk this afternoon. This will really be the showdown, Jules.
I sympathize with you, Monsieur. Your father is a strict man.
Well, I'm going in there and take the starch out of him. This is one time he's not going to stand in my way. I'll see you later, Jules. I have to hurry. Have a date after the show with my fiancée.
Good night, Monsieur.
Night.
Well, Sergeant Burke, this sure has been a dull evening here at Cops headquarters. I should have gone home long ago. It is well after midnight.
Dull is it, Expert? Sure, in the way you talk, you'd think this city was a Wild West town. You're always expecting things to be happening.
Well, now, if nothing ever happened, there'd be no need for newspapers.
Sure, and then we wouldn't have to put up with the likes of you around here all the time.
Is that so now?
Yes, that's so. Hello, police headquarters. What's that? Say, now, take it easy and don't talk so fast. Say that again. You're who? What's that? When? Where are you calling from? Well, stay right there till we get there. We'll be right over.
What's up, Sarge?
20. Come on, Expert. I'm taking the homicide squad. Mr. Gregory Stewart has been murdered.
Next morning at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed was discussing the events of the preceding night with Axford.
Well, we got a scoop on that Stewart murder, all right, but it certainly was a shock to me, Axford.
Sure, it was a shock to everybody, Reed.
Gunnigan made a good story out of it. Say, you went out there with the police. How did that French houseman act?
Well, I rode out with the Sarge of the boys. We were let in by the Frenchman. We all went right to the library. That's where it happened. Stewart was shot, but there was no sign of a gun around. Sarge immediately started to question the houseman.
All right, now, pull yourself together and answer a few questions. When did you find him?
About 12:30, Monsieur. I came to see if he had finished with his speeches.
Who else is in the house?
No one. I had just come in. I had been out.
Did Mr. Stewart have any callers that you know of?
He had an appointment to see that Mademoiselle Darnell. He told me he would let her in when she arrived.
I see. Anybody else?
Monsieur Donald, his son, returned home just as I was leaving. They had quarreled this afternoon.
What happened when the son came in tonight?
I do not know, Monsieur. I left at that time, but he...
Well, go on. He what?
He said he was going in to have a showdown with his father. He said this time he's not going to stand in my way.
What were they fighting about, anyway?
About Monsieur Donald's association with Mademoiselle Darnell.
So that's it, eh? Cassidy, send a couple of men out to pick up this Darnell girl and young Stewart. Since both of them are here tonight at different times, looks like one of them might know a lot about this murder. Have them taken in for questioning.
So they picked up the girl and young Stewart.
I see. These two were in a tough spot then.
Sure. The cops grilled them for hours, but they both swear that the old man was alive when each of them left.
How about that other showgirl? I see where she made a statement concerning something Miss Darnell said just before she left to keep the appointment.
Yeah. One of the girls at the theater, Mary somebody, told that Hazel Darnell said something about she'd murder old Stewart if he tried to buy her off from going with the son. Sarge says maybe the two of them were in cahoots on the killing.
That's bad, all right. According to our story, young Stewart's lawyer bailed them both out.
Yeah, but there'll be an indictment out for one or both of them before morning, I'm thinking. The cops are still looking for the gun. Sure is funny. And me talking to the old man only yesterday.
Gunnigan told me you didn't get anything out of him.
That's right. He was to have the copy ready for us today. He was reading the stuff into one of them recording things when I got there. A secretary of his, a guy named Gordon, didn't want to interrupt the old man at first.
Hey, what about that secretary? Was he there last night?
Oh, he came in after we got there. Had an alibi. He was off all afternoon and went to a late movie. The Frenchie had an alibi, too. Walked for a while, then sat in a cafe until after midnight. Sarge checked on both of them.
I see. And that left Mr. Stewart all alone in the house.
Oh, part of the time, I guess. But Frenchie said he wanted to be alone. He was making more of them records so he could hear himself talk back at himself.
Well, keep me posted if anything new develops at headquarters, Axford. It's a very interesting case. Very interesting.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. But perhaps some of you car owners are wondering why you aren't able to get as much gasoline as you're entitled to. The reason is the black market. It has been estimated that some 2.5 million gallons a day are lost because of illegal operations. There's just one simple rule to follow to stamp out the black market. Never buy gasoline without surrendering one of your own properly endorsed coupons. If you really want gasoline, comply with rationing. Otherwise, a few will have plenty, while the rest of us have none. And now, back to the Green Hornet. That evening in his apartment, Britt Reed was talking to his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
And that Stewart murder's developed into a very puzzling case, Cato.
You think girl or son commit murder, Mr. Britt?
They both had motives, and they both made threats before they went to see Mr. Stewart.
French houseman there when police arrived.
Yes, but the coroner reported Stewart had been dead at least an hour, maybe longer, and the houseman got in at 12:30. He was in a cafe until midnight.
Perhaps murderer leaves some clue police overlook.
Maybe so. If either of those young people did the killing, he or she deserves punishment. But if they're both innocent as they claim, I'd like to help them prove it.
I have idea you like to have Green Hornet look into the matter, Mr. Britt.
I have the same idea, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty and run over to Stewart's place. The Green Hornet's going to have a look around the room in which they found the body of Mr. Stewart.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. In the Stewart home, Cassidy, the police guard, left his post in the entrance hall and went into the kitchen for coffee. Jules, who had waited for the opportunity, quickly crossed the hall and with flashlight in hand quietly entered the library, closing the door after him.
I must work fast. I must be sure to get all of them. It would not do for them to fall into the wrong hands. Right. A figure outside the window. Good thing I have this gun in my pocket. I will hide and surprise Monsieur Intruder.
Let's see. I have to use my flashlight. Yeah, over there. Now if I can find what I hope to find...
This is a gun in your back, Monsieur?
Raise your hands and keep quiet.
So, you're looking for something too, huh?
Perhaps we came for the same thing, monsieur. But I got here first, you see.
Evidently you're afraid of being heard. If I should call out...
Don't forget the gun, monsieur. Turn around.
Okay, Frenchie.
A masked man.
Take that light out of my eyes.
Yeah, I lower it a little. Monsieur Green Hornet.
I see you know me.
Who doesn't know the ace of criminals? That is why you do not dare to call out. The police long for your capture, mon ami.
I came here for something. I intend to get it.
I am here to prevent you. I will really use this gun if you try.
Frenchie, did you ever see a kickoff?
Kickoff?
Yes, in football.
Like this. The soldiers learn that, too.
For that trick, I'll shoot.
Now to get what I came after and clear out fast. If he was recording when the murder took place, I may get a real clue. Good. Maybe I've really got something.
What's going on in here? Where's the bloomin' light switch? Who's that? Speak up. Oh, there's the light switch. Hey, what is this? Oh, so it's you, is it? What are you doing in here? Gun on the floor, huh? Get up, you.
I heard a noise in here, monsieur. I came in to investigate. It was a Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? Now, wait a minute, you. Don't hand me that stuff. From my way of thinking, you came in here snooping around to get your gun back and fell over something. Come on. I'm calling a squad car to take you to headquarters. Maybe you're the murderer.
Meanwhile, Britt Reed, for reasons of his own, directed Cato to drive back to his apartment. After spending a short time there, they were soon speeding in the Black Beauty on a return visit to the Stewart home.
Well, Cato, my hunch proved correct. We found evidence that'll convict the murderer.
Why we go back to Stewart's house, Mr. Britt?
Because the killer is there.
Perhaps more police there also.
Yes, I think you're right. That guard probably called headquarters. We haven't been gone long, and they're likely to be there drilling that Frenchie right now. I hope they aren't in the library.
Must be very careful this time, Mr. Britt.
I'll be on guard. Keep the Black Beauty out of sight in the back and keep the lights out. There'll be a squad car in front of the house if they're there, and I certainly hope they are.
So you were sneaking around in that library, were you?
But, monsieur, if you will let me explain...
You'll do plenty of explaining, all right. Cassidy, bring those other two into the hall here.
Okay, Sarge. Hey, you two, come out here in the hall.
Say, Sergeant Burke, do you really think that Frenchie did it, the old man?
That ain't for me to say yet, Axford. He was acting mighty suspicious, and Cassidy found that gun on the floor by him.
Is it the murder gun?
How do I know? The ballistic expert will find that out.
Here they are, Sarge.
Haven't I been questioned enough, Sergeant?
Now, take it easy, son. From the looks of things, you ain't having much to worry about.
Why don't you take Jules to police headquarters and be done with it? His actions a while ago proved he had at least something to do with the murder.
I'm running this show, Mr. Gordon. I'll do things my way. Now, Jules, where was it in the library you had that gun hidden? We searched there last night.
I took that gun in with me just a while ago, monsieur.
Then what were you after in there?
Please, monsieur, I would rather not say. Unless I can speak to you in private.
What is this? Some sort of a trick?
Them foreigners are tricky, Sarge. Better not let them pull a fast one on you.
Shut up, Axford. All right, Frenchie, I'll give you 5 minutes of my time. Cassidy, have Stewart and Gordon go back in the library while I talk to this guy here.
All right, you two. You heard what the Sarge said.
I'm getting tired of being herded about like cattle.
Well, go in and rest yourself then. I'll be right outside the door here.
Okay, Jules. Start talking. You can talk in front of these men, and what you have to say better be good.
As young Stewart and Gordon went into the library, Britt Reed approached the window of that room. He carefully and silently raised the window and pulled himself over the sill. The two men inside had their backs to the window and were talking.
There's no doubt in my mind, Donald, that Jules killed your father. But what about his alibi? Now that the police have reason to suspect him, they'll probably find a hole in that. I can't believe Jules would do such a thing. Don't be a fool. I notice he hasn't wasted any sympathy on you since they had you under suspicion. Yeah. Don't suppose the police will object if I get some of your father's things together. Might as well be doing something. I'll start with the stuff in that cabinet.
Stay away from that cabinet, you.
What? A masked man. You must be the Green Hornet. Jules said you came here before.
I'll take what's in that cabinet.
No, you won't.
Take it, Lug.
Yes. Gordon, you sneak. You can't come here like this. I'll show
I
you.
hate to do this, fellow, but... Now to pull the trump card. They heard the commotion. I gotta get out quick.
What's going on here? Which guy went out the window?
Neither one, Sarge. Look on the floor.
Hey, there's two fellas lying there on the floor.
Conditions as I have
What's
stated
that?
them have not been one bit
Photograph.
exaggerated.
That's Stewart's boy.
For I saw
Sarge.
these
Shut that
atrocities
thing
with
off.
my own eyes.
Wait.
The Nazis didn't stop
Very
us.
well done, Mr.
That's Gordon's
What are you
boy.
interrupting me for? I thought you were out for the evening.
I knew you'd be alone. I slipped away from
Listen to that, Sarge.
Quiet.
Go away, you bother me.
I came to tell you that you'll never make those talks. See?
A gun.
Glory be.
What's the meaning of this? Have you gone out of your mind?
I'm keeping you from slurring my country. Germany.
You, a Nazi. Get out.
This is my answer.
Gordon's the killer.
No, you will not.
I can't believe my ears. Get the handcuffs on him.
Then Jules was speaking the truth when he said he came in to get the written copies of the talks so they wouldn't get in the wrong hands.
Sure, he knew how careful the old man was of them papers. And to think this guy on the floor was a Nazi working for Stuart all the time.
He didn't even have an accent, Sarge.
They send spies over here, Axford, that can speak and act like us Americans. He sure succeeded in keeping Stuart from telling folks about what the Germans did. Germany couldn't keep a diplomat from coming back, but Gordon was planted to see that he didn't talk.
Well, if the young guy's willing, we'll print the whole story in the Daily Sentinel.
Oh.
Hey, look, he's coming too.
Boy, what a sock I took.
So that killer hit you when you found that record and put it on, eh? But what'd you do to him? He's still out cold.
You kidding, Sergeant? He was gassed by the Green Hornet, who knocked me out.
The Green Hornet? Where is he? Give me that gun, Sarge, quick.
Take it easy, Axford. He ain't hiding behind any of the chairs. Donald, you and your lady friend are in the clear. That guy Gordon is the murderer. We got the goods on him.
Gordon? I never did like that guy. Gee, Sergeant, I don't know how you did it, but you sure took a load off my mind by catching him. And I'll meet Hazel tonight.
Sure, I know, son. I'm sorry about your dad, but I know you and your little lady will find happy days ahead. Don't thank me. 'Twas that record over there did the trick.
Record?
Sure, you know. The ones your father was making last night. It recorded the whole business when Gordon interrupted him.
Oh, who found the record?
Sure, and I think the Hornet was in cahoots with that mug there. They found out the record was on the photograph. The Hornet tried to grab it off and accidentally set the machine going when we scared him away.
If we'd gotten here in a minute or two sooner, we could caught the Spalpeen red-handed.
If you'd have got in here sooner, Sarge, you'd probably be lying right there beside that murderer.
Axford, if the Green Hornet ever stuck that gas gun into his and your face, he wouldn't have to pull the trigger. You'd faint from sheer fright.
Oh, great St. Patrick. The Green Hornet himself. He must have been looking in the window at us all the time. And me standing right near it. I think I need a little water, Sarge. I do feel a little faint.
We know that receiving letters from home is about the most important item in the lives of our boys overseas. For this reason, we should see that our letters get there just as fast as possible. The safest and fastest method of communication with the boys who've gone across is the V-mail service. It always goes by air, and it's always delivered. V-mail has priority over all other types of personal mail, and every important Army and Navy installation the world over has V-mail equipment. And here's another important item to remember. Be sure that all of your overseas mail is properly and completely addressed. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet at this same time next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, A Case of Honor. The Green Hornet strikes again. Figures don't often make interesting reading, but sometimes they tell a story. Field commanders in the Army have asked for 600,000 WACs, and there are but 66,000 now in service. The story is pretty apparent. More women are needed to enlist in the WACs, and they're needed immediately to help win this war. They're needed in the Army Ground Forces, the Army Air Forces, and the Army Service Forces. There are 239 different types of Army jobs open to WACs, and each girl may choose her own branch of service. The coming invasion of Europe is going to take every ounce of fighting manpower available. That's why it's essential that American women fill these behind-the-line jobs. If you're eligible for service in the WACs, call today at your nearest U.S. Army Recruiting and Induction Center. And now, the Green Hornet. Two men sat in a black sedan, which had been parked on a byroad just off the main highway leading to the milling factory out at the edge of the city. For some time, they silently watched the highway. Then, after looking at his wristwatch, one of them spoke.
That guy ought to be along any minute now, Spike.
Yeah, but listen, Slick. How do you know he brings out the payroll?
I've been tailing him for a couple of weeks. Every Friday afternoon, he goes into the bank and brings out the payroll. And always at the same time.
Sure, but maybe he's got a guard with him.
Oh, no, I don't. I made sure of that. This guy's a manager out there, and he's been doing it that way for a long time. It isn't a very big factory.
Well, I hope there ain't any slip-up. All looks too easy to me.
Well, it will be easy. And I have a scheme to lay the blame on someone else right from the start. Yeah, put this on.
Oh, a mask, huh?
Sure, I made it. I'm going to wear this mask.
Hey, now I get it. Slick, you sure got what it takes.
Hey, look, that's the car we're waiting for. Get ready to start after him as soon as he passes. All right, get going, Spike.
Okay.
Good. There's no other cars on the highway. Step out and crowd him over to the side of the road, so he'll have to stop.
We're almost alongside, Slick. I'll crowd him over.
Pull over and stop.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out, mister.
Oh, your mask. The Green Hornet.
Good guessing. Go on, get out and be quick about it.
That gun. Be careful. I'll get out.
Keep your gun in this mug while I grab the bag out of the back of his car.
I'll watch him. Go and get it.
Oh, no, you can't take that. I won't let you.
Oh, you...
Had to knock him out, Slick.
Serves him right. Now I'll get the dough. Yeah, here it is.
Hurry up, Slick. I think there's a car coming.
All right, come on, let's scram out of here fast.
Hey, what about that jerk laying there in the road?
Never mind him. Get this crate going and fast. That guy will spread the alarm that the Green Hornet took his dough. Spike, I think we can pull a lot of stunts with these masks. And the cops will get red hot on the trail of the Green Hornet. Let's go.
A few hours later, Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in his office talking to Michael Axford, one of his reporters.
So the manager of the factory claims the holdup was staged by the Green Hornet, eh?
Sure, he swears it was the Hornet. He saw him face to face, he says. Reed, imagine the nerve of that spalpeen pulling a stunt like that right in broad daylight.
It was nervy, all right. No doubt about that.
That it was. And that factory guy was lucky he wasn't shot down in cold blood, too.
From all previous reports on the Hornet, he usually gasses his victims with a special kind of gas gun.
Well, he didn't use it on this guy. There was another masked guy with the Hornet, they say. And he popped the factory manager in the back of his head with the gun butt, then left him lying in the road.
I see.
Believe me, Reed, that Hornet is getting to be a menace to the city. The cops are really out to get him this time.
Hello? Axford? Yeah, he's here. Just a minute. For you, Axford.
Thanks. Hello, Axford speaking. Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. What's up? He did? Glory be. I'm coming down to headquarters right away. Goodbye.
Oh, what's happened?
That was Burke. He says a gas station was held up a little while ago down on East Highway.
Is that so? There seems to be a minor crime wave taking place in the city today.
Sure, and it's a one-man crime wave at that. Sarge says the gas station robbery was done by none other than the Green Hornet.
After scouting around the city in a squad car for some time, in a vain search for clues to the whereabouts of the Green Hornet, Sergeant Burke and Axford returned to police headquarters where they were talking.
Well, Sarge, looks like you cops are stumped. That Hornet always was too slick for you.
That's enough of your ribbon, Axford. If the newspapers in this city would cooperate instead of lambasting us every time that spalpeen pulls a job, maybe we'd get someplace.
Sure, no, Sarge. We can't stop printing the paper and send the whole office force out hunting the Hornet.
No. But if you all publicize what a menace he is to the community and get the public to be on the lookout, we might have a chance to catch him once and for all.
Now, is that any way to talk when everybody knows Reed and the Daily Sentinel have a standing reward of $25,000 for the capture of the Hornet?
Well, just in case some people have forgotten it, you might tell Reed to headline that offer in the morning edition.
That's an idea, Sarge. I'd put it up to Reed when I go back to the office. Reed's as anxious to see him caught as you are.
The next afternoon, in their hideout down in the waterfront section of the city, Slick and Spike were making plans for committing another crime in the disguise of the Green Hornet.
This will be the biggest job of them all, Spike.
What is it this time, Slick?
We're going to bust into the City National Bank. I've been casing it for some time.
Hey, what about the guard there?
I got that all figured out. He makes the same rounds every night. I know just where he'll be at a certain time, 10 o'clock. He opens a side door to take in a night deposit from the drug company. We'll be there to follow him in.
Oh, why not just grab the drug company deposit and beat it?
We'll get that and whatever we can get from inside the bank, too.
Say, Slick, how about divvying up what we already got on those other two jobs?
Okay, if you want it that way. I hid the dough under some loose boards over in the corner. I'll get it. Now that you've seen where I hid this, I'll have to find a new place.
What's the idea? Don't you trust me?
Sure, I trust you, Spike. But not with my dough.
Well, half of it's mine, you know.
Half?
Well, sure, we split 50-50, don't we?
Where'd you get that idea? I do all the figuring, find the jobs to do. All you do is trail around after me and get gravy.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I'm giving you 1/4 the take. You're lucky to get that. There you are. Take it or leave it.
Now, hold on a minute, Slick. You ain't getting away with that.
Look, Head. I said take it or leave it. Of course, if you want to argue about it...
Now, hold on, Slick. Put that rod away. I'll take it. But it ain't being fair.
Now you're coming to your senses. As to it being fair, listen, Piker. Anything's fair to my way of thinking if you can get away with it. And I'm getting away with this, see?
Okay, I ain't arguing with you. Taking the dough, ain't I?
Sure you're taking it. Small-timers like you, Spike, can't resist the sight of greenbacks. I knew you'd settle easy.
Someday, Slick, you're going to meet up with someone who won't settle so easy.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just calm down, Slick. I was just beating my gums to hear myself talk, that's all.
Yeah, well, after this, wait till you're all alone, or those gums of yours are liable to be pasted together permanent. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know. Let's forget it. We can't be dogging at each other if we got a job to do tonight.
Yeah, that's right. You play along with Papa, and maybe this time I'll toss a few more extra bucks your way when I make the split. And if you don't play along right, brother, you won't only get nothing, but I might take the notion to see that you don't squeal about it later.
Oh, cut it out, Slick. We're friends, and I'm playing along. No need for you to threaten me.
Well, since we're friends, just consider that I just gave you a friendly warning. I'm going out for a while. Meet you here later.
Okay, Slick. I'll be here. So long.
So long, sucker.
Yeah, sucker is right for trusting a ratter like that. Do me out of my share, will he? I'll find a way to get even. Say, that headline in that paper gives me an idea. 25,000 for the capture of the Hornet, huh? Of course, Slick ain't really the Green Hornet, but who'd believe him? Maybe I'll get my cut after all, Slick. You sneaking double-crosser. Yeah, and get it at the expense of your own hide.
Hello?
Mr. Reed, there's a man calling. He won't say who he is, but he wants to speak to you. Says it's about something very important.
I see. Well, connect me with him. And Miss Case, see if the operator can check on who's calling.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
You're the publisher of the Daily Sentinel?
That's right. I'm Britt Reed.
Look, that stuff in your paper really on the level? About giving all that dough for the Green Hornet?
Yes. $25,000 will be paid to anyone who gives information leading to the capture of the Hornet. Why?
Got a tip-off on a job he's going to pull tonight.
Oh. Where?
Not so fast, mister. How do I know I'll really get that dough if he's caught?
Now, this is a reliable paper. All you have to do is to identify yourself, and it'll be paid. Who are you?
I'll just come in and say Spike sent me. That ought to be enough.
All right. Now, what's the tip-off you have to give?
Just this. Green Hornet is planning to bust into the City National Bank at 10 o'clock tonight through the side door. It ought to be a cinch to grab him.
But how do you know this? How do I know that you... Hello? Hello?
He hung up, Mr. Reed.
Oh, I see. Thank you. I could call the police and let them handle it. They might scare the guy off. And as the real Green Hornet, it's a case of honor with me to have a showdown with a fellow who's been cashing in on the Hornet's name. Yes, I think I'd better handle this myself. And to be certain that crook gets what's coming to him.
Now that I made sure the reward's on the level, I better call the coppers and tip them off.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Parks speaking.
Listen, copper, I'm calling from a booth. There's a tip-off on the Green Hornet.
What's that? Say that again.
Here's a tip for you on the Hornet. Are you listening?
Sure, I'm listening. Say whatever you have to say and hurry up about it. Now, what's that about the Green Hornet?
He's going to try to crack the City National tonight at 10 o'clock through the side door. You better be there.
Holy smoke, are you sure? Who are you and how did you...
Now, Slick will find out who's the sucker.
Is that so, Squealer?
Slick.
Sure. I followed you here and listened to those calls you made. Get moving, Lug. I have some unfinished business with you. This rod will get a little use after all when we get to the spot I'm taking you.
No, Slick. I didn't mean
Get going. Guess I'll have to change my time on that little job tonight. After I get rid of you. Go on, sucker. You beat your gums for the last time.
We'll continue our adventure in just a minute.
Suppose you were an American prisoner of war. Can you imagine just how happy and grateful you'd be to receive a package of food or clothing from home? Well, getting these things together and delivering them to all our boys who are being held as prisoners is one of the many tasks being undertaken by the Red Cross. In Europe, American prisoners are sent a standard Red Cross food package every week. The story in Japan, of course, is another matter, but the Red Cross has never ceased trying to establish regular contacts with American prisoners in Japanese hands. Now, the Red Cross, as most of us know, is supported entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. This month, we're asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross workers come to your home, give as generously as you can. And now, back to our story. After hearing from Spike, Britt Reed decided to go to the bank at 10 o'clock as the real Green Hornet, to have a showdown with a man who has misused the Hornet's name. But he doesn't realize he'll be going into a police trap. Meantime, he arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You come home late tonight, Mr. Britt?
Yes, Cato, I was busy at the office. My night's work isn't finished yet.
Oh, you go back to Central office tonight?
No, Cato, there's a certain party in the city whom I'd like to meet. And the sooner the better.
Oh, when you talk like that, I know you're worried about crook who used Hornet's name.
Exactly. The honor of the real Hornet is at stake. That man must be stopped before he goes any further. And I hope to have a showdown with him tonight.
You have clue to his identity, Mr. Britt?
No, but I have a tip-off that he'll commit another crime, a bank robbery, at 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to be there, Cato.
Black Beauty's ready.
Good. It's 20 minutes to 10 now, so there's no time to lose. Come on, we'll get the gas gun and masks and be on our way to meet the fake Green Hornet.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the secret hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. As the hour of 10 approached, Sergeant Burke and a couple of policemen stood with Axford in the shadows of the building opposite the bank, waiting.
Say, Sarge, suppose he goes up the back way while we're standing here watching the front?
Do you think I'm stupid, Axford?
Well, no, if that's a direct question, I'll...
For your information, Cassidy's round back watching with one of the men. Others are planted on the side in the alley. We're going to let the Hornet actually get inside. Then we'll close in and get him when he won't have that speedy car of his handy.
Oh. Hey, look. There's a man with the handbag going toward the bank.
That must be the guy from the drug company. He makes a late deposit every night. He's pushing the night bell on that side door now.
If anything's going to happen, it ought to be now. Say, ain't somebody supposed to open the door for him?
Sure. There's a guard inside. He's taking long enough to open up.
Look, he's coming to the front.
Yeah. Now he's trying to look in the front window. Come on, I want to speak to him. Maybe something's wrong with that guard.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I'm going to try to get in here at the back so as to be inside when that imposter gets there.
Back door over there, Mr. Britt. But it must be very strong.
Yes. Well, I'll find some way. You wait here. If I could manage to... What's this? The door's unlocked. Huh. Strange. Well, here goes. Dark. I have to use my flashlight. Well, guard. Lying just inside the door. Let's see. He He's dead.
Don't make a move, Hornet. I've got a gun on you.
A trap, huh?
Sure, and you walked right into it. I cut you with the goods, too, leaning over the guard you murdered. Keep your hands up and turn around.
All right. Take that light out of my eyes.
Your goose is cooked this time. Joe!
Here I am, Cassidy.
Step outside that door and blow your whistle for the Sarge. He's around front. Hurry it up.
Right. Don't let him trick you.
I'm watching. Go on. You make one little move, I'll drill you, so help me.
I believe you would at that.
Try it and see. Joe! Why the devil don't you blow that whistle?
So sorry. Man with whistle indisposed at the moment. Drop gun, please.
Drop it. That's a real gun in your back.
Trick. I might have known it. But gun or no gun, I won't let you get away with it.
Take it, fellow.
Yes, sir.
Quick, Cato. Make a run for the Black Beauty. Good thing you followed me.
Watch from shadows. Saw two men sneak after you.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Looks like two of them running away from the bank. Hey, there's somebody lying here.
Where?
Turn a light over there, somebody.
Here you are.
Say, it's one of your men. Here, you men. Look after him and find Cassidy.
Hey,
come on, expert. That's the Hornet getting away. I'm going to follow him and track him down if it takes all night.
That was a narrow escape, Cato. Evidently that man who was posing as the Hornet heard about the tip-off and came earlier. The fellow who called me must have tipped off the police.
Men now add murder to crimes.
Yes, he's a very clever chap and a dangerous one. There must be some way to find him. They've got to find him and get him into the hands of the police.
That is, if police not get us first. They're very hard to lose.
Well, we've lost him for the moment at any rate. Turn on the shortwave radio for the police calls.
Yes, Mr. Britt?
Attention all cars. City National Bank robbed by Green Hornet. Guard killed. Hornet last seen in neighborhood of First and Wood Streets. Keep lookout for Hornet car. Keep lookout for Hornet car.
We're well away from there now.
Attention car 46. Attention car 46. Body of murdered man found earlier tonight in alley near River Street, off West Avenue. Identified as that of an underworld character known as Spike. Pick up all suspicious characters in waterfront neighborhood for questioning. That is all.
Cato, now I begin to see. The man who tipped me off today was named Spike. That's why he was murdered. And the one who killed him is the man we're looking for. It's a big risk for us, but we're going to River Avenue and West Avenue right now. Step on it.
Alley, very dark. Neighborhood very bad, Mr. Britt. Why we come here?
That phone call to me late this afternoon was made from a drugstore at the next corner. I had the call traced. That fellow Spike probably lived near here. He and the other man had a hideout here.
This alley where he was murdered?
It must be.
What do we look for?
Well, there aren't many cars in this neighborhood. No private garages. What cars there are parked either on the street or in the alley.
Men who make believe to be Hornet said to use black sedan.
Yeah. With the light of this flash. Look, there are a few cars here. Two black sedans. Now, let's have a look at them. This one isn't what we're looking for. Let's see that one over there.
What you doing, Mr. Britt?
Feel this hood, Cato. It's still warm. We'll have a look inside. It's not locked. That means the owner's probably coming back soon. Now, look in that glove compartment. Cato, look here.
Mask. Like Green Hornet.
Right. The driver of this car's our man. I expect he'll be back soon to make a getaway. I'll get in the back of his car and wait. When he drives away, you follow. If the police sight us, use the smoke screen and catch up to us. I'll be ready for you by then.
Someone come. I leave now.
I'll sure be glad to shake the dust of this burg off my feet. Cop's squad car stopped at the corner. Better take it easy so they won't be suspicious and follow me. And give me the once-over. They're not starting up. Guess I'm in the clear. But I'll watch in the mirror to make sure.
Yeah, they're not following, but that other car seems to be. I better step on it. Hey, what the? Now the cops are pulling out. What is this?
Pull over, Mug. I'll tell you all about it.
Hey, where did you come from? Get that gun out of my back.
Stop this car. Hurry up. Stop it.
Okay. If you'll tell me what this is, a mask. You must be the real Green Hornet.
Right, killer, and I don't like guys who use my name.
That was just a gag. I didn't mean
Shut up. Open that glove compartment and put that mask on. Hurry.
What do you want me to
put it on, Mug?
All right. Yeah, there.
Well, I guess that bag on the seat there contains the swag you stole.
Hey, you're not taking that out, so...
Kiss me, sucker. Now you take it.
Oh, don't. I'll divide with you.
Gas. There. That mask on and the stolen money beside him, the cops will take him in. His fingerprints will show who he is, no doubt. Just a small-time crook who turned killer. Now to get to Cato and the Black Beauty. But I'll leave this little token first.
Police comes fast, Mr. Britt. It's necessary to use smoke to delay them.
Get going, Cato, quick, before they spot us.
That looks like the car, all right.
Yeah. Glory be, look on the front seat.
By the saints in heaven, it's the Green Hornet himself.
It doesn't seem possible, Expert. Say, there's a bag. We'll have a look. Packed with dough. Just look at that. Expert, we've struck a whole parcel of scoops for you and promotions for me.
Hey, Sarge, what's that on the guy's forehead? Holy crow, the seal of the Green Hornet. Now, why should he go putting his own seal on his own head?
Get that mask off him. I have a hunch.
Do I dare know? Well, there.
Just as I suspected. That's a crook who was paroled a couple of weeks ago. He couldn't be the Hornet. I bet he was using the Hornet's name and the real one caught up with him. That's the answer.
You mean we haven't got the Green Hornet, then?
No. But as soon as we can make this mug talk, I'll bet we find we have the killer and robber we were after. Though he may have been working with the Hornet.
Oh, Sarge. Then there goes my biggest scoop.
Sure. And there goes all them promotions for me.
And there goes the real Green Hornet.
That March 15th tax date with the Collector of Internal Revenue is not far away. We have to pay for this war, and the bill is tremendous. Therefore, our taxes must necessarily be high. Here are those who must file a return. Any single person whose gross income in 1943 was $500 or more. Every husband or wife whose individual gross income was more than $624. Every husband and wife whose combined gross income was $1,200 or more. And every individual who paid or owed a tax on 1942 income. You may secure income tax forms and receive help free of charge from your local Collector of Internal Revenue. Remember, returns must be filed at the Collector's office, and any tax due must be paid not later than midnight of March 15th. Fill out your return now and find out where you stand. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Fog in the Night. The Green Hornet strikes again. How long has it been since you've taken one of your old books down off the shelf to read? Why don't you take some of those old-timers out, dust them off, and send them to the Merchant Marine Library? Our Merchant Marines have some pretty long hours to put in aboard the cargo ships, and reading an interesting book is about the only recreation they have. When these boys are off duty, a book to read will go a long way toward helping them forget the ever-present danger of torpedoes. The seamen report that the books they like best are biographies, westerns, novels, and mysteries. Now, you probably have a lot of books in your home that you've enjoyed reading and probably won't be reading again. How about wrapping them up and mailing them to the Merchant Marine Library, New York City? Or if you live west of the Mississippi, send them to the Merchant Marine Library, San Francisco. And now, the Green Hornet. A large truck of the semi-trailer type, heavily loaded with parts for one of the war factories, pulled slowly over the crest of a hill to the west of the city. The weather was cold and the road inclined to be icy in spots. In the cab of the truck, the driver was talking to his helper.
This night driving ain't all it's cracked up to be, especially in weather like this. You gotta watch out for bad spots in the road. Now, take this hill we're going down now, for instance. Halfway down here, there's a hairpin turn that's slippery as the devil. You gotta go into creep gear to get around it without going over into the gulch.
I ain't been on this route before. It's a good thing you're doing the driving.
Yeah, but even at that, I don't feel safe till I get past that turn. Especially with 10-ton like this shoving us along. Well, we're almost there now. I guess I better slow her down.
Any trucks ever go over there?
Nah. Believe you me, that's one place we all watch our step. After we get around that, the road's fairly straight. Oh, there's the beginning of the turn coming up ahead of us.
Hey, what's that? Look.
What? Thick fog rolling across the road.
Hey, we're getting right in it. Watch out. Use the brakes.
I can't see. We're sliding.
We'll do something quick. We'll go through the rail.
I'm driving blind. That fog...
They're skidding. Look out!
The following morning, in the office of Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, Lowry, one of the reporters, was discussing the accident of the night before.
Oh, sure was a rotten break for the two men on that truck, Chief. Neither one of them lived to tell about it.
Yeah, Lowry, it's too bad. I guess the driver of the truck was a little careless in taking that turn. Some of them get that way after they've been over the same road a lot.
Yeah. Funny, though. It was a nice, clear night. You know, Chief, that sure was a long drop into that gully after the truck went through the guardrail.
Oh, did you see the wreckage?
Oh, sure. I was out there this morning. Some mess.
I noticed your story in the Sentinel said the truck was carrying parts for one of the local war factories.
Yeah, that's right. Some sort of steel rods that are used in making tanks. Well, they were all bent up and scattered all over the gully.
Well, that's the kind of thing that'd cheer up the Nazis.
Yeah. That's a break for them without them having to do anything to make it happen.
I don't suppose the brakes on that truck had been tampered with or anything like that.
No. It was near the end of their run. No, they'd have noticed if anything was wrong with the brakes long before they got to that curve. Well, like you said, they just got careless, I guess. Once too often.
Well, to use a trite phrase, accidents will happen. But too many accidents like that one would result in a serious slowdown in production at that war factory. And let's hope that accident will make other drivers along that route more careful in the future.
Meanwhile, in a deserted-looking house well back from the road on the west side, just outside the city,
A tall, blond man stood with glass in hand, smiling down at his sober-faced companion who sat nearby.
So, I drink to the success of your ingenious little invention, Hans. Just to think, by its use, we have kept 20 tons of vital steel rods from reaching that factory.
I'm glad our plans have been so successful, Fritz. The simple little device we use is not such an ingenious invention as you think, but it has served the purpose. However, I think it prudent not to use it again for a week or so, especially at the same point in the road.
You overly cautious, Hans. That is the only logical place along the highway to use it. The turns are so sharp that drivers have no chance to avoid having, well, shall we say, an accident when they are momentarily blinded by our fog in the night, huh?
You're the one who gives the orders, of course.
Yes, my dear Hans, I do give the orders.
Of course. And I, a person of education and breeding, have to take them. Because you are a member of the elite guard of the Nazi Party.
Stop it! You would dare to insinuate that I, your superior, am not educated and well-bred. Why, you...
Wait. Be careful what you say, Fritz. And for splattering me with wine from that broken glass, I won't forget. The only common bond between us is that we're both Nazis.
Come, Hansi. We will overlook our differences, huh? We have work to do here in America. Tomorrow night, we will go to promote another accident. Then we will lay low for a while,
You'll learn someday that there are smart men even in this country. One of them may see through our so-called accidents.
Perhaps you do have a good brain, Hans, but you lack what these Americans call nerve. Now then, tomorrow night, another load of vital war material will crash into that gully. And the Allies will be that much farther from the victory they are so anxious to achieve.
Hello, Casey. How's our little ray of sunshine this fine morning?
If you don't ease up on your noisy entrances around here, Axford, this little ray of sunshine will turn into a thundercloud.
Whish now. Is that any way to return a cheery greeting from a fellow worker?
Fellow workers are like relatives. We have to put up with them, but we don't pick them.
Isn't that something now when a girl can't get along with her relatives and fellow workers either? 'Tis sorry I am for you.
Get out of here.
Hold on now. Don't go throwing that paperweight. I'm going right now. I'll go and see Reed.
What's going on, Axford? Somebody chasing you?
Oh, glory be. That Casey gets worse by the minute. What little Irish she might have in her all went into her temper.
Someday you'll learn to let Miss Case alone. Anything new on those accidents?
Well, I guess you saw the story in the morning edition about the accident last night.
Yes, it was just about the same as the other one, except that one of the men on the truck was still alive.
Yeah. I went over to the hospital this morning with Sergeant Burke. I phoned Gunnigan from there a while ago. The poor guy didn't pull through.
Oh, it's too bad. And he wasn't able to give any light on the accident, I suppose?
Nope, he was unconscious all night. This morning he began mumbling, sort of delirious, you know. Kept saying something about not being able to see because of the fog. Just said the same thing over and over for a while, and then he just passed on.
I guess his injuries affected his eyesight in some way.
The doc said the guy didn't know what he was talking about at all. Just raving on, as you might say.
It's strange that those heavy trailer trucks have been using that road right along without any trouble.
Well, of course, that curve is pretty icy in weather like this.
Well, we've had this kind of weather for over a month. The last time I drove over that road, I noticed some sand had been put on the curve.
Sure. But with a big, heavy truck, it takes more than a little sand to keep it from slipping if it's moving too fast.
Oh, that's true. Oh, hello, Laurie. Come right on in.
Hi, Chief. Hi, Axford.
Hi yourself, Laurie. You got a scoop, I suppose?
If we came in to see the chief only when we had a scoop, you'd never be in here.
Say, now, I'll have you know
Take it easy, you two. Have you been in to see Gunnigan this morning, Laurie? He was looking for you.
Oh, yeah, I just came from the city room, Chief. I gave in the details on a takeoff crash at the airport.
Crash at the airport, huh? Anybody hurt?
Well, the two guys in it were shaken up a bit, but that's all. They got away from the plane just in time, though. It caught fire.
So the plane was lost, huh?
Well, they managed to save it so it can be repaired. Boy, those fellows on that fire wagon out there sure know their stuff.
Where did they get water way out there in the field, I'd like to know.
That shows what you know, Axford. They didn't need water.
I suppose they just beat the fire out with their hatchet, have us believe. Is that it?
Don't keep him in suspense, Laurie.
Well, they used an extinguisher that shot out a big cloud of stuff. You know,
vapor?
Yeah, like a big cloud of white fog, you might say. Oh, it snuffed out that fire in no time.
I see.
Yes, I've seen that used before. It's very effective for putting out fires. Very effective. Well, you two'd better get out and dig up some more news. We've got a paper to keep going, you know. Anyway, I've got a lot to think about this morning. A lot to think about.
That evening, Britt Reed arrived at his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
I have a feeling something worry you, Mr. Britt.
What gives you that idea, Cato?
You not act calm and rest easy like Britt Reed, young man about town. You're restless, have gleam of Green Hornet in eyes.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about those truck accidents on the West Highway.
You suspect they're not accidents, perhaps?
I don't really know, but I'd like to find out. All we have to do is to decide just where and how to start.
If I may suggest, perhaps the best place to start is where trucks have fatal ending.
We agree on that. Get the mask and the gas gun, Cato. We'll take the Black Beauty and see what we can turn up. I've had a thought in my mind all day. Perhaps we can find some proof that what I've been thinking of would be feasible. And in that case, you and the Green Hornet may run into some real trouble before the night's over.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
This back road to the top of that hill is pretty rough, but it affords a good hiding place for our cars so that we can reach it easily by that footpath on the highway.
Why do we come so early? These trucks seem to run past there about the same time every night.
Your caution is contagious, my dear Hans. I want to make sure the way is clear. If they should get the idea of posting a guard at that point to warn the trucks of danger, we cannot do what we have set out to do. That is, without disposing of the guard first.
The moonlight's very bright tonight. You can already see where we leave the car.
Yes, that's the place. We'll stop now. Come. Be quiet as we move down the path toward the highway.
I can see the gleam of the highway down there. It's too cold to have to wait so long, Fritz. We need to
Quiet. Wait.
What is it?
Look, are you blind? Down near that clump of evergreens we used to hide behind, see?
Yes. Yes, I see them now. Looks like two men.
There are two men. And they're looking around behind those bushes in which we have hidden in the past.
And the authorities have become suspicious after all. Come, Fritz, let's get away from here while there's yet time.
No, wait. I see the outline of a car on the inside of the curve. A very familiar outline it is, too. Come, move quietly with your gun handy. We are about to pay a surprise visit to one of the cleverest men in the country. The notorious Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. The uniform of the Waves is a familiar sight now to all of us. We know that these young women are performing a real and important service by releasing fighting sailors for active combat duty. Right now, there's a new kind of job that's being turned over to the Waves, that of a chaplain's assistant. In this capacity, the Wave will not only assist the chaplain with divine services, but she'll also aid him in planning and carrying out recreational activities for the enlisted personnel. Another important task the Waves are doing is that of teaching sailors to identify planes and ships. These are only two of a great many important jobs being done by the Waves. There's an urgent need right this minute for eligible young women to help win this war by enlisting in the Waves. Why not inquire today at your nearest Navy recruiting station? And now, back to our story. recognized the outline of the Black Beauty, the Green Hornet's streamlined car. The two foreign agents moved cautiously down the narrow path toward the highway. Meantime, masked as the Green Hornet, Britt Reed and Cato, with the aid of a flashlight, were making a close investigation in the vicinity of the evergreens.
And this clump of evergreens would be the logical hiding place for anyone waiting for those trucks, Cato.
But what do you expect to find here, Mr. Britt?
I'm not exactly sure. Hold that flash up there a minute.
Something there?
Do you notice anything peculiar, Cato?
Yes. Needles on branches seem withered right there. Slightly discolored.
Caused by what, do you think?
Perhaps a chemical reaction would cause such change. Like litmus paper change in laboratory, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I think. If someone stood here and released a vapor under pressure from something like a fire extinguisher, perhaps, holding it close to those branches.
Yes, that would have such effect, I think. But what put such thought in your mind, Mr. Britt?
The man who was in the hospital mumbled about a fog. And then when Lowry mentioned the vapor used to put out fires at the airport, it set me thinking.
You think perhaps someone create synthetic fog here at Curve?
Could be, Cato. If they had, it would account for those accidents. Of course, the vapor used would have to be an improvement over the type used on fires.
Oh, yes. The vapor used to extinguish fires leaves slight crystal sediment. But improved vapor, such as you think of, would blow away without trace.
Exactly. The vapor of that sort would have some acid reaction at the point of pressure, so that if the nozzle of the container were close to those branches, it would cause those needles to wither and change.
Very clever deduction, Mr. Hornet. We have you both covered with very efficient guns. Don't move.
Well, this is a surprise.
I meant it to be.
Mr. Britt, what do we do, Wyatt, Cato?
You see, we are also clever.
Never mind that. These two must be eliminated before that truck comes along.
I don't like that word, Nazi. We're not the kind that eliminates so easily.
See, Hans? That is the American nerve I spoke to you about.
This delay is dangerous, Fritz. We must act quickly.
Hey, what's the matter with you? You think I've been trying to find a clue to your hideout just to turn you over to the police?
That's exactly what I do think. I trust no one.
And you're crazy. The police want me more than they do people like you. Get some sense in that Nazi head.
Come to think of it, Hans, the Hornet is right. He dare not deal with the authorities. Tell me, why were you interested in trying to get to us?
When I figured out you were using a synthetic fog to pull these sabotage stunts on the trucks, I wanted to make a deal with you, that's all.
What kind of a deal?
Sabotage on a really large scale. None of this puny one truck at a time business. Of course, I have my price.
So, you would work with us, is that it?
Sure, why not? I'm out for dough, and I don't care who it is that pays it to me. Provided it's my price.
Don't trust him, Fritz. You may be sorry.
Who is there I can trust, even among those in our own Gestapo? Put away that gun, Hans. I'm going to make a deal with the Hornet.
Now you're talking sense.
Hans, you will stay here with the vapor pump until that truck comes along.
Where can we make our plans?
At the old deserted house, 2 miles back up the highway. Be there in half an hour.
Okay. And be sure to have plenty of dough there for my payoff. My plan will be worth it.
That remains to be seen. My car's at the top of the hill. I will drive around the other way and meet you there after I have a few words with my friend here.
Right. Come on, let's get going.
I'd be very glad to go.
Fritz, you're mad to trust such a man. I don't like what you're doing. I won't stay here alone.
Yes, Hans, you will stay here and do a good job on that truck if you know what's good for you. I'm more clever than you think. Meeting that criminal has put a very good plan in my head. A very good plan. As you will find out before the night is over. I'll go now. So my friend Hans doesn't trust me, huh? First, I'll put in a call to the police before I go to the deserted house. Little do Hans and that Hornet suspect that tonight they will be in the hands of the authorities.
For a few minutes, we're in a tight spot, Mr. Britt.
Yes, kid, and we may get in a tighter one before we're through, but we'll risk it.
You'll really go to a deserted house, Mr. Britt?
Yes, drive me there. I don't want you to leave and phone the police. Have them stop that truck before it gets to that curve, and then have them pick up Hans with that vapor pump. I'll deal with the other one, but not the way he expects. Turn in here.
Other car in back of house.
Yeah, that Nazi's already here. The other way must have been a shortcut road.
Here we are. Okay, I'm going on in. You have that truck stopped and direct the police to that saboteur as I told you. By the time you get back here, Cato, I expect to have a lot of money for the Red Cross for you and a Nazi saboteur to boot. Get going and be careful.
Say, am I tired now? Guess I'd call it a day, Sarge.
Call it anything you like, Axford. Whatever you make it, you didn't do much with it.
Hey, what kind of a crack is that coming from you, I'd like to know?
You're too dumb to know what anything means the first time. You always have to be asking...
Hey, Sarge! Things are really popping and no kidding.
Don't stand there with your jaw hanging loose. Speak up. What's happened?
Well, 2 different people phoned in. One call says there's a sabotager hiding in the bushes at the hairpin turn, waiting for one of those trucks.
Glory be to St. Patrick.
Wait. What's the other call about?
Well, some guy phoned in that we should send some men out to a deserted house 3 miles from here, out the West Highway.
What for?
Well, to pick up the Green Hornet.
What? And you stand there dribbling away as though it was just to pick up a drunk or something. Get out the boys. Get out the squad car. Get out, you dimwit. Hurry. Come on, Axford. It's saboteurs. It's the Hornet. It's all the devils in the city breaking loose at once. Let's get going.
Meantime, in a room at the deserted house, Britt Reed and Fritz sat facing each other across a bare table.
Now that we more or less understand each other here, Hornet, suppose you tell me what your plans are for this big-scale sabotage to help Nazi Germany, hmm?
Don't get ahead of yourself, Fritzy. I don't talk until I see the dough. And plenty of it right on this table here. Get it, and then we'll talk.
Very well. I will get all that is available. $5,000.
Only $5,000?
To me, that is a lot of money.
Huh. Well, to me, it's just chicken feed. Bring it out.
How do I know this plan of yours will be worth anything to us?
Come on, quit stalling.
All right. There's the money.
I'd better put that...
Not so fast, Hornet.
Why the gun? You sure change your mind quickly.
Keep your hands up. Yeah, that's better. You conceited, overrated crook. Did you really think I would make a deal with you? I would not stoop so low.
Disregarding your insults for the moment, Fritzy, I'll simply ask, why did you have me come here?
I'm more clever than you are. I will get rid of you and at the same time replenish my shrinking bankroll. After I finish with you, I shall see to it that Hans is also properly taken care of. Who's clever, isn't it?
Double-crossing your pal, too, huh? So you can have all the dough for yourself.
Of course. Hans is getting out of hand anyway. In a short time, the police will arrive here. I've called them. I turn you over for the reward, and I will send them to pick up Hans as a saboteur. They will not suspect me, since I will be helping in his capture.
You have a little of that thing called nerve yourself. A Nazi saboteur, and bringing the police right to your hideout. Imagine, a skunk with nerve.
Then I will be a good American citizen who has captured the notorious Green Hornet and one of his saboteur helpers. They will not believe your word.
That's true, Fritzy. So in that case, I really should get out of this predicament. Of course, I might be able to turn the tables on you.
Like this?
You tricked me, but I will
Drop that gun or I'll break your wrist. Take it, Lug. I think Hans will bring the police to you.
No, don't use that.
Yes. Mr. Britt, this way, quick. Police out front.
I'm glad you got here, kiddo. Grab that money. $5,000 for the Red Cross. How about Hans?
Police stop truck. Pick up Hans at highway curve.
Good. He'll implicate this rat then, so we can clear out now. Let's go.
Yes.
Something's sure been going on here. The place is a mess.
Look, a guy on the floor, out cold, sir.
I see him, Axford. You think I'm blind? I wonder who he is.
He must be the guy who was holding the Green Hornet. But the Hornet must have tricked him in some way.
Hey, Sarge, this other guy, the sabotager. He wants to say something.
All right, you. Come on here and have your say.
That man on the floor, he's the one who planned about the trucks. He's in this as well as I am.
A squealer, eh? And that's your Nazi pal. Now I'm beginning to see the light of the whole thing.
What do you mean, Sarge?
I mean about those phone calls and all. The Green Hornet must have been working with these rats in their fog-making apparatus. They had a falling out, and each one tipped us off about the other, not knowing we'd catch up with all of them.
Say, is that thing Cassidy's carrying the fog thing they were using?
That's the contraption, all right.
Let's see, Cassidy.
Here. Now be careful of it.
Looks like a fire putter outer to me. Got a little pump handle on it and all. No, ain't that something?
It's something, all right. Because of that, these guys will hang for murder. Get that guy up off the floor, boys.
Yes,
He'll be surprised to know his pal double-crossed him.
I can't believe this little gadget caused all that trouble. I suppose you turn the handle to something like this now.
Hey, shut it off. Shut it off. You're fogging up the whole place. Watch those spies, Cassidy.
Hey, I can't see anybody. How do you shut this off? Help me, somebody.
Come here, you.
I'm trying to get away.
Expert, here, give me that, quick. There. Open that other door and let this stuff blow out of here. Expert, for 2 pins, I'd run you in for aiding and abetting those spies. That one almost got away just now.
Sure, no, Sarge. I didn't know it would work so quick. Glory be, we're in a real fog, all right.
If you ask me, you've never been out of it. Come on, get these Nazi mugs back to headquarters.
Yeah, listen to that. I knew it, I knew it. Sarge, you yell about me being in a fog when you can't ever catch up with that Green Hornet, even though he's within 10 feet of you. There he goes again. Freeze the air while you stand here in a fog.
That's the leg speed. Baseball. Truck sabotaged on West Highway. Spies caught. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the leg speed. Baseball.
At this very moment, at a remote and isolated airfield somewhere overseas, there's probably a tired crew coming in from a bombing mission. And standing ready to welcome those flyers home is a Red Cross Clubmobile manned by young Red Cross recreation workers. Clubmobiles aren't the only type of service clubs run by the Red Cross. Right now, there are 350 service clubs and recreation centers in operation overseas, and it's their sole purpose to provide recreation and comfort for our armed forces. Now, during the month of March, you're going to receive a call from a Red Cross worker who'll be collecting money for the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. This tremendous organization is supported entirely by volunteer contributions. The goal for this year is a minimum of $200 million. Please give as generously as you can. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The State versus Chester Canby. The Green Hornet strikes again. it's time for all of us to pitch in and help. That's what we're asked to do to help solve the food problem for 1944. Farm production goals for this year are higher than ever before, but the military and civilian demands are higher, too. One solution to the problem can be summed up in 2 words: Victory Gardens. The Victory Gardens planted last year produced 8 million tons of food. This year, the call is for 22 million Victory Gardens of all types and sizes. Even if you have but a small sunny space in your backyard, you can grow a limited supply for your own use. And you can get helpful information on the care of your garden by writing to your state agricultural college or to Victory Gardens, Washington 25, D.C. And now, the Green Hornet. The city criminal court was crowded with onlookers. A sensational murder trial was drawing to a close. And the prisoner, a young man, his face pale and haggard because of the ordeal through which he was passing, leaned forward and listened intently as the prosecuting attorney brought his summary of the case to a close.
And all the evidence presented to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, proves beyond a doubt that the accused, Chester Canby, went to the office of one of our city's most outstanding and respected physicians, the worthy Dr. Clausen, and shot him down in cold blood. Will you, who are intelligent, law-abiding citizens of our city, allow such an unwarranted act of violence by this hot-headed youth to go unpunished? Of course you won't. Look at him cringing before this court of law and order, with fear of the consequences for his act written on his face. Look at him again, I say. See the admission of guilt in his shifty eyes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, he's just the type. He looks like a murderer.
I object, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. The prosecuting attorney will hereafter confine himself to the facts in the case and refrain from expressing his personal opinions. Unless we can have quiet in this courtroom, I shall instruct the marshal to clear the court. The prosecution will proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, a man who has brought many lives into the world, who has, by his great skill, saved many lives, a man whom we could ill afford to lose because of his great medical achievements. Such a man is today gone from our midst, the pitiable victim of a ruthless killer. Shall the hot-headed, inexperienced youth of today be allowed to strike down those whose experience and skill have proven their worth to our community? 1,000 times no. All the evidence in this case points to the accused. The silent voice of Dr. Clausen cries out to you, ladies and gentlemen, for just retribution. It is up to you to see to it that the accused pay with his life for the great, noble life he has so wantonly taken. Your Honor, the prosecution rests its case.
The lie, do you hear? I didn't kill him, I tell you, I didn't!
I must ask the attorney for the defense to prevent any more outbursts on the part of the defendant, or I shall order him removed from the court.
As the attorney for the defense, Your Honor, I apologize to the court for the thoughtless outburst by the defendant, which, after all, was but the involuntary reaction of an innocent, tortured soul crying out against...
Your Honor, I object.
Such remarks by the defense are out of order. This case has been summarized and closed. The defendant will now stand while the court charges the jury. Members of the jury, you've heard all the evidence in this case as presented here in this court by both the prosecution and the defense. Weigh this evidence carefully in your minds. Furthermore, it is my duty to warn you that your decision must be based on facts, and facts alone. The life of an important and valued member of our community has been taken. The defendant who stands before you has been accused of having taken that life. If guilty, he must pay the supreme penalty. If innocent, he will leave this courtroom a free man. It is for you and you alone to decide. Be not hasty in your decision, but rather weigh each and every fact carefully. For upon your judgment, ladies and gentlemen, rests the fate of a human life. The jury will now proceed to the jury room until such time as they shall arrive at a just and definite decision. This court will recess until such a decision has been reached.
Your Honor, wait. Please listen to me.
Yeah, hey, young lady, you can't go up there.
Let me go. You must listen to me. Oh, please. Please, Your Honor. No one knows the truth about all that happened. I want to tell you that...
Please, I asked you not to come here. Your Honor, she's my sister. She's upset about all this.
But why didn't you tell him the truth about Dr. Clausen? Why do you sit there and let that lawyer tell the jury what a fine man he was?
Your Honor,
What do you...
this girl should be held in contempt of court. This is outrageous.
It is not for the prosecution to instruct the bench. I'll make the decisions in this court. Young lady, what's the meaning of this? Have you any direct evidence that will have definite bearing on the outcome of this case?
Well, not exactly evidence, Your Honor, but... Well, no matter what happened, no matter who did it, Dr. Clausen deserves to die.
Your Honor, this is unheard of. I must ask that you remove this young lady in the court.
If this is a ruse by which the defense is attempting to confuse the court, I shall deem it necessary
I
to...
assure the court that the defense had no idea the young lady was in the courtroom. With Your Honor's permission, I shall see to it that she leaves at once and that there are no further interruptions.
Permission granted.
Chester, it's all so unfair.
It's all right, sis. You'd better go now. For my sake.
The attendants will clear the courtroom until such time as the jury has reached the verdict.
A short time later, Michael Axford, a reporter on the Daily Sentinel who had been in the courtroom, was talking to Britt Reed in the young publisher's office.
I'm telling you, Reed, I never saw such excitement in my life as there was at that trial this afternoon.
Yeah, so Lowry told me. From all reports, there doesn't seem to be much hope for young Canby.
That's right. That prosecuting lawyer tore his evidence to bits, what little evidence he had, poor chap.
Well, why do you say that, Axford?
Now, what did I say?
Well, you just spoke as though you felt sorry for young Canby.
Did I now? Well, to tell the truth, that's just the way I do feel, Reed.
According to the evidence given at the trial, he was found at the scene of the crime with a murder weapon in his hand. And up to date, he's maintained a silence about the whole thing, except to declare that he's innocent.
Sure. And to my way of thinking, there's something funny about the whole thing. That girl, for instance, busted in this afternoon and raising a rumpus. Maybe she really knew something.
Evidently, the judge didn't think so. She was probably hysterical because of the way the trial was going against her brother.
Anyhow, I'd like to know what she'd had to say if they'd given her a chance to talk.
Well, maybe we'll know a little more when Lowry comes in. He said over the phone he was going to try to get an interview with Canby. So far, he hasn't met any of the press.
He likely won't see Lowry this time either.
He might now that the trial's about over. The boy's really on the spot if the jury's verdict is guilty, because in that case, he'll be sentenced to death.
In the meantime, in his office at the Club Premier, a roadhouse on the outskirts of the city, Chick Collins, the owner, was talking to one of his henchmen, a man known as Fingers.
Yep, it's just about reached the finish, Fingers. Canby hasn't got a chance.
I'll be glad when it's over. I'm getting tired of hanging out in that back room. Hey, what do you want to keep me hiding out there for anyway, Chick? Nobody knows nothing about it but you and me.
Look, I ain't taking any chances, see? Some dick might get to asking you questions.
Well, how come the dope ain't squealed about what he knew of Doc Clausen? I don't get it.
You wouldn't. That guy's kept his mouth shut because he didn't want to drag that kid sister of his into things. Now, I knew he was like that, and that's what I was counting on.
Ah, so that's it. Oh, what a sap.
Well, if he wasn't such a sap, maybe he would have had a chance. At least he'd have had a chance of getting a lighter sentence. As it is, he'll be done for.
Well, now, ain't that too bad? Sure nice of him to save our necks, eh, Chick?
Shut up. Don't open your trap about that again. Do you hear?
Okay. You needn't fly off the handle. Nobody can hear me.
Well, if anybody ever does, you'll take the rap alone. I'll see to that. You and your big mouth.
Listen, you. If I thought you'd really put the finger on me, I'd give you what old Doc got, but good.
I'm just warning you to keep your mouth shut, that's all. We can't afford to have somebody getting suspicious. And you know it.
Let's forget it. Hey, what'd you do with them papers I swiped from the Doc's files that night?
Well, they're in that file cabinet in the back room there where you're hiding out. Believe me, that stuff's dynamite.
It's a good thing Doc tipped you off that Canby was going to blow his mouth off to the cops about selling dope to his sister. And lucky for us, the saps stopped here at the club before going to town.
It wasn't so lucky for Doc, though. Well, you better stick in the back room for another day or two until after this thing blows over. Then we'll be in the clear. And if things go the way I think they will, Canby will be out of our hair once and for all.
Hi, Chief.
Hello, Lowry. I've been waiting to hear how you made out with Canby.
No luck. I saw him, but he said he didn't have anything to add to what was said at the trial.
I see. Now, you followed the trial. What was his story?
Well, I remember the other day when, because of lack of defense witnesses, Canby's lawyer decided to put him on the stand. Well, that gave the prosecution the chance he was waiting for. And before he got through, the defense attorney must have been sorry he let Canby testify.
And furthermore, it has been brought out at this trial that before you stopped in at the club premiere, you went to Dr. Clausen's office and threatened him. Isn't that so?
I did stop in there to see Dr. Clausen.
Of course you did. And then you went to the club premiere where you proceeded to become intoxicated. Isn't that true?
No, it isn't. I did stop to have a drink. Then Collins came by and offered me another. After that, I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember. Then let me refresh your memory. You left the club in a state of intoxication, as witnesses have testified. Got into your car and returned to Dr. Clausen's. There, in a drunken rage, you deliberately drew a gun and killed him.
It's a lie. I didn't do it, I tell you.
Witness must refrain from such language in his courtroom and answer the questions of the prosecuting attorney. Proceed with the witness.
The cleaning woman has testified that upon hearing the shot, she called the police. When they arrived, they found you alone in the office with the victim, holding the murder weapon in your hand. Do you admit that to be true?
I tell you, I
Answer
didn't.
the question, yes or no?
Well, yes.
Oh, you do admit it. I'm through with the witness, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I object.
Objection overruled. Next witness.
I don't admit it. I didn't kill him. But he deserved what he got. He deserved to be shot.
Order in the court. Order. Order, I say. Order in the court. Order. Order.
And that was about as much as Canby got to say during the whole trial. Believe me, those outbursts he made didn't do his case any good.
Yeah, I can readily understand that, Lowry. But from what you've told me, looks as though there is more to that case than they've brought out.
Yeah. Now, I can't help feeling sorry for the poor guy.
Strange you should say that.
Why, what's so strange about it, Chief?
Well, Axford said about the same thing a while ago. Did you find out anything about that sister of his, Canby's sister?
Well, all I know is the two of them lived together in a small apartment over on West Street in the Marbell Apartments. Nobody's been able to get to see her either.
I see. I gather he seems to think a lot of her.
Yeah. You know, Chief, if everything didn't point so directly at Canby as a slayer, I'd have been inclined to think he was being framed somehow.
I suppose sometimes evidence can point too directly at a person. I'm rather sorry I didn't attend that trial myself, since Canby made such an impression on both you and Axford. It would take almost a miracle to get him out of the mess he's in now. And if he's really innocent as he claims, I'd most certainly like to see such a miracle happen.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. A tired and worn fighting unit landed in Australia after several months of fighting in the jungles of New Guinea. A group of people standing under the Red Cross emblem were waiting at the dock to meet these men. One of the youthful veterans saw these Red Cross workers and with relief in his voice said, "I knew they'd be on the job." The familiar sight of this emblem can be found all over the world. Wherever our fighting forces go, you can be sure the Red Cross will be there, too. The money needed to maintain the Red Cross comes entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. During the month of March, we're being asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross workers come to your home, give as generously as you can. And now, back to our story. A short time after talking to Lowry, Britt Reed left his office and went to his apartment.
After eating dinner, he sat in the living room talking to his faithful valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
I can't get that Canby case out of my mind, Cato.
Radio reports say jury not yet come to agreement, Mr. Britt.
I know, but everyone takes the jury's final decision as a foregone conclusion that the chap will be found guilty.
Why are you disturbed about matter?
Because I can't get it out of my mind that there's something more to it than's been brought out at the trial. That Canby girl seemed to have something on her mind when she interrupted court proceedings today.
No doubt defense lawyer would determine its importance if girl really knew anything.
Yes, but according to Axford, he rushed her out of the courtroom as quickly as possible. I wonder what she was trying to disclose.
Perhaps Green Hornet have some success in finding out.
Perhaps. It's worth a try anyhow. Let's take a run over to her place in the Black Beauty.
If right in Black Beauty, that means use mask and take gas gun.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Come on, let's get going. If there is a chance of turning up anything more on the case, it has to be done in a hurry. And I have a hunch the Green Hornet will turn up something before the night's over.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We in back of Marbell apartment house now, Mr. Britt?
Yes. I'll find out which apartment she's in and then use that back fire escape. I haven't decided yet how I ought to approach the girl. She may be frightened when she sees the mask.
Green Hornet always find way.
Thanks, Cato. I'll try to live up to your good faith in me. Keep watch. Here goes. Now, don't move the Black Beauty unless you have to. I'll come back here as soon as I talk to the girl. And let's hope she'll talk to me.
Meantime, as Helen Canby waited anxiously for the news of her brother's fate, there was a sudden knock at her apartment door.
Oh, my brother's lawyer. Then the jury has...
No, not yet. May I come in?
Oh, yes, do. Please, tell me what's happening. I wanted to stay with my brother,
It's better that you stay away from the court, Miss Canby, as both your brother and I suggested. I have only a few minutes. I must hurry back.
Well, why did you come here?
Because I promised your brother I would. He's worried for fear you may give way to your feelings and talk to newspaper men who are bound to hunt you out after the verdict is given.
Why have you persuaded Chester that I shouldn't tell my story? Why didn't you let me go on the stand in his defense?
We've done all we could for your brother.
I don't believe that. And you know it isn't so. You put him on the stand and let that other lawyer tear him to pieces. You never once brought out the fact that my brother rarely drank, that he threatened to expose that doctor to the police, and then stopped at the club premiere to think it over because he didn't want to involve me. You let that Mr. Collins testify that Chester left there intoxicated, and you never even cross-questioned him.
Collins' testimony was substantiated by others.
Oh, yes, by one of his own waiters.
You have no right to be bitter toward Collins. In fact, you owe him a lot for all he's done.
What do you mean, for what he's done?
He feels sorry for you. He's going to offer you a job in his club. Also, when your brother was in need of an attorney, it was Collins who suggested that I take the case and defend your brother.
Mr. Collins suggested that you... You mean he's paying you?
In a way, yes. You see, you misjudged him.
Oh, I don't know what to think. This whole thing is so terrible. Poor Chester. And it's all on my account.
No. After all, you didn't know that he'd, get into this mess.
Why, even you believe him guilty. That's why you've done so little to defend him.
You're too upset. I think I'd better... Someone's behind that window drape over there.
Oh.
Come out from behind that drape, you. I've got a gun pointed that way. Come out or I'll use it.
You win for the moment, mister.
Oh, a masked man.
You? Green Hornet?
Right. But if I get caught and need a lawyer, I won't hire you, shyster.
You'd better think of someone else quick, then. Because I'm turning you over to the police right now. Miss Canby, call the police, quick. I'll keep this notorious criminal covered until they arrive.
Operator, connect me with police headquarters. Yes, the police, and hurry.
Meantime, Cato waited patiently for the return of Britt Reed. As time went on and Reed didn't come back, he became anxious and decided to investigate. He climbed the fire escape and looked through the window, then went quickly to the door of the apartment.
Hope this door not locked.
So you think you're going to hand me over to the police, eh, shyster?
Soon I'll do the laughing, Hornet. When they put the cuffs on you and take you in.
But something tells me right now that they won't get that chance.
You drop gun, quick!
Oh, no, you don't. I'll get you first. Poor shooting glide you missed, but this won't. Come on, somebody. I want to see at the club premiere.
What a girl!
She's all right. Come on, down the fire escape.
Oh, they've hurt Chester's lawyer. Help! Police!
What's happened?
He got away just a minute ago.
Say, that's the lawyer for the defense of that Canby case.
Is that so? Well, what's he doing there on the floor?
The Green Hornet hit him. He came here to see me. I'm Helen Canby.
Sure, I remember you now.
Where did that sneaky criminal go?
He went down the fire escape. I heard him say something about going to the club premiere.
Why didn't you say so?
You've got to stop him.
Young lady, you stay here. Come on, the rest of you. That Hornet's gone out there for no good. You can depend on that. We're going to get there right behind him. Let's get going and quick.
In the back room, just off his office at the club premiere, Chick Collins was talking to Fingers.
Well, Fingers, guess we might as well get rid of those papers from Doc's files. I know those lists of names are valuable in a way, but they're too hot to keep around.
Yeah, especially having them on his letterheads. Heard anything from that mouthpiece yet?
Nope. Let me tell you, that lawyer ain't no punk. He sure went about putting that Sat Canby on the hot seat with tears in his eyes.
I'll say he did. Yeah, what a pushover that guy turned out to be. A couple of drinks will put him to sleep, and drive him up to Doc's in his own car. Do the job, and the dope wakes up with a gun in his mitt surrounded by coppers. What a laugh.
Say, now that I think of it, I'd better go into the office and phone down to see how things are coming.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Don't move, Morgan. Keep quiet.
Hey, how did you get... Green Hornet?
Keep your voice down, or I'll use this gun.
Hey, okay. What's on your mind?
Just this, chump. That lawyer who's defending Canby and your friend Chick Collins are plotting to turn you in as the real killer of Doc Clausen.
Hey, what gives you the idea
Quiet. Suppose I were to tell you that I have a note here written by that lawyer to Collins telling about the plan.
Why, that dirty double-crossing rats. I'll find some way to get even if it takes
I'll
me
show you how to
Tuesday.
work it right now. Here's a paper and a fountain pen. I wrote down the whole deal as I saw it, telling what they had to do with it. You show it to Collins when he comes back and say that you'll send it to the police if they pull a fast one on you.
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you come in on this thing?
With a confession like that around, I could probably do a little blackmailing. And maybe split with you. You get it?
Listen, you think I'm stupid enough to put the finger on myself by signing a confession?
Don't be a sap. I'm only interested in the guys with big money. I don't care about you. Anyway, I told you they're getting ready to put the finger on you as it is.
Hey, maybe you're as smart as they say after all. Let me see that paper.
You are?
It looks all right.
Good. Now sign it.
There it is. Now when Collins comes back,
I'll
show...
take that. Thanks,
Hey,
Mark.
give me that. What's the idea?
Take it, you killer.
Hey, what goes on in here? A hornet. Why, you
must be nervous, dope peddler. Now I'll show you something.
You're not that tough. I'll break your...
Can't wait. Have a taste of this.
So don't use that. It's a gas gun. I can't breathe. I can't...
Police, I'll leave this confession on the table where they'll be sure to see it, along with those other papers. They can pick up that lawyer. So long, punks.
The shooting came from up here. In there, Sarge. Holy smoke. Look at here. That Hornet must have been here and knocked these two around a bit.
Knocked them around, period, I'd say.
What's all this stuff on the table, I wonder? Great saints in heaven, look at this, will you?
Now, what are you so excited about, Sarge?
Doc Clausen, dope gang, and Chick Collins. Glory be, we've hooked a dope ring. Doc Clausen was one of them. All them papers prove that. And this here paper's a confession to the Doc's murder, implicating Chick Collins, and believe it or not, that shyster lawyer who defended young Canby.
It's signed by a guy called Fingers.
Well, that mug must be Fingers. I've seen him around here.
Sure, and that's Collins lying there. That lawyer went back to court. Glory, hallelujah. That means young Canby's innocent. Yeah, Nitwit, of course he's innocent if these guys did the killing. If you want to see a real commotion in that courtroom, Oxford, come along and watch while we pick up that lawyer and tell Canby he's free. I wouldn't miss it for the whole of County Cork. This'll be the biggest scoop of the year. Almost. What do you mean, almost? Because the leader of them dope peddlers and the really biggest scoop of the year got away. That sneaking jackanapes, the Green Hornet.
Now's the time for all good Americans to come to the aid of that waste paper drive. Your country needs waste paper, more of it all the time. And one of the biggest sources, the American home, has fallen behind in its quotas. What do you say? Let's make saving and turning in waste paper a habit. When you finish reading your newspaper or magazine, put it in a definite spot along with all the others. Crush paper containers and cartons and grocery bags. Put them on the pile. And then when you've saved a sizable amount, get rid of it through your local collection agency. If you get together 100 pounds of waste paper, you've contributed 650 cartons for the Army's Field Ration K. That's a lot of paper, we'll agree. But to our soldiers, it means a lot of good, wholesome food. And be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Man Who Fooled the World. The Green Hornet strikes again. Now that we have the 1943 tax all taken care of, a lot of us are going to have to start working on the tax declaration for 44. On the 15th of April, it will be necessary for the following people to file a tax declaration of their estimated 1944 income. First, single people who earn more than $2,700 annually, and married people who earn more than $3,500 individually or together, and whose wages are subject to withholding. Second, everyone with a taxable income from sources not covered by withholding. Forms, as usual, can be secured from the local collector of Internal Revenue. These forms should be filled out not later than April 15th and 1/4 of the estimated tax is due at this time. Declarations and payments should be sent to your local collector of Internal Revenue. And now, the Green Hornet. Albert Patton was a personage of wealth and power in the world. One of those international figures of mystery who give allegiance to no flag, but who are adept at international politics, who manipulate their influence to further their own interests without regard to the results or effects on the world at large. It was a dark and cloudy night in the capital of a neutral country. Outside the Patton mansion, a sinister figure stood in the shadows, watching and waiting. Soon another figure emerged from a side door of the mansion and moved quickly and silently across the lawn toward the waiting man.
Hans. I am here, Hans.
I could not get away sooner. That Dummkopf Patton thinks a butler is nothing but a slave.
Little does he know that the shroud of mystery with which he cloaks his movements has long been removed by our Nazi Gestapo. Have you a report?
Yeah. In that report, I have shown that he visited another neutral country recently. There he met with certain leaders of the underground from one of the occupied countries, giving them unlimited means to carry on their work.
Not without certain agreements, no doubt.
Exactly. They made a trade pact with him to take effect in case their nation again becomes free after the war. Patton leaves for America tomorrow. Our agent Teplitz will make a deal with him to bring back certain plans.
From what we already know of Patton, he would sell out our plans to anyone who paid enough for them. We will get in touch with Wessel in America. Have him trick Patton into showing his two-hand. If he is double-dealing with Nazi Germany, his career will come to a sudden end. And in such a case, it will then be time to eliminate that self-styled diplomat of espionage, Herr Teplitz.
Later that night, Albert Patton carried on an earnest conversation with Teplitz in the study of his home.
You already know the terms under which I shall act to, shall we say, facilitate the work which your investigators are carrying on?
Don't be so reticent in saying that you'll carry messages to our foreign agents in America and bring back certain plans.
Well, that's putting it rather harshly, Teplitz. I'm merely doing a service for one of my former clients.
And since the war has caused us to cease being your client, as you put it, we are now buying your services. The money will be deposited to your account in a neutral bank. Half now, half when you return.
It's only as a favor that I agreed to do this. But I don't like the idea of carrying anything as tangible as plans on my person. I didn't...
Now, have no fear, Herr Patton. You're known to carry certain headache capsules which you take frequently. Miniature plans will be in such capsules for you to carry back with you. You run no risk.
Well, that's quite an ingenious method. In that case, I can handle the assignment for you.
One other thing, Herr Patton.
What's that?
I must warn you against talking out of turn when you get to America.
Teplitz, if you and my Nazi friends don't trust me...
We trust no one. We consider you our friend, yes. But you profess to be friendly with officials of other nations also. You come and go as you please, so you can be of help to us. But again I warn you, be careful.
A few weeks later, in the Federal Bureau office of a certain American city, the chief of the Bureau was talking to one of his investigators.
I sent for you, Martin, because I want you to drop whatever you're on now and take up a special assignment.
Of course, sir. What is it?
Well, Albert Patton, that international mystery man, as the papers call him, is in town.
Yes, I read about his arrival in the Sentinel.
Well, he has a suite at the Maximum Hotel. I have a report here on Patton. He's been in and out of the capitals of the belligerent nations, going and coming as he pleased. Now, I'm suspicious of the fellow. I think he's more than phony. That's what you're to find out. Just what the man is really up to.
Go about it in your own way, but keep a watch on him at all times. I have a hunch he's playing ball with the wrong team.
I get it, Chief. I'll get right on it and see what's going on. If Patton's here for any undercover stuff, I'll do my best to find it out.
That night, in front of the Maximum Hotel, a darkly clothed individual, after a furtive glance over his shoulder, entered a taxicab and drove away into the darkness. He failed to notice the black sedan which pulled quickly from the curb a short distance back and took up his trail. There were 2 men in the sedan. They sat with upturned coat collars and hats pulled down, intently watching their quarry as the cab ahead raced toward the less favored part of the city.
It is a good thing Herr Patton tipped you off, that the Allied agent in the cab there has information detrimental to our country.
He will not get far with any such information, Carl. Does it not seem strange to you that Herr Patton should have the agent come to see him and then tip me off as he did?
What are you going to do about the Allied agent?
Exactly what Patton hoped we would do. There's no other way. Speed up, Carl. The street is dark and deserted. Get alongside that cab.
You will use the machine gun then?
Of course. Drive steady and close. I have the window down on my side here.
Hey, what's the idea?
Just this, my friend.
The following morning, Michael Axford, reporter and self-designated bodyguard to Britt Reed, entered the young publisher's office at the Daily Sentinel.
Hello, Axford. Thought I heard your voice out there.
Sure, I was having a little chat with Casey. You want to see me, Reed?
Yeah, sit down.
Thanks, I was going to anyway.
That's what I thought. Now, listen, Axford, I want you to try to get an interview with Albert Patton, that so-called international mystery man who's stopping at the Maximum Hotel.
Who, me?
Sure, why not? Patton won't bite you. He's a mystery only because nobody knows exactly what he's up to or where his allegiance stands. He lives in a neutral country and seems friendly with officials of all countries.
And I read in the Sentinel about how his dark influence was felt in every capital of the world. I was thinking then he must be in league with the devil, maybe.
Well, that means we don't know how he manipulates his international deals, Axford. He won't give you the evil eye or anything like that.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll go talk to him for you.
Well, up to now, he wouldn't see any reporters, but maybe with luck you'll get by somehow.
Luck is it? Say, now, it's my personality that gets me by. That it is, Reed.
Okay. Have it your way. Go on over to his hotel and try that personality of yours. Maybe you'll turn up something that'll make a good story on that so-called man of mystery.
What is it, senor?
I've come to see Mr. Patton.
You have an appointment, perhaps?
Well, in a way I have.
Come right in, senor. I am Senor Patton's secretary. If you will tell me your name, I will let him know you are here.
From the cute way you talk, I can tell it isn't from Ireland you come. You're a foreigner, aren't you?
Yes, senor. My country is Senor Patton's home. You have not told me your name.
Michael Axford from the Daily Sentinel, and I've come to...
From a newspaper. You must leave at once, senor.
Well, wait now, miss, whatever your name is.
I am Senorita Requena. Please, you must leave now. Pardon me, senor.
I brought some capsules for Mr. Patton that you ordered from the drugstore.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I will take them. So many of these capsules Senor Patton takes. He's always having headaches.
Sure, they've sold lots of them pills lately with the people figuring their income taxes and all. Say, now, it keeps you busy running to the door all the time.
That is part of my work, senor.
Buenas tardes, Senorita Requena.
Buenas tardes, senor Wessel. Come in, please. Senor Patton did not expect you back until tonight at 9 o'clock.
I know. He said he had difficulty getting those certain capsules in the city, so I brought some.
But, senor, we have already managed to get some.
Oh, it's all right, Senorita. See that he gets these.
Si, senor Wessel, of course.
Good. Here they are.
Senor Patton is engaged right now.
Well, then I will not wait. Be sure he gets the capsules, Senorita. Adios.
And buenos dias, senor.
Say, now, do you think your boss would miss a couple of them pills? Being a special kind, maybe they'll be handy next time I get a headache.
I'm sure it is all right for you to have them, senor. There's more than enough with 2 boxes.
And I've just helped myself then.
Shall I get some water, senor?
Oh, no, thanks. I Haven't got the headache yet. Just being prepared, I am. Say now, that foreigner, does he come from your country, that Weasel guy?
Senor Wessel speaks several languages very fluently. Where he comes from, it is not easy to tell. But it is not from my country or from yours.
Later that afternoon, Axford returned to the Sentinel building and went to Britt Reed's office to report on his assignment.
So you see, Reed, after all me sitting around, that guy wouldn't talk to me. It was worse than sitting in the Union Station, the way people were running in and out of that place.
Well, who were all the callers? Did you get a line on any of them?
Well, he had an American official in there for a while, and some guy with a name like Weasel or something came in and left some pills. Capsules, he called them. Said he'd be back tonight at 9 o'clock.
What's so unusual about that?
Oh, did I say it was unusual? Say it, though. Come to think of it, it was funny in a way. A bellhop brought some capsules that he said Patton ordered from the drugstore. Then that Weasel guy comes along with some more. I'm thinking that man in mystery's one of them there hypochondriacs or something.
Hypochondriac is the word, Axford.
Sure, that's what I said. That Weasel guy looked like a big shot. Funny he should be running around delivering pills. Said he knew they were hard to get.
Well, they couldn't be so hard to get if Patton called the drugstore and got some.
That's right. Say now, you know when I came through the hotel lobby, who should be there but Martin from the Federal Bureau? He stopped me to ask what I was doing up in Patton's suite. That he did.
Well, how did he know where you were?
That's just what I'd like to know myself, Reed.
He must be watching Patton's place, then.
But that's what I thought, too. Oh, well, I guess I'll take one of them capsules I got at Patton's. Now I have got a headache. Here's one for you, Reed. Must be a special kind.
Well, I'll keep it in case I need it, Axford. I haven't a headache. Yet.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Reed. I was afraid you'd have one over me not getting a story from Patton.
Oh, Martin's watching that suite. There must be a good story there. It's about time somebody unveiled the mystery surrounding Patton, but I'm afraid the routine investigation by Martin will prove very little.
Well, them Federals are good at catching up with people.
Yeah, I know that. But Patton's a very clever manipulator, and it'll take an unorthodox method to bring his manipulations to light. I have a hunch, though, that the mystery will be solved. And when it is, the world will be surprised to know the truth about the great Albert Patton.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. The tires that you have on your automobile today must last indefinitely. Tremendous demands for tires and other rubber products, plus manpower shortages, make it impossible to meet normal civilian requirements. The answer is simple. We can't get new ones, so we must make the tires we have last as long as possible. Here's what you can do to conserve your tires. Drive only when necessary and keep under 35 miles per hour. Have them inspected regularly and switch them every 5,000 miles. When the tread wears off, have them recapped. And share your car regularly so that the limited tire supply can serve more. The military requirements have to be met, and the civilian requirements can be met if we all observe strict conservation. And now, back to our story. That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, have you read the article about Mr. Patton?
Yes, Mr. Britt. He's a very mysterious character.
Yeah, Inspector Martin's watching his place. He must be under suspicion for some reason.
You think Inspector arrest Mr. Patton?
Well, Patton seems too clever to give reason for his arrest. They have to move carefully with a man of his influence and importance. Of course, with a definite reason, they could take him into custody.
Sometimes complexities of laws interfere with the progress of justice, Mr. Britt.
Sad, but true, Cato.
What's that you have in hand, Mr. Britt?
What? Oh, that. Well, that's a headache capsule Axford gave me. Got it at Patton's this afternoon. I didn't realize I'd taken it out of my pocket. Uh-oh. I crushed it. I guess
Oh, what is it, Mr. Britt? What you stare at?
Cato, here in my hands is the reason why Patton should be taken into custody. That is part of the reason. The rest of the proof is still in his possession.
Inside this was part of a plan in miniature.
Someone not bound by complexities of law might get arrest of proof.
Such as the Green Hornet, is that it?
You have quick perception, Mr. Britt.
I'm sure now I have something tangible to go on. And Mr. Patton is one mystery I'd like to solve.
Black Beauty's ready. Also gas gun and mask.
Yeah, we're on the way right now. Patton will have a visitor at 9 o'clock, Exford said. I want to get there earlier. Come on, Cato. The Green Hornet's going against big game this time, and we don't dare miss our shots.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, Sergeant Burke.
Speaking.
This is Inspector Martin. I'm calling to ask that you assign a couple of men to come over to the Maximum Hotel.
Sure, Inspector. What's going on?
Well, we found out from Washington that Patton once took out citizenship papers in the country. Since he's under suspicion, that gives me the right to get a search warrant issued. I'm going up and question him. At the same time, look over his files.
So that's it.
Yes, I want your men to watch for any visitors that may come for him and hold them until I can question them, too, unless they're properly identified.
Okay, Inspector. I'll come myself and bring another man with me. We'll come over right away.
Good. I'll meet you just outside and tell you what to do. Goodbye.
So long, Inspector.
What is it, Sarge?
None of your business. Cassidy, get the squad car out. We're going to the...
Well, why don't you finish what you started to say?
What's the use? When you get that hangdog look on your mug, I always give in. Come on, Axford. Maybe a scoop will fall on your lap in spite of your clumsiness. And you better move fast or you'll miss what may be the pinch of the year.
Carl, that car's been following us too long now. I don't like it.
What are you going to do to get rid of him, Harris?
I will get rid of him. It may be that our car will be smashed in doing so.
But I do not understand.
Listen, it is important that I finish what we have begun with Herr Patton. I'm not due there until 9 o'clock. But I will change the time and go as soon as I stop that man from following us. I should be there by 8 o'clock.
That man behind is not easy to lose, Herr Wessel.
Then we will stop him forcibly. You will turn quickly into the next street. Then start the car in reverse and we will jump out. Time it so that his car will smash into it. We will continue in a taxi. Turn here. All right, put it in reverse and then jump. I'll get out now.
Here it goes.
There goes the other car. Let us run, Carl. Find a taxi.
Meantime, Britt Reed and Cato arrived in the alley behind the Maximum Hotel, not knowing that Wessel had arrived early and that the federal man and police were on the way to Patton's place.
I found out the location of the suite from Axford so I can reach it from the fire escape.
Mr. Patton in for a big surprise tonight. He not expect Green Hornet to pay a visit.
I'm hoping to find him alone, Cato. And I hope what I'm after will turn out to be what I suspect.
You not say what you look for, Mr. Britt?
More capsules with the other parts of the plan in miniature. Each of many capsules probably contain a part of one big plan.
Use of headache capsules very clever.
Yes. But this time I think Patton is in for a headache he won't forget because of those capsules.
My dear Wessel, I didn't expect you until 9 o'clock. My secretary must have made a mistake.
Where is your secretary, Herr Patton?
She's retired to a room on another floor.
Good. It is best we be alone. She made no mistake. I decided to come earlier.
You're fortunate I received you before 9. Who is that man out in the anteroom?
Carl is one of my associates. He will see to it that we are not disturbed.
What's the meaning of this sudden high-handedness?
You had a visitor this afternoon. An American official, did you not?
Yes, but I had to establish such contacts to allay suspicion.
We expected that you should. But you have overplayed your hand, Herr Patton. As Americans say, you've been talking out of both sides of your mouth.
What do you mean by that? How dare you
I have
insinuate...
been followed all day. Why? The Federal Bureau has a man in the lobby all day. Why? Because you talked a little too freely. That's why. I also know you sold certain information here.
Don't try to bluff me, Wessel. Your superiors should know your nerves are too shaky for this job. I'm used to being watched. It's nothing new. As for trying to bluff me into admitting anything... You don't know me very well.
Patton, one of the so-called American officials who came here with credentials and to whom you offered to sell information was one of my clever operators, a Nazi agent in disguise.
Impossible. You're still trying...
Look, the same papers he showed you today, forged, of course. But you wouldn't know that. Look.
So, you tried to trick me, Wessel?
I did trick you, Herr Patton.
Oh, no, you didn't. I knew all the time he was your man. I'd let him on just to make you show your hand, Wessel. I shall most certainly report this when I return.
But you will not return, my friend.
Put away that gun, you fool.
Patton, you are a man of steel nerve. I have to give you credit for that. But it will do you no good. Herr Patton, I am really going to shoot.
No, you're not, Nazi. Hold it.
A nice man.
You are smarter than I thought, Patton. You have hired the notorious Green Hornet as a bodyguard.
I'm not hired yet. But if it pays enough, it might be a good idea.
I'm hiring you then at your own price.
I always like my pay in advance.
I have money in a drawer right here. Plenty of money on hand.
Yes, I suppose you have a lot of payoffs in cash to put across your deals. Get the money out.
Yes. There. $20,000.
Thanks. Now, what do you want me to do? Eliminate this Nazi weasel?
No, wait. I have money, too. I will pay you. Look, all this I have.
Banknight. Thanks, I'll take it. Nice little haul. Okay, Patton, I'll stand by while you finish your business.
As my bodyguard, why not? Now, Wessel, those plans you gave me in the capsule, I have here in my pocket. I shall go back and turn them over, not to your representative, but to the highest bidder among the officials in the neutral capital where I reside. You've been stupid.
You are the stupid one. I still have the capsule with the plans right here, Herr Patton. I did not trust you, you see.
I'll take that.
Good work, Hornet. You should be worth what I paid you.
Get him, Carl.
I've got him.
Good for you, Carl. You caught him unawares. Now we'll get through with Patton, and then we'll...
Somebody shut out the lights?
Yes, but that will not save you, my friend.
Play with gun in dark, weasel.
Swine, you will not get away. I'll find you.
Here I am. See?
There's my chance to get out of here.
Not so fast, fella.
Oh, good. Glad you were able to trip him.
I've got you, though.
Take this lug.
Here's a flashlight. They all knocked out. Police coming, sound like. What you do?
Opening these capsules, Cato. There. We'll put these in Patton's hand. That'll convict a lot of them. And there's a lot of money to give to the Red Cross. All right, come on, let's get away.
That shooting must have come from in here, but the lights are out.
I've got a flash. Glory be, look there. Say, that's the guy who was here this afternoon.
That one's Patton. I've seen him before.
Hey, here's another one.
Hold that light closer here. Patton has something in his hand. Several open capsules with tiny papers sticking out of them. Let's see.
What are they, Inspector Martin? Hey, that other guy brought in a box of them pills today.
These little papers are all parts of one plan in miniature. Sergeant, I'd have searched forever and never have turned up this if somebody hadn't planted those capsules in Patton's hand like that.
Planted, you say?
Look at the evidence around here. Can't you see who did all this? The Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Say, now, it could be at that.
I'm sure of it. He was probably working along with Patton. But Patton crossed up the wrong man when he crossed that fella. Yes, Sergeant, it took the Green Hornet to show up a man who has fooled the world for years.
Green Hornet implicated in spying. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set Gillespie.
To many of our wounded fighting men, the blood plasma sent to them by the Red Cross means the difference between life and death. During the past 3 years, Americans have given 6 million pints of blood. The quota for 1944 alone is 5 million pints. Now, it costs money to collect and deliver this plasma. New blood donor centers and mobile units will have to be established this year. The money needed to maintain this service and all the work done by the Red Cross comes entirely from the voluntary contributions of the American people. During the month of March, we Americans are going to be asked to contribute a minimum of $200 million to the 1944 Red Cross War Fund. When the Red Cross worker calls at your home, please give as generously as you can. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network. The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Intrigue on the Waterfront. The Green Hornet strikes again. You wouldn't give Hitler the time of day, would you? No American would. And yet every day there are many of us who are giving him information a lot more vital through careless talk. Remember, the enemy has agents all around us picking up seemingly harmless bits of our small talk and fitting them into a pattern of deadly value. Therefore, it's best that we all follow a few simple rules to guarantee that no information, no matter how trivial, will get into enemy hands. If you hear it from someone, don't repeat it. If you see it yourself, don't repeat it. But if you read it in the newspapers or magazines or hear it on the radio, you can talk about it to your heart's content. Just remember that the enemy is listening to what you have to say. Think before you talk, because careless talk costs lives. And now, the Green Hornet. The gray, dripping fog crept in along the deserted waterfront.
swirling and eddying in the night like the misty, elusive fragments of a terrorizing nightmare. To the girl standing on the wet and slippery dock, every shadow seemed a slinking, sinister presence, ready to reach forth and engulf her shivering figure within the folds of a suffocating shroud. Despite the warmth of her expensive fur coat, an irresistible, chilling fear had gradually welled up within her, reaching a terrifying climax as a hand suddenly touched her on the arm.
Oh.
Quiet. It's I, Barry.
Oh, Barry, thank heaven. I was so frightened.
There, darling. It's all right now. I guess I shouldn't have asked you to come here, but I had to see you. To make you understand that I still love you more than anything on earth.
It's all been so puzzling, and I've been so worried. Oh, Barry, my dear, tell me what it's all about. What are you doing down here in this awful place? What's happened to you?
All I can say, Claire, darling, is you must have faith. I can't tell you anything more.
Barry, how can you do this to me? Since your discharge a month ago, I've been almost crazy with worry. And yet not a word from you until you phoned tonight to meet you like this.
Don't, Claire. I can't stand to have you cry. Can't you realize how hard it was for me to stay away from you?
Take me away from here, Barry. Take me home. These terrifying, lonely sounds and this fog frightens me. Come, take me home now.
I can't go with you, Claire. Believe me, there's nothing I'd rather do. But I can't.
You think everyone's against you, that you have no friends. That's why you've been hiding in this miserable, depressive waterfront neighborhood. Oh, but Barry, my dear, I know it's all been a mistake. What they said wasn't true. You couldn't have done or acted as they said.
It's no use, Claire. The court-martial was just and fair. There's no more to be said.
You mean you were disloyal to your country? Then you... Oh, Barry, how could you? What's come over you?
Claire, darling, I can't help what I think and feel. I stood against them all for my principles. But I don't care what people think. I know all the publicity's made me despised throughout the country. In spite of all that, knowing that you have faith in me is all that matters. Say that you have. Tell me.
Barry. Oh, Barry, if only you had said it wasn't true. I was sure you'd tell me that. But to hear from your own lips that... I'd better leave now. Please don't try to see me again. It's best that we...
Wait, Claire. You can't leave me like this. I've told you I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you now?
I could never love a traitor. Oh, Barry.
Claire, my darling. And I thought you, above all, would understand and have faith. Now you've gone. Gone out of my life.
Is that you, Lyndon?
What? Pender, I didn't hear you coming.
I thought I heard you talking to someone.
Oh. I guess I was thinking out loud, Pender. One thinks strange thoughts in this drifting fog. See strange visions that come and then fade into nothingness. Broken dreams that are no more tangible than a handful of this swirling gray mist.
You talk like a fool, Lyndon. Your bitterness against your countrymen is weighing too strongly on your mind.
Maybe so, Pender. But I don't need you to remind me of it.
Don't be so jumpy, my boy. We are your friends now. Forget these others until such time as you can pay them back with our help for their treatment of you. That's what you want to do, isn't it?
Yes, of course. I'm only waiting to hear what plans you have for me. I'm ready to do my part.
The following morning, in the regional office of Naval Intelligence, an aide approached the desk of the commanding officer.
What is it, Lieutenant?
Inspector Martin of the Federal Bureau to see you, sir.
Have the inspector come right in.
Yes, sir. Come right in, Inspector Martin.
Good morning, Inspector. Have a chair.
Good morning, Commander.
It's nice having you work with us on this case, Inspector. Have you a report on Linden?
Yes. After he was broken from the ranks, he took a room down on the waterfront. Before very long, he was visited by certain parties whom we've had under suspicion for some time.
I see. You suspect, then, that Linden is really dealing with foreign agents?
That's what we hope to prove.
Do you think by any chance they might be the ones responsible for the sinkings outside the harbor of those ships going to join the convoys?
Well, that remains to be seen, Commander. 2 of our men are down on the waterfront trying to get a line on Linden and those men. What they hope to accomplish by contacting Linden is not clear as yet, if they're really the ones we're after.
Linden was one of the best navigators in the service, Inspector. He'd be invaluable under certain circumstances.
I see.
It's very important that we put a stop to the losses of the ships leaving this harbor. It's most vital to the progress of the war that those ships get through safely. Therefore, I'm hoping that by tailing Linden, you'll soon be led to the Nazi agents responsible for the sinkings. And the sooner the better.
That afternoon, Britt Reed, young socialite and publisher of the Daily Sentinel newspaper, had a charming visitor in his office, Claire Amesbury, who was included in his circle of friends. Her pretty face reflected the anxiety and suffering which was in her mind as she leaned forward and spoke.
To me, Barry was everything that was fine and good, Britt. And our future looked so bright. I loved him devotedly.
You say that as though you changed in your feeling for him.
I try to think I have changed. I tell myself that he can never mean anything to me again, but... Oh, it's no use. No matter what he's done, I still love him. That's why I came to you.
Well, I don't understand, Claire.
I came to you because as a publisher, you have influence. I want you to try to keep track of Barry. Let me know if you hear anything about him. I just can't stand the thought of him hiding out in that terrible waterfront neighborhood, deserted and alone. Britt, you will help me, won't you?
Well, Claire, if there's anything I can do, I'll certainly do it for your sake. Now brace up and try not to worry too much. Perhaps someday Barry will find himself again. And perhaps, too, you'll eventually find that you were hasty in your judgment. A man who was once fine and good isn't wholly lost, Claire. Time will tell what sort of a man Barry Linden really is.
That night, in the cabin of a nondescript motorboat anchored near a deserted dock in the harbor, Barry Linden sat talking to Pender and one of his henchmen.
And just what are the plans, Pender? Where do I fit in?
Our plans are these, Linden. Outside the harbor, one of our submarines is waiting. On board are trained saboteurs. We will take you out and put you aboard at midnight. You will navigate the submarine through the minefield into the harbor. Now, the submarine's presence will not be noted because of the routine harbor traffic.
I see. Yes, I can do that all right. And then what?
The saboteurs will be landed in a cove up around the bend. They have work to do. Then, when they have returned to the submarine, we will create havoc among the shipping in the harbor.
Ah, what a sight it will be to see the wholesale damage that will be done.
You really think the sub will have a chance to get out again?
It'll be your job, my friend, to see that it does get out through the minefield. Pender, there's a small boat approaching, a rowboat with 2 men in it. Snooping federal men, perhaps. We must get out the machine guns.
No, wait. Sound of the shooting might bring a harbor patrol down on us. Start the engine. We will run them down. Hurry.
They won't know but hit them. Come on, quick.
Look here, Pender. You can't do that.
You what, Herr Linden? Is it that you're getting squeamish about hurting some of your countrymen, perhaps?
You don't need that gun. It was only there must be some other way.
I will have to hold this gun, not because I do not trust you, my friend, but because I take no chances that you may warn them. You will soon get used to our methods. Yes, very soon. Now brace yourself, Linden. When we hit, there may be a slight jar. We should be coming close now.
Hey, look out! You'll run us down! Look out!
Hear them squirm, Linden. Smash them, Carl! Smash them!
Hello, Reed. Sure, I thought you'd be on the way home by this time.
Well, I had a few matters to attend to before leaving, Exford. Where have you been?
Oh, around here and there. Mostly there, I might be saying. Sort of a dull day, all in all.
Well, that's no help to a newspaper. At least you might have tried... Hello. Oh, yes, he's here. Just a minute. It's for you, Exford.
Who, me? Oh, who could it be, I wonder? Hello? Oh, it's you, Sergeant Burke. What's up? They did? You don't say. When? You don't say. 2 of them, eh? You don't say. What? All right, you do say then. Something confidential? Sure, I won't tell a soul. What is it? You don't say. I mean, is that right now? Sure, wait for me. I'll be right down the cab. Goodbye.
What's up?
Plenty, Reed. Sarge says 2 of Inspector Martin's men were found in the harbour. Both goners, too.
2 of Martin's men?
That's right. And what's more... Of course, I'm not supposed to tell this. They were tailing that young Lieutenant Barry Lyndon who was thrown out of the Navy, that they were. There was wreckage of a small boat nearby. They must have been run down somehow.
So they were assigned to trail Lyndon, huh? If you're going to police headquarters, you'd better get going.
Sure. Burke's going down to look things over. I'm going with him. I'll be seeing you, Reed. I'll get the news to Gunnigan as soon as I get the details.
Evidently, Barry Lyndon was hiding out on the waterfront for a purpose. Whatever he's up to, I think it's time his hand was called by the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. Most Americans who are buying war bonds are doing so because they know that our government has to have this money to fight and win the war. This is the best possible reason. However, there's still another good reason for buying war bonds, a reason that's based on self-interest. Whenever we can invest $3 and get back 4, that, fellow Americans, is good business, no matter what you're buying. Unfortunately, the supply of civilian goods is less than the demand, and you can't buy the merchandise you may want. Therefore, isn't it just plain good sense to sock as much money as possible into war bonds where it will be earning dividends for post-war use? Look over that budget of yours again and see if you can't find a way to increase your war bond buying. Remember that $4 for 3 is about the best bargain you can make today or any day. And now back to our story. Reed hurried to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
You seem in great hurry, Mr. Britt.
I am, Cato.
Something wrong, perhaps?
In a way, yes. Claire Amesbury called on me today about young Barry Lyndon. I promised to find out about him for her.
He's officer court-martial for uttering words not loyal to United States.
That's the one, all right. Cato, he seems to be mixed up in some intrigue on the waterfront.
So Green Hornet go to waterfront tonight?
Yes. Are you ready?
Always I'm ready to ride in Black Beauty. Much better than being just plain valet. I get the gas gun and mask.
Good. I'm going to help a lady in distress, Cato, by finding out what's what about her fiancé. I hope I don't have to add to her distress by turning the man she loves over to the police. But it's one job the Green Hornet can do that Britt Reed couldn't. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
are passing through the minefield. In a few minutes, we'll be safe.
Yes, we're almost through.
Without your help, we could have not done it, my friend. As soon as we are through, we will raise the periscope enough to have a look around.
And soon our torpedoes will speed forth with destruction for everything within the harbor.
But first, we will land our men.
Signals are getting weaker. We are out of the minefield, Pender.
You're right, Carl. Commander, it's time now to have a look around.
Up periscope.
Good. Now I will have a look. We have many ships to prey upon. This will be a night long remembered.
But first you're going to land some men in the North Cove, aren't you, Pender?
We are going to land some saboteurs, yes, but not in the North Cove, Lyndon.
But that's where you planned for them to land.
True, but after we made those plans, you left the boat for a while, Lyndon. Just to be on the safe side, I've decided to land them in the South Cove.
Oh, so you don't trust me, huh?
Lyndon, Nazi agents are trained that they must trust no one. But in your case, I have reason not to trust you. Lyndon, you are no longer one of us. You are from now on our prisoner.
Prisoner? Are you crazy, Pender? Have you forgotten that you have to go out through the minefield without my help this submarine?
You Americans know how to give us credit for brains. Our submarine navigator took note of the bearings as we came through the field. He can therefore take us safely out again without your help. Head to the South Cove, Commander.
Yeah, Herr Pender. Bearing south by southwest.
And now, Lyndon, just to make sure you cause no trouble, we will confine you to the commander's cabin. Carl, take him.
No, you don't. I won't. Stop it. Keep your hand. Now, I'll take him, Pender. Let me go.
Wait, Carl. I would give him this. That, my friend, is for what I happen to know you did when you left the boat tonight. You were followed, Lyndon. And now your game is up.
Gator, we went to the dock where Claire Amesbury said she met Barry Lyndon, but there was nothing suspicious so far as I could see. Maybe that boat that ran down Martin's men is up around the North Cove, which is a likely hideout.
This road along waterfront leads to North Cove, Mr. Britt. We'll soon be there.
Yes. Wait, Cato, stop the car. We got to turn around quick. Looks as though we're heading right into a trap of some kind.
That car's stopping, Martin. Whoever it is saw their lights gleam on our car there.
Come on, everybody. After them. Quick.
Hey, Sarge, look at it. Great St. Patrick, if it isn't the Hornet car.
It's the Green Hornet, all right. Stop. Stop or we'll drill you.
They've turned around. They'll get away.
Let them have it, boys. Give it to them.
Too bad, Sergeant. Evidently, he was coming here to meet those saboteurs.
Say, no. It's long after the time them Nazis was to land here. Are you sure you got things straight, Inspector?
Yes, our plans were carefully laid.
Well, then, whoever told you about them saboteurs told you wrong, as I see it.
No, I don't think so. The information came from one of our best men. Evidently, something has gone wrong someplace, though.
Well, you can keep on waiting here with a couple of men. I am going after that Hornet. Come on, Axford.
Be on the lookout, Sergeant. Meantime, if nothing happens here soon, we'll follow you up the waterfront road. We've got to find those Nazis before it's too late.
Here's another cove, Kate, on the South Cove. There's nothing here either so far as I'm able to see.
Quite dark, Mr. Britt. Not see far over water.
No. Let's get out and walk down to the water's edge. No doubt the police will trail us up here before long.
They seem to be waiting for something at North Cove.
Yes. There's something in the wind, all right. I thought I heard Martin's voice back there, too.
Maybe it's... Mr. Britt.
What's the matter?
Listen, close.
You're almost there.
Nazis.
See? Shadow dark against the water. Come toward the shore.
Oh, I see the outline of 3 or 4 men. Get ready, kiddo. We have a job to do.
Now come with me.
4 of them. That's 2 apiece, kiddo. Now.
Hey, Martin, don't take it, Nazi. This for you. You not fight good?
Here's some for you, too, fella.
No. Cash.
Well, that settles them, Cato. We took them by surprise.
What do now, Mr. Britt?
We're taking this rubber boat out. The boat they came from must be out there somewhere. Come on. I've got a hunch Barry Lyndon's mixed up in all this, but not quite the way we think. We've got to work fast, Cato. Mighty fast.
What do you see through the periscope, Herr Pender? Have they reached shore safely?
It is so dark, it is difficult. The rubber boat, it is coming back. Something must have gone wrong. Surface the submarine at once to take them in.
Surface submarine!
Even if they cannot get ashore to carry through the sabotage, we can do damage to the shipping in the harbor before we leave. We've surfaced, Commander. Let us go up. Commander, I do not see them now. I wonder if
Don't move, Nazi. I'm right behind you.
Me right behind this one with a gun.
What? Do not shoot. Kamerad.
You, whichever's in command, call down the hatch and order full speed ahead. And do it in English. I understand German if you try any tricks.
We are pointed toward the shore. The submarine will be beached.
Exactly. Do it now if you want to live.
Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead.
In a couple of minutes, Nazis will be on the beach.
Look. Shadows moving on shore. Many men and cars look like.
Police, when we get jump and swim for it, Cato, the excitement you'll be able to get the Black Beauty away. Now you, turn around and face me.
Yes, of course. Mask.
For what? Before we ground, you'd better take this.
No.
So that is what you do, huh?
Shoot gun just to make noise. This much better.
All right, now, Cato, jump. The sub's going to hit that old dock, and the police will swarm all over it. Come on, they'll find Barry Lyndon.
St. Patrick preserve us. It's one of them devil U-boats climbing right onto the dock almost.
Hurry up, men. Let's get out there and board it before it breaks loose from the dock.
That's where them 4 men we found lying on the beach came from, I'm thinking.
Of course. Didn't you notice they wore German naval uniforms? Come on. They're putting up a fight. Get out your tear gas bomb, Sergeant. We'll let them have it. Here we are. Watch out you don't slip.
Sure, and this thing is slippery. Hey, Martin, here's 2 of them lying on deck.
They've surrendered, Sergeant. And look, there's Lieutenant Lyndon coming up out of the hatch. Our men found him down there, I guess.
That one? Sure, and he should be shot on sight.
That's you, Inspector Martin? That light shining from the open hatch isn't very bright.
Yes, it's I, Lieutenant. This is Sergeant Burke. And that one slithering up over the side there is Axford, a reporter.
I ain't liking to be introduced to the likes of you, Lyndon. It'll be a pleasure to run you in. Oh, so that's Barry Lyndon, is it? Sure, now I've seen everything. Nazis, traitors...
Hold on, Axford. You're looking at a scoop that will shake the nation. A hero who will go down in history. Lieutenant Barry Lyndon, United States Navy, in good standing.
Say now, what is all this, Inspector?
Lieutenant Lyndon went through that court-martial as a volunteer, willing to take disgrace so that the Nazi agents would contact him. He continually kept in touch with us and with naval intelligence. Fine work, Barry. I'm sure that girl of yours will be proud.
She called me a traitor.
Barry, to twist a well-known line a little bit, remember that she couldn't love you half so well had she not loved her country more. And now you can tell her everything.
Glory be. So you took kicking around by the whole country so as to catch them Nazis. Lieutenant, that's one story the Sentinel will be proud to print this very morning.
Hey, there's one thing I don't understand, though. My plans went astray. I don't know how they came to run this sub aground and why they didn't get their men ashore.
Say no. We found 4 of them stretched out as nice as you please back there on the shore.
They looked as though they'd been gassed. At least 2 of them.
Say, that begins to give me an idea. You've got plenty of room for a good one, Ashford. What is it? That's it. That's the idea I had. That somewhere, somehow, that sneaking weasel of a man had a hand in this. That trouble-creating criminal, the Green Hornet.
Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Let the
average American would never consider committing a theft or fraud. Yet all too many of these so-called honest Americans are riding around burning black market gasoline, violating a regulation that is designed to help win the war. It's possible that many of these black market customers don't quite understand the situation. A lot of people have the idea that black market gasoline comes from some mysterious source, a source that has nothing to do with the limited civilian supply. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Every gallon of black market gasoline is siphoned from an honest civilian's legitimate supply. To help end this black market evil, be sure that you are not guilty of buying gasoline coupons or buying gasoline without proper coupons. Remember, the black market cannot exist without customers. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.